Welcome to PulseX Conference 2025. Oh, such an exciting day. Super fun. Been planning this for weeks now, and very excited to do this, kick it off this week, Monday and Tuesday, hours and hours of content. Got over 30 speakers, 30 sessions, got the schedule, all that put together. If you haven't seen on X, you have been looking around, or you haven't been following me or otherwise, because a lot of people have been sharing as well. Oh, what a day. We got a lot of great talks going on. Again, this is the PulseX conference. We got, talks about, we got different panels on AI, longevity, we got HEX, we got PulseChain marketing community. We got all these different things going on, a lot of different talks across the spectrum on PulseChain and different stuff going on in the ecosystem. But the theme of this conference is the PulseX DEX. And if you haven't heard the PulseX DEX, pretty cool. Premier DEX on PulseChain, most liquidity, launched around when PulseChain launched. AMM fixer bot, all that fun stuff happened then, and it's pretty awesome. So if you want to if you're new here and you want to check out the PulseX DEX, you can go to pulsex.com. You can go to gorealdefi.com. They'll give you a verifiable gateways into the links to access all the official PulseChain apps as well. And if you just search on YouTube, search on X, otherwise you'll find a ton of content, a ton of amazing things. We're going to be getting into everything from yield farming to, I'm sure we'll talk about the buy and burn, which is one of a lot of people's favorite features as well. Tons of liquidity, V1, V2, oopsie, but it's cool after launch. A lot of great tech and hopefully a lot of great price performance. To talk about this before, this is if you're, I don't know if you're in the club with 10,000x, we like the 10,000x around here. We like the 10,000x, and a lot of people went back and forth. Oh, we're gonna get a 10x, 100x, 1000x. I don't know. Let's shoot for the moon. How about that? HEX did 10kx before, and if the last time I did the calculations on PulseX, the PLSX token, you can see here the ticker on my shirt, auto PulseX on the shirt. From the all-time low, 9-cent PulseX would be a 10,000x. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Anyone out there who's did a later calculations, I believe that's around there. So 9-cent PulseX, let's go get it. Hopefully we'll get a lot of great, amazing stuff going on in the community this time as well. But yeah, this conference, again, theme PulseX, we're talking about a lot of different things as well. But I really want to say I'm just going to talk for a few minutes before we kick off, before Blockhead gets up here to kick off for the first talk of the day. And we go through all the different speakers and panels. But I really want to say thank you to the community for coming together. A lot of you, not everyone's here. I think, it's one of those conferences where it cannot happen without people showing up and saying they want to talk about the amazing things happening in the ecosystem. So, anyone can throw a conference. Nobody shows up. You can't put it together without the community showing their heart, their spirit, their belief in the tech and the price performance to get it done. So again, I know our community's had her ups and downs, and 2 more weeks, 2 more years, all that fun stuff as well. But I really appreciate everyone out there still being positive, still believing, still putting in the work every single day. That's what it takes to do this stuff. I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm putting in the work. This is the second conference I did. I plan on doing HEX Week next month as well, which is not really a conference, but more of just a 5-day event of different streams and stuff going on. So that should be fun. But this is one I really want to make a community focus. So this was, I didn't invite. There was no direct that I think of. At least the ethos is not directly inviting people to the conference. It was more, every person here, even to everyone who I've met before or is well known in the community, submitted. They said, "Hey, I want to speak at this conference," and that's. I didn't have any rejections at this conference either this year, and had a few late submissions. The schedule is the way it is, but it's really amazing to see getting all these people together. The Pulse Conference 2055 was amazing as well. Got a lot of people put together for this one or for that one. And now we got the PulseX Conference 2025. So really showcasing the power of the community, the power of, hey, just refuse to lose. I think that's, I made a tweet earlier about, or maybe yesterday about, we will not be denied glory. I believe that, and that's what I want us to be able to do. I want us to be able to have that kind of energy and effort, and just keep pushing through through whatever macro conditions, whatever things get thrown at us. And we've had a lot thrown at us over the time as well. So, do you want to make this place great? Do you want to ensure glory? Go put in the work. We that's how we got to get it done. What are your contributions? Like, what have you been doing? Has it been more negative posting or complaining, or has it been more, hey, I'm going to go build something? I've seen new stat sites. I see new bridges pop up. I see new places, new marketing efforts just come about. The community's been pushing a ton of new great stuff. And if you've been paying attention and you haven't just been, wallowing in the, stack price down type of deal, then you can see these things and you can put 2 and 2 together and be like, place ain't dead, place good shape, place hopefully go way up. Community go up, price go up, tech go up, builders go up, all the metrics go up. So I'm excited for that. I haven't stopped building myself as far as I don't know. I've kind of moved into or started doing more events lately. I got Go Real DeFi, got the validator scripts and stuff. Vintage RH playlist is the last video. I think the next to last just came out last Thursday, and the last one over had 200 and some clips. I did a project coming out over 2 years, July 2025, which seemed so far away back in 2023. I was like, oh, this will, we'll definitely be on the moon by then. The type of thinking. The last clip of that's coming out soon, I guess this week as well, this Thursday. So whatever it is, content creation, streaming, if you're just putting in the groundwork, again, marketing, postcards, whatever it is, talking to different exchanges and all the things too. We do it together. This isn't RH going to do stuff for us. This is, we do stuff. And yeah, if big guy wants to come back and keep, help us push too, we'll take it. But I don't want to be sitting here waiting on people, hoping other people are going to pump my bags. I want to put in the work, and I believe amazing things will come from it. So that's the way I look at it. And there's no benefit in not being optimistic. I don't know what's the benefit. It's I know everyone's got their own situation, life, things they got to do, all that stuff as well. But I just don't see the benefit in not just making it happen, putting in the work, doing the stuff. And that's what we're here for, right? Make your dreams come true. That's what we want to do. There's no guarantees, but I could just place my bets and where I believe they're gonna do the best. So I'm super excited to kick this thing off. I'm happy that we have so many people participating out there. Again, feel free to clip, share, do all the social media, all the stuff. You've got all the links. Again, any speakers out there, let me know if you don't have a link to hop on at your time. If you have any questions, add me on X. I'll be going back and forth. But super, super excited to have you all here. And we're just getting started. Just getting started. We'll see. So without further ado, bring up our first speaker of the day. And welcome back to the conference. Blockhead, how's it going, man?
What's going on, Max? How you doing?
Doing great. Charged up. Got some coffee. Got some caffeine, and excited to see. I've just tried to prime him a little bit. I believe your talk's going to be somewhat of a motivational deal as well. So I'm excited what you have to say, man.
Oh man, it's Monday. Bitcoin just hit all-time high. It doesn't get any better than this. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's start this off right, man. Yeah. So essentially, yeah, we don't need motivation. We just need a little momentum. Everything's right here on chain. Everybody needs to lock in and throw away the key, man. We're ready to go. we have everything on chain, especially when it comes to PulseX. And we have to buy and burn. We have everybody building on it. The supply leaving the liquidity pools really quick. I mean, yeah, man. I'm really excited for everything that you have going on today. I'm excited for the rest of the speakers. Yeah, we're cooking up. Everything on PulseChain is cooking up. So everybody needs to lock in and take care of themselves. As we go through these tumultuous times, people need to make sure they get the right sleep, make sure they get hydrated. I don't need to tell people to take care of themselves. But yeah, let's rock and roll, man. It's PulseX Conference 2025.
Yeah, it's You know, there's so many this year. It can be exciting in so many different ways. We've got, you know, you mentioned Bitcoin just going nuts right now. Ethereum's looks like it's been heading up a lot as well. It's all these different things going on in Pulse Chain. As I mentioned, we've seen new builders come in and people, you know, doing all kinds of amazing stuff. What is it that, you know, again, you can use the mute button, the block button, all these other things to kind of separate the noise, the signal from the noise too. But how do you, you know, when you look around, you know, you've been around for a while. You didn't get here 6 months ago. It's like, how do you just say, hey, you know, we're going to do some amazing things. Like no matter, like we already see the canvas. We've already got all the stuff around us. You know, maybe we just need marketing type of deal. How do you get up and just push through or get excited each day, man?
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. We've made it this far. Why would you stop now? We've gone through so many ups and downs, and I don't think this time's any different. You know, I think PulseChain's meant for glory, and I think it's going to happen very soon. That's why it's everything's cooking up, man. It just seems like it's very poetic the way it's occurring. So yeah, the way I stay motivated, I make sure I stay. Lately, I've been taking care of more of my mental. So just working out a lot, eating right, making sure I get sleep. Because I know whenever things heat up these next couple of months, and there's going to be nights where we're not going to want to sleep. We're going to be too excited. So just making sure I take care of everything now. Try to prepare myself a little better for what's to come.
And you know, there's plenty of the sentiment kind of goes up and down. What do you think of, you know, people out there who are like, oh, you know, we've been waiting too long, or it's not coming back. Like just kind of like all the things, all the negative framing you could bring on the ecosystem. You know, how do you get through that kind of thing? Like what helps you? You know, you talked about, you know, like working out and all these different things too. I'm about to go do some dips here in a minute as well. Definitely on the same page as far as like, you know, staying in shape mentally and physically and all that stuff too. What is it that you know, people just, what do they need to hear? What is it, something they can kind of build upon if they are being like, I don't know about this place anymore. I feel like I did enough. It's just, you know, what I expected, you know, or should or should not have. And it ain't here. What am I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, that's all up to the user. The only thing you have control over is your reaction. So that's why you got to block the noise. The only thing you have control over is how you react to the situation. If other people want to leave, they want to be negative, just don't contribute, and just block it. Yeah.
Richard repopularized the block button, at least lately. Yeah, what gets you excited about this? I mean, this ecosystem. I mean, it could be PulseX, could be builders, just all the amazing, again, macro. Like what is kind of like that lightning rod that you see us riding into this year? What feels good right now?
I think it's the fact that everything's so grassroots and that everything's being built from the very bottom, and you see everybody kind of get together and build these things with such conviction. It really shows that this chain is alive, that it does have a heartbeat, you know. So yeah, PulseChain is just exciting. Going through the past couple of months with the SEC case and all the drama that's been associated with these these crazy times, these crazy cycles. I mean, I think PulseChain's gone through a couple of cycles in itself. So yeah, it's very exciting. Very it feels good to be a part of.
I can hear the chat. Washing machine cycles. We just keep up and down. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's. I mean, everyone's got their own situation out there. I think in the beginning, I've been talking about this for years now, but you know, I think a lot of the frustration may come from, hey, either over leveraged or just losing faith that this place is going to survive at all, which just feels like there's chain, there's activity, there's builders, there's new people coming in. I try to bring out a lot of my content, a lot of the new stuff coming out, a lot of the just different developments, and keep people up to date with a lot of stuff too, because I'm out there it's pretty much every day, just like seeing, you know, trying to consume information, see what's valuable, share it, that type of thing too. It's almost, I don't know, that one part is kind of like, I don't know, either in or you're not. It's like I feel like that's the synthesis. It's like the conclusion is like, either believe in this place or not, with all the you know, unusual nuances and stuff like that, and all the people just you know, super believing and just making sure that like this is going to happen, putting in the work, doing all this stuff. It's kind of, you're either in it or not. You know, you got to decide for yourself. And I wish everyone the best who's not in it, and everyone who's here. Of course, I wish them the maddest gains as well. But it is kind of that, you know, look around and you see people through time, they're, you know, talking about this or talking about that, and their sentiment changes, and you're just like, man, can't like, I don't know. For me, I always want to see everyone win. I want to see everyone work together and get the most out of their energy, their investment, their all the stuff they do. How do you feel like that you put, you know, the effort and work and stuff you put in? How do you get the most out of it yourself? Like how you trying to really capitalize on like being a part of this ecosystem?
What's volume and consistency? You know, I mean, we're here every day talking. We're here with our groups, watching the same data every day, and the way we stay focused, man, is, you know, just keep our eyes on the prize. The job's not finished, so why are you going to let up on the gas now? You know, a lot of people they get swayed really easily. So it's important for us to just stay focused. You know, we have 9-12 months left to lock in, you know, generational wealth or whatever that may be for our families. You know, so you got to lock in and do what's right for your bloodline in this scenario. It's easy to get distracted and easy to fall for the next shiny object, but I think we've been trained enough to not get distracted this time around. So I wish everybody the best. Everybody is responsible for their own decisions, but I feel like we are better prepared as a community, and that's where the value lies in this great network on PulseChain, and especially with the PulseX coming up, the conference coming up. You know, we have a lot of good speakers offering their little two pieces here and there, and it's going to be a great day. Really excited for this whole conference in general, so we can get a little idea of what everybody's thinking right now.
We got a ton of stuff. The previous conference, I was like, wow, I can't believe we have that much, you know, content and speakers and people coming together. And this one, we have a lot of different speakers too. A lot of people I've never met before, or I haven't talked to that much, and some of the same as well. But some people just couldn't make it for one reason or another. But it's just, that's powerful in and of itself. That every time I look at it, I don't know if everyone else does this, but I kind of forget how many people we have out there working, doing the stuff, you know, making sure that we have content, we're informed, that we're, you know, we're figuring all this stuff out and doing it all their own verticals and all their own talents and stuff too. It reminds me too of, I saw some posts of, you know, because Bitcoin's popping off and stuff right now. And the post was something, I don't know if it's Sailor or somebody else, but they were like, you know, buy Bitcoin if you don't want to stay poor. And then I was just thinking, I posted it. I think I quote tweeted, and I was like, wait, I think it's almost, you know, at least the mindset that we have around here is like, it's kind of like you buy Bitcoin if you want to stay poor. Like it ain't, you know, I don't think anyone's calling for a 2x tomorrow. Like even 2x, and I mean, maybe you get a 2x in the next few years or a few months or something like that too. But this is the 10,000x club. So like, does that motivate you? Like the number, yeah. Like how does that? Why don't you buy other coins? Like or why don't you buy other ecosystems? Like why is this the place that you decided to spend your stuff?
Because it was so fresh. Nobody was here at the time. It was so new. Bitcoin did a 2x. If you would have held Bitcoin from a year ago, today you would have done a 2x. We've done a lot more than that on PulseChain with the alts and stuff like that. So that's what keeps me motivated. That's what gets me going. We haven't even started yet. So what's a 10x from here? What's a 20x from here? Yeah, we're going 1,000 or more. I think PulseChain is cooking, man. We're ready to go.
It's amazing stuff. Yeah, it's you know, whatever you choose. Again, hope you you know, whatever your goal is, I hope that you achieve it. But my goal is definitely not the baby gains. My goal is not to be just the 10,000th Bitcoin guy who's in it for the lightning payments and all that stuff too. My goal is to help this community reach its heights, and we don't have to do it. It's one of those, I don't know what the word for it is, but it's, you know, if there is no community behind it, you know, you say community is the product, community is, you know, the lifeblood, all that stuff. But literally, if there isn't a community out here doing this, putting on conferences, building products, participating, creating content, PulseChain might as well not exist. So like, why not be a part of something that you can literally have a direct impact on to grow and help succeed? And you see something at the end of it. I'm sure plenty of us are, you know, the ideal scenario is that, you know, we get rich or richer and we look back and say, wow, I was actually able to make an impact there. I was actually able to put my time, energy, and capital to believe in something and to make sure that we succeed. I had a part of that, you know, instead of the inverse, which is just like I had a part in tearing it down or flooding my own bags or giving up too early or selling too quick. Like, what story do you want? I want the first one, man. That sounds much more cool.
Yeah, I just want to be free. Just want to break free of the matrix, man. You know, so whether Richard streams or not, I don't think anybody here on PulseChain is here for a 2x. So I think the way everybody's coming together, the way the chain's coming together, and kind of still stuck here working. Like everybody's locked in, everybody's focused, everybody's still building. Seeing a lot of cool things coming out as of late. I'm very excited to see what's coming out in the next couple of months for us to actually enter our first major bull run on PulseChain. I'm very excited to share it with everybody here as well. And I know everybody else is pumped up. So yeah, let's rock and roll, man.
Gotta pump it up. Gotta pump it up. I like it, man. Well, what do you we got coffee in the green room here. What is it you want to take us out on before going to the next talk? What kind of wisdom or otherwise pump up you want to take us out on this one?
Man, just lock in, baby. Lock in. We got a couple months. Let's stay focused. Be welcoming to everybody that comes to the chain, and yeah, let's go, man.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you coming on, and appreciate you participating in the conference. First 15 minutes of the day with Blockhead. Good to see you, man, and we'll see you soon.
You have a good one. I'll see you later on today.
Yep. Thanks. Good. All right, everyone. That is Blockhead. And again, you can go to PulseX2025.com. Gerardo made that. There's also the pinned tweet. I'll drop it in the chat. Give me just a moment here. And let's see. I'll drop the link to all the stuff in the chat before I bring Mr. Coffee in. Oh, hello, sell pressure. Am I talking to sell pressure or buy pressure right now? We're talking sell pressure, buy pressure. It's very important. Hopefully buy pressure. I'm talking to some more buy pressure in here. I do think back to that the video when he's like, sometimes I what do you say? Sometimes I affectionately or something like that want to talk to you as sell pressure. Hello, sell pressure. How you doing today? Wanting to sell some more coins down? Oh, it cracks me up. That guy's a character. Yeah, here's the link. PulseX2025.com is Gerardo. Community's out here making websites. I didn't ask Gerardo to make a conference website. He made the website. It's awesome. And so there's a website for that. There's also the pinned tweet as well. StreamYard says 700 people in here. Let's get it rocking, or 700 views, or whatever, however they count it, whatever. Let's do it. Let's pump those numbers up. Let's get to at least 7,000 today. If we got to so many, at least the view ticker said like, how many we get to last time? It was like some number of thousands. It was pretty good. We get to the same here. All right, let me do the transition, and we'll bring in Mr. Coffee to talk about some PulseX stuff. We got, let's see. This is my favorite part. I get to pick the different videos. It should be fun. Let's do, you know what, for Mr. Coffee, we're going to do rockets up. Here we go. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
You're here. You're back. PulseX Conference 2025. Crypto Coffee. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's been a little bit.
Thanks. So we're talking about. Are you gonna let me go, or how does this work?
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna come back in about 15 minutes. Sound good?
Yep.
Yeah. See you soon.
What's up, everybody? The topic of this chat was going to be about liquidity providing. However, I think at this stage of the market, I just want to remind people that probably 90% of all the people in the markets don't need to be liquidity providing. You don't need to expose yourself to impermanent loss, especially if the prices are going to go up really high, unless you know what you're doing. So a lot of retail people, it's good to learn about liquidity. It's good to learn how it affects your bags. It's good to know that lower liquidity means things can pump higher, which is why PulseChain has 10x lower liquidity today by the deliberate de-incentivizing of INC token to allow things to pump harder. Because we saw PulseChain do a 6x about a year and a half ago in bearish macro conditions, and with 10x higher liquidity. So imagine for that $7 or so million that came in to spark that coin up 6x with 10x higher liquidity, the understanding that lower liquidity makes things pump harder and dump harder is kind of the key to crypto. Liquidity just means how many coins are for sale. And like I said, the concept is more important than the strategy of you joining an LP pair to try to make some extra yield on your tokens. Now, if you are a high net worth individual, let's say maybe you manage an investment portfolio, or maybe you're a big player with a 6-figure bag or more, and you want to do some advanced strategies to effectively sell your PulseChain or your PulseX and not have to take slippage or huge losses because you're so big relative to the liquidity of the entire ecosystem. One interesting strategy you can do is joining the PLS stablecoin pool. So if you pair a stablecoin with PLS, you can get paid on PulseX.com today about anywhere from 30% to as high as 80% APY some weeks. Now that APY is a variable number, but you can get paid in yield in the form of trading fees on PulseX V2 as a liquidity provider. And if PLS goes up, what you can do is effectively scale out of your PLS. If everybody's going to buy it and you are in a stablecoin Pulse pool, you're earning trading fees. And as the price goes up, you are linearly scaling out. So if you join the pool now and Pulse does a 10x, well, after that 10x, you're going to have a lot more stable coins and a lot less Pulse and a lot more trading fees to compensate you for being an LP. Now, if that's what you want, there are certain situations where that's probably a good idea. Again, higher net worth person looking to provide liquidity, or if you're bullish on one coin, but you want to exit in that way. Another reason you might want to actually join is if you don't care which coin goes up versus which coin. But like we saw with Pulse and PulseX, PulseX gained on PLS over the last 2 years. It used to be a 3-to-1 ratio. Now it's 1-to-1 ratio. And that is the definition of impermanent loss. So if people were in that pool from day one, they might now have a lot more Pulse and a lot less PulseX. And being that the prices are low, you probably don't realize that this is a huge issue yet in USD terms. But if the USD price of everything does a 10x again, accumulating units of the coins is going to matter more than trying to squeeze some yield out of an LP strategy. So if you're new, or if you're just wondering about it, the concepts are much more important to understand than the actual doing it. Because one more time, a lot of people that don't understand impermanent loss are going to do this, and it's not going to be actually worth it for them versus just holding the coin plain and simple and experiencing the astronomical life-changing run-ups that are possible in crypto. So we don't have time to do a liquidity tutorial anyway, but I've got tons on my YouTube channel if you want to learn more about that. Just know that low liquidity, pump harder, dump harder. High liquidity means you won't move the price up as much. Bitcoin is the most liquid coin in all of crypto. Ethereum is very highly liquid. PulseChain, very low liquidity. And we've seen a lot of weak hands get shaken out. We've seen a lot of the remaining people be the true believers, the people that actually are financially incentivized to continue the narrative, push the virality of the entire chain. And this is good because these are the people that understand liquidity and how much potential. It has to do with price potential. So the people that understand it understand the potential, and I think they're able to sleep better at night, realizing the investment opportunity that's on the table here and realizing just how little it would take to send all the prices to the moon. When you're thinking about being a liquidity provider itself, if you really want to learn, put $10 in a PulseX pool and watch what happens to it over the course of the next 6 months. The minute you add money to a liquidity pool in crypto, in the DeFi universe, the minute you add your $10 to app.pulsex.com, you're going to see those values of your coins going up and down based on who's buying what coin. So if one coin gets really popular, you're going to have less of that coin. And if one coin gets less popular, you're going to have more of that coin. You're taking the other side of the trade when you're a liquidity provider. And it's good to understand that, because people that don't can lose a lot of money, right? Or just be blindsided, which is why PulseChain's got low fees. Fees are like a penny. You can afford to play around with $10. You're not going to get eaten up on transaction fees like you might on Ethereum. And the best way to learn things is by doing. You know, I can tell you guys to do this or not do this. It's really up to you at the end of the day. Just doing, clicking the buttons and watching it happen. It's going to teach you more than any YouTube video ever could. But Crypto Coffee 369 on YouTube, go like and subscribe. Tons of free content out there. I've got a whole course. If you really want to learn in-depth strategies, people can make anywhere from, I don't know, 20 to maybe even 50, 60, 70% today on certain liquidity providing positions on Uniswap. But let's get back to the fundamentals, because a lot of people probably don't understand even the terminology of liquidity, right? Liquidity means how much coins are for sale on the market. Liquidity is, I want to buy a coin from a decentralized exchange like PulseX. Where's that money coming from? Where are these magical coins that I'm getting? You know, I want to swap $100 for $100 worth of Pulse. Where's that Pulse coming from? It's coming from the people on the other side of the trade that put their money into a liquidity pool. And that's all that DEXs really are. They're decentralized pools of liquidity, otherwise known as an LP. So what used to be done by centralized exchanges in central limit order books can now be done by the people. You can now crowdsource liquidity in a decentralized way, which is a huge innovation. And it allows other people to put up their coins to be traded by the masses. And I would guess probably 99% of all of crypto is just retail trading one coin for another. But those savvy people that understand liquidity positions and liquidity pools have the option to add to that. So it lowers the barrier to entry of anybody to do these more advanced strategies. Again, just because you can doesn't mean you should. However, the advantage of being on a decentralized exchange and these liquidity pools is transparency, because you don't have a scammy centralized exchange putting up, you know, hidden orders, iceberg orders, or maybe not actually having all the liquidity that they say they do, or going down or getting hacked and losing people's money. The thing about PulseX, which is the main decentralized exchange on PulseChain.com, is that you know exactly that there are XYZ amount of coins for sale. You can calculate, you know, given these numbers that I can see on the blockchain, how much would, you know, X amount of money push the price up by Y percentage. You can do these what ifs, and you can do that because liquidity pools are calculatable. If you really want to do this yourself, go to pampi.app, my favorite website to show people when you want to talk about price potential. And what pampi.app will do is it'll show you, it'll do the math that if I put in $10 million into HEX as net buy pressure, I can see that the price will definitely verifiably go up with 10 million net buy pressure by like past previous all-time highs. Like it's pretty insane. And you can go see that for yourself, because that's hard to calculate in other cryptos or other assets where they're not traded on DEXs and they have too many centralized exchanges. So the advantages of using a DEX are transparency, real liquidity metrics, real democratization of joining it. And it's interesting, right? It's really, really cool. It's a cool innovation. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. Don't feel like you have to do everything available to you. The more things you try to chase, the more you're going to take your eye off the ball. And again, all of this to say, like, you might just be better off buying and holding the coins. What if in the end, it turns out that just buying and holding was all you had to do the whole time? But I like really understanding things. I personally like digging under the hood, seeing how things work. I've been a liquidity provider, but I am not currently in any pools anymore. For a long time, I was in the Ethereum PLS pool because I'm bullish on both, but it just feels like this stage in the market, Bitcoin's at all-time highs, 120K. Ethereum is at $3,000. It could go past its all-time high at any moment. I don't want to be exposed to impermanent loss right now. So at this time in the market, it feels like things are going from sideways and boring for a long time to maybe soon not sideways, maybe soon not boring and very volatile. Hopefully in the up direction. We've had a lot of down, which is why I personally have pulled out pretty much. I'm really trying to remember if there's a liquidity pool that I'm still in. I believe the answer is no. But again, if you are a six-figure whale, if you manage a large portfolio, this could be an exit strategy by joining the stablecoin pool paired with Pulse. A very interesting way to scale out if the price goes up and get fees to do so, and not eat slippage or have to dump the price down. Now, V3 pools are a totally different story. PulseX.com keeps it simple with V2 symmetric liquidity pools, but you guys can do your own research on that. My time is running out soon, and I will take a look at the chat if anybody has questions. The dumpers have the worst timing imaginable, says Hex Farmer. I agree. Speaking of liquidity, one of the advantages to understanding liquidity at a deep level is that you can look at the big Hex dumper that we all have been looking at for the past 2 weeks, and you can see, oh, I'm pretty sure this guy is going to dump his coins. And when he dumps his coins, I know he has to route through PLS on the way out to Ethereum, which is what he's going to do, which is what he's doing, which, by the way, he's out of his 300 million today. He still has like 360 more million. But he's probably going to dump it for ETH. We know this guy's not even doing it in a smart way. He's dumping his Hex for Pulse. For some reason, bridging his Pulse over to Ethereum, selling it over there in the less liquid Ethereum Pulse pool on the Ethereum chain. But you can do what I'm doing if you're an advanced liquidity provider person. You can catch those wicks that he's probably going to keep making more of. And so you could put up some PLS liquidity on a V3 pair to catch the falling knives as people are dumping their Hex down. You could also do this on the Ethereum chain as well. You could single-sided LP some ETH on the wrapped Pulse, wrapped ETH pair on Uniswap, actually. And what people have been doing, I see people even borrowing from fiat.io to go do this. You could use any borrowing. You could use Aave if you really want to get fancy. Again, 90% of people will probably wreck themselves doing this, but you could catch this whale dumper by positioning a range of Ethereum to eat up this guy's wicks that he's about to make, that he's been making for the last 2 weeks. So when you see a really predictable opportunity like that, it's a time where being an LP can really be to your advantage. All right. Thanks for having me, RHMax.
Yeah, man. There you go. Either way, good to see you, man. Thanks for walking us through that. Advanced liquidity stuff. You can do the advanced, the simple, whatever you want on the PulseX DEX. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, coffee. I'll see you. You're going to come on. I think you're on a panel or so a little bit later today, right? Come by.
That's news to me.
Works for your schedule?
Let me take a look.
PulseX2025.com if you haven't seen it. You're already on the website. It's pretty cool.
Yes, sir.
See all the stuff.
Thanks for putting this on, man.
Of course. Thanks for coming, man. Appreciate the knowledge, and yeah, hope to see you around a bit.
Thanks, everybody. See ya.
Yeah. Oh, click the button. I clicked it, and it put Tim. You know what? We're putting you back in. You're back in, Tim. How's it going?
All right. Thanks for having me.
You're back in.
Nice.
Of course. Thanks for being the backup. I don't know where RG is, but if he's here, we'll take him in as well. But how's it going? You know what? First time. I think it's the first time you've been on the channel at the conference. You want to give a quick intro so at least I'll get more familiar with you. You're on quite a bit of panels and talks today and tomorrow as well. So they're going to be seeing a lot of you.
I know. And, I've been in crypto since 2011. And this conference is going to give me the opportunity to speak in more different categories than any other conference I've participated in my entire life. So this means a lot to me, the fact that you've accepted my application, you've given me all this opportunity. It really means a lot to me. And I want to bring as much Big Richard energy into this conference as I can. So thanks for
Big Richard energy. Yeah, I like it. I like it, man. There was a meme of that. That's the big. I took out the big PP one time, and I put the PLS validator. I made that meme of it. It's one of my favorite ones. It's pretty nice. But Big Richard energy. I like that. I like it.
I want to say hello to Tammy, Tam out there in the chat. She said hello. I want to say hello back to her.
Shout out to Tam. She's always in the chat. Always out there putting in positivity. A lot of amazing stuff. Her and SJ and a lot of the women we have in the community. Shout out to them. Appreciate you guys still sticking around, even though it gets a little spicy from time to time. A little spicy.
That's one thing I've noticed about the community that Richard has put together is the quality of the ladies that we have in this community, and the fact you know, I want to do everything I can to make it a nurturing environment for them, because, you know, they really bring an element into this space that can really help propel the success of everything.
Yeah, I mean Whitney, Sandy Beach. I mean, I'm not gonna name it, all the ladies out there, Susie Q, all the ones I remember are in my chat a lot and stuff too. I mean, I think there is a strength in diversity, right? Like diversity of thought, of course, is the one I prefer over just diversity of one of every gender or race or whatever, and all that stuff too. But each person and each coming from different backgrounds, having different ideas, different ways of approaching things, and creating different kinds of content that appeal to different people. Let's do it. Like, that sounds great. We all have this common interest, come from different backgrounds, approach it differently, but we all have, as long as we have this, we're going for glory. That sounds good to me.
Yes. So
well, real quick too, how did you get into, I'm always curious. I love hearing people's story. How did you get into the ecosystem? How did you find HEX or PulseChain, and how long have you been around?
Well, I first got involved in Bitcoin back in November of 2011. And I was just cleaning my house one day on a Friday morning, and I was listening to a podcast of a financial commentator, and he just happened to use the word Bitcoin in a sentence. He wasn't even shelling it. It just came up, and I instantly dropped what I was doing, because I was aware of a platform called BitTorrent at that time. So when I heard the word Bitcoin, it's like lightning flashed in my mind. It's like, oh, a decentralized network where people can exchange value. That's what that sounds like. So I instantly got online and I looked up whatever I could find on Bitcoin. And the first thing I read was the white paper. And that was my introduction to the cryptocurrency space. And when Richard Hart first went public in 2017, the same man that essentially introduced me to Bitcoin, he made a tweet and he's just like, hey, everybody, you ought to go check this guy out. He sounds pretty smart. And it was a link to Richard Hart's YouTube channel. So I watched his self-help videos and I sent him a DM and I said, hey, I just watched all your videos and I agree with what you're saying and I really appreciate your contributions. And he wrote back and he was like, thanks, man. And that's how I became acquainted with Richard. And just been following along ever since. As soon as he talked about the prospect of earning yield on crypto, I was like, that was another explosion. It was like, wow, if this guy can do this, it's going to work. Because just listening to his live streams and stuff and listening to him talk about the subject, I knew if this guy could make a yield earning product, it was going to work, because I had participated in other so-called yield earning cryptocurrency programs and they all went belly up, and I lost thousands of dollars just trying to earn yield on my assets. So, once Richard pulled the trigger on HEX, I've been locked in ever since.
Yeah, it's, I talked about my story too, finding Richard in 2017 and just the right time coming into crypto, not knowing anything, and just finding him as like this kind of passive mentor of like, oh, Bitcoin maxi guy. Oh, he said something. He said Ethereum sucks. Oh, why? I don't think Ethereum sucks. Why is that? Oh, he changed his mind about Ethereum. And then, yeah, of course, Bitcoin HEX and CFT token and all that stuff too. Just what you could learn from the guy, just listening to his live streams that, I'm sure we all dearly miss, the hours and hours of wisdom. It's pretty amazing. So he's definitely an easy person to be like, yeah, I like that guy. I think I'm going to follow him. Let's do this.
I had really high hopes for Ethereum when Vitalik first started talking about it. But I wasn't used to the fact that software is hard. So my patience with, 2 more months, 2 more weeks, whatever, that was delaying the launch of Ethereum literally turned me off of crypto for like a whole year. Like I was just fed up with it all. And I didn't sell anything, I didn't let go of my bags, but I just stopped paying attention to the space for about a year until a social media platform was launched that had its own crypto. And that kind of revived my interest in the space because I saw a use case for a coin. And then, one thing led to another that led me to Richard and, where I am now.
Yeah, what do you think that people are missing about? I mean, we had HEX launch and PulseChain launch and SEC and Interpol and we've had, you know, the market conditions and the ups and downs of the community and all the stuff, all the stuff that's happened the last, you know, 2 or 3, 4, well, 5 years for HEX. What keeps you being like, no, this is the right move? Like I'm here to win. Like what's your lightning rod for that?
Well, I don't want to steal my own thunder, but I want to get into that when I do my talk on meme coins here shortly. But basically, Richard has given me the ball, as it were. The ball's now in my court. And that is the thing that has revived my enthusiasm that has been tampered because of this past 2 years of bear market from hell. That, you know, again, Richard has stepped in and has done something in my behalf without even knowing, that I'll get into in more detail when I talk about meme coins.
Makes sense. Yeah, I like it. He's saving it. You're going to bottle up that thunder, and then you're going to release a lightning rod, PulseX style.
Yeah, kind of matches the backdrop. I love these graphics you put together for backdrop.
Oh yeah, well, shout out to Pulse. I keep messing up. Pulse 5 Wave. I added him on X. He is awesome. He did the intro and the outro for the previous conference, for PulseChain conference, Pulse Conference 2055. He did the backgrounds for that, and then he also did this one. He did the intro and the outro. We'll see later today as well. Amazing. So shout out to Pulse 5 at Pulse 5 Wave. I'll put it in the chat. Let me find it. He's great. That's community contributions, making donations here. Gerardo made a website for the Pulse conference. Like this is you know, it's like Richard. When Richard sees people, you know, in the community step up and make HEX websites, PulseChain websites and stuff, he appreciates it. And then when I do a conference and then people just make stuff for that and make donations and do stuff for that, then I feel really good about it too. So it's like, that's cool how like you can just see this, hey, I'm going to do this thing, no expectations. If you want to contribute to it, you can. And then I'm very happy to see people step up and be like, I'm going to share. I'm going to tell people about it. I'm going to make, you know, I had a poster. I saw Rackham made a poster for the conference as well. I saw, you know, people just saying a lot of great positive things about it too. So I'm excited for it, and I think we got a great couple of days ahead of us. And for me, it's like it's like 2 days of 6 hours streaming pretty much. I'm going back and forth, or I'm, you know, hanging on stage with you guys too. But it's I want to say it's no work, and I'm not going to say it's easy, but I think I can do it. I did it once. I'm like, that's a lot of work, but I can do it again. I'll do it.
I remember when Hexologist did that 24-hour stream. I don't know how those guys were.
High bars. Yeah.
Dude, I haven't done a 24-hour anything since I was like, I think back when Reagan was president.
That's tough. Yeah, I'm good. I've seen Maddie do all the 48-hour ones, I think, and stuff as well. I've seen Hexologists do, you know, day after day and 24-hour. I'm just like, guys, that ain't me. I don't want to do that. Yeah. But I appreciate seeing other people do that kind of thing. That was pretty amazing.
I remember when Richard did a stream, and I didn't know it was going to turn out to be 8 hours, but I just kept watching and watching and watching. Like I had to step away to go make dinner, and he's still just going. He did an 8-hour stream, and that dude didn't even stop to go to the bathroom. It's just,
I know. Dude, that was 8 hour no pee breaks. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Was insane.
Yeah. RG3 is correcting it. He did the 24-hour stream. Maybe Hexo did it too, but at least RG3 saying he did a 24-hour stream.
Okay.
Yeah, people are just. I mean, that is what's so amazing about this ecosystem is people are that motivated. You are that motivated. You're that in. You believe that hard. You're like, I want to do whatever I can to make this place great. And whether it's 24-hour streams and building or content or whatever it is, like, there are people that are just like, I'm going to do it. And that's the way I feel. At least I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put my best effort forth. I'm going to do it on my terms. I'm going to, you know, I'm different than a lot of people too. Like I don't monetize. I don't have a token. I don't have all these other stuff too. Nothing against anyone who does. Feel free to do whatever everybody wants to do. But for me, like I set it up in a way where I can put my best, I can feel I could just, I do the things I like to do and make a contribution. And I hope everyone else out there can do that.
We can all do things to make contributions. We don't have to mimic each other. You know, we all have our talents that we can use, if directed properly, to make a mutually beneficial environment for everyone.
Exactly. We got one of everyone. I guess one of everyone. We got 10 of everyone in the ecosystem. I don't know if you were hard to replace. Yeah, if you like, to always what I've been saying about like Dip Catcher or not, I'm like, you can't replace that guy. You can't replace Crypto Coffee. You can't replace SJ. You can't put, you're out there putting in work as well. Like, these are unique personalities and people who have been like, nope, I'm going to win. I'm going to win, and I'm going to show you how. And they're going to keep going. And it's, it always inspires me. These, like, having people, having everyone here today, I feel more inspired. Like, I want to inspire other people as well, but I feel inspired myself just having everyone around for this conference. It's very cool.
And the more you contribute, the more unique you become. The more you just stand out over time because of the things that's just coming out of your own efforts. That's why you can't have another Crypto Coffee, or there's not going to be another SJ, because the things these people produce defines who they are within the space. And, those things can't be replicated.
You can't. We get the most, it's so, you get so covered up in all this bear market blues and all this stuff, and when price could be all, and you don't realize how unique, amazing, underrated, just primed with just the most energy possible this place is, and how different it is than other places, and how many more people we have that are just willing to do what it takes to win and help other people and lift up other people too. It's pretty cool.
And these downtimes are real opportunities for people to really double down on their efforts of who they are and really show how much this all means to them. Because, anybody could be a cheerleader when everything's just going gangbusters and everybody's just a genius in the market all of a sudden. But it's like the real diamonds, the real value comes out when all of that's gone and all that's left is each other. And, that's when the real bonds are built. That's when the real things are forged that make a difference long term.
I was going to say, you got me thinking of hexagons are forged in the bear market. I guess the second bear market, I guess technically from the inception or beginning or when launched. And now we're going to see on the other side. Hopefully we can have plenty more reasons to be very happy and cheerful and high-fiving than we've had over the last little bit. Tim, we're going to get into, we got HEX coming up. Thanks for hopping on. Appreciate it. I think we got RD3 is going to come on. I'm going to give him my closing remarks slot around 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern. So the schedule is like so packed, so tight. I can't even swap stuff around very much. It's packed pretty tight.
Okay, one quick question before we go. When I do my talk on meme coins, are you going to let me have the stage to myself, or is it going to be a conversation?
Usually stage to yourself, but it's whatever you prefer. Yeah, I'm by default, it's all you.
Yeah, that's what I'm prepared for. So just to let you know.
Gotcha. You signal me otherwise, but that's what we're going to do. Sound good?
Okay, excellent.
All right. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. I'll see you in a bit. See you again, very soon.
Yeah, half hour.
Yeah, there we go. Bye.
Cool.
All right, everyone. Boom. Thanks to Tim for filling in there. You're going to see a lot of him at the conference as well today and tomorrow. But up next, we got the HEX Jita. He's a building. He's building out there, doing a lot of great stuff. A lot of new features. PLSCharts.com. Before we get to it though, we got to get the energy going. I think HEX Jita will like this one too. Let's do a 10,000X song. Boom.
HEX is complete.
Project not complete.
Do not the same thing. Promise returns and go build something. How much X is Bitcoin up now? 1,000X over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000X. Smart fucker I am. Everyone else cries and whines like a little bitch. 1,000X over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000X. Smart fucker I am. Well, then it was fucking designed 10,000x. It's impossible. How can he do that? Listen, you stupid fucks. Everything else is up higher. Bitcoin did 2 million x. $1,500 fucking dollars.
Woo! You pumped up now?
Yep, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, that was hopefully I'll drop a link in the chat to that song. I clipped a little bit of it, but boy, that's my favorite Hex song. That's my favorite Hex song. It's so good.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh,
There are a few other good
chat.
ones, but I like that one.
There's plenty of good ones, but that one I'm like, smarter I am. He just that one hits. It hits different. It's different. All right, man. I'll give you some time. Feel free that if you need to share a screen, just give me a nod or a verbal deal. I'll click it on the screen, and I'll be back in a few minutes. See you soon.
Okay. Yeah. Let me share my screen then. Window, Chrome tab. Okay. Let me get it up here. Okay, everyone. So I'm going to be talking a bit about pulse charts. So it's a damn shame seeing kind of GoPulse exit or whatever they're doing. I'm not quite sure, but when they kind of announced their token and everything, I hadn't thought about building kind of a dashboard for PulseChain just because we already had such a good suite of a good site right from launch. But I thought, hey, now's the opportunity to build something and flex my kind of dev muscles. So if you are looking for an alternative, this could be a good option for you. It's called plscharts.com. It has kind of a very similar aesthetic to GoPulse. Everything's kind of in the same place that you'd expect it to be. I recently had launched the portfolio tracker, which was a huge undertaking, but just every single day putting new features into it. And yeah, it's been really fun kind of understanding how all of the different protocols and stuff work on PulseChain. So yeah, I'll talk about a few of the features here. Some of them are pretty cool, pretty unique. I mean, right here on the dashboard, you have the COM coupon rate. I haven't seen that anywhere else, but that's the instant rebate that you get when you max length stake 100,000 hex is what we put in there. But you get 7% back right now on PulseChain when you max length stake PHEX, and then 4.2% or so on Ethereum. So yeah, this is the main dash. There's a bunch more pages, including leagues, which I've done a lot of work on. Again, there, I mean, maybe I can touch on it real quick here. But we have, and I'll be updating this weekly, we have kind of all the leagues, the dollar amounts, the unit amounts, and then the holders per league. And these are liquid leagues. So you can kind of eyeball how many people are in your team, how many people are in your group of people, and what you need to kind of level up to the next league there. And I've got it for right now, holder stats for all of the PulseChain kind of cores and hex coins, hex altcoins, as well as like a bunch of memes and other coins on PulseChain, which you can click on and it calculates the leagues on the fly there based on the supply. And then there's like bridge stuff, gas stuff, validator stuff, like a lot of the things that we saw on GoPulse. If you want to kind of get started, depends on if you're new or if you already have had assets on Ethereum when PulseChain launched, but I'll go through and show you kind of how the airdrop checker works, which is a new feature requested to me yesterday, less than 24 hours ago by RHMax himself. And I thought, hey, I'll build this just for the conference today. But yeah, the input, if you find your address here, and if I go ahead and get 3 addresses that I'm going to use for this demo, and as soon as you paste in 1 or more addresses, you could paste in 50 addresses here, it's going to automatically detect the different addresses, and it's going to check the airdrop for you. So it's going to bring up the dollar value and the table of different assets that you have on PulseChain. Now, this wallet has had activity already on PulseChain, so it's not like a fresh Ethereum wallet. But after you've checked your balances, what you can do is you can either check another address or create portfolio, smash create portfolio, and it's going to go straight to loading up your your dedicated portfolio. So you're going to have each of those 3 addresses here now, and that is stored privately on your machine in local storage. So nothing is sent to any server that I control or any other third-party app. So that set of addresses that you put in, it's just stored on your machine. If you clear your cookies, then yeah, you're going to have to put them in again. But like I said, it's as simple as just copying and literally going to Excel or wherever you have your addresses stored, copying the list and smashing them into the single input, and it will recognize each unique address, which I think is pretty cool and a good balance between privacy and user experience there. So looking at the portfolio tracker then, it has kind of a very similar UI to GoPulse, what we're used to. You can filter by each of the addresses here. You can see the token balances. There's advanced filters, which I'll go into a bit, but basically you can include or exclude liquid balances, hex stakes and stats around hex stakes, or validators. So if I just wanted to see liquid balances, everything's going to be updating on the fly. If I just wanted to see hex stakes, then it would just take those numbers into account. So I think that's pretty cool. The validators hasn't changed, but I can show you. If you click the little pen icon, you're going to be able to go into your settings. Yeah, there's just so much to cover here, but I'll go through it. You can see all of your addresses. If I wanted to name one of these, hot wallet, click save, cold 1, whatever, cold 2, click save and then leave. Then you're going to have your naming updated. So that's your wallets. Detail, if you click on any of the addresses, easy copy paste on any of those addresses, which is cool. This input as well, if you paste in 3 addresses or 4 addresses, it's going to be able to detect. So if I paste in the same 3 addresses, it should give me an error here. 3 duplicates skipped, but it will find the unique ones, right? So you don't have to manually put in the ones that you forgot, right? Which is a nightmare. You just paste in the massive list and you're good to go. So under settings, you have a bunch of options here, and you can set the number of validators that you have. So 10, and then just click off. And okay, 10 isn't a lot for this wallet, but if I just show validators, you can see it's like 10 grand here. And when I have that filtered, then the total also updates. Then what else is there? So looking at the liquid balances, you can see everything's organized. You have the ability, which I haven't seen on too many portfolio trackers, to actually sort by amount, so dollar amount. You can start with the smallest first, start with the largest amounts first. It's default to start with the highest amount. If you like sorting by percentage change, for example, if you leave and come back, that's stored in your local storage as well. So that's really cool. Like all of your settings and stuff are going to be kept the same every time you come back to the site. So however you customize your portfolio, it's going to be like that when you come back. So if you like sorting by 24-hour change, when you reload on your phone, for example, and you're out and about, you're going to be able to see the top gainers in the last 24 hours at the top of your portfolio. You can also click on any of the percentages and it will change to the absolute dollar amount, and it will also reorder based on the dollar amount, which is quite cool. So let's just go back to sorting by amount here. And yeah, I'll just go through this portfolio. You can see there's tons of coins in here across both chains. So it does Ethereum and PulseChain. We have a toggle for either or, 3 states there. And we also have the hex stake section down here, which I've recently added full support for all of the kind of alternative ways of hex staking. So HSIs, pooled staking, that's all there for you. You can see, you can pretty much see everything. I mean, there's a lot to go through here, but basically you can see your total hex value at a very, very high level. So all your liquid stuff, all of your hex staking value across HSIs, pooled stakes, native stakes, and that's all summed together to give you that figure that you see there. And then you can drill down and see the breakdown, the percentage of liquid hex to total staked hex, which I always kind of wanted to understand for myself. total native staked HEX, or total staked HEX, and then the breakdown for solo staked, HSIs, and pool stakes, the T-shares that each of them has, the APY, and then we get to the list of all the stakes, which, yeah, I think looks really clean. You can kind of eyeball the progress. You can also sort by end date. It's default to sort by end date, which I think makes the most sense. So you're kind of on top of what needs to be ended soonest. But you can also sort by progress. So 92% progress is the highest one for this set of wallets. Sort by amount. So one of the wallets here has quite a few big payday stakes, which is also labeled. If you need the stake ID, you can click on the stake ID and get the stake ID. If you have an HSI, so you can toggle over to HSIs and have a look at those, and you can see the HSIs all here. Let me just show you the, okay, we don't have any HSIs on ETH. Okay, so I can't show you that one, but if you click on the HSI ID, you're taken through to the HSI, the NFT page on Etherscan. There's tons of details packed into this stuff. Yeah, everything's kind of laid out for you here in terms of principal, yield, the T-shares for each stake, the APY. The other cool thing in the settings is, so for the Maximus kind of pool stake tokens, as some of you may or may not know, they have kind of two prices. There's the market price, which is the current price on DEX Screener, which, you know, sometimes because of the current bear market, liquidity, etc., the price is zero, which is unfortunate since they're worth like multiple hexes at this point. So what you can do is you can toggle this to use the backing value, and it also makes you feel better. Because then instead of seeing, so if I toggle this back real quick to show you the effect here, instead of seeing 5,387 for 1 million maxi, you're going to be seeing nearly $12,000. So more than double, because it's worth about 2.1 hex. One maxi is worth 2.1 hex or so. And I have another site detailing those stats called lookintomaxi.com if you're interested. The other thing that you'll be able to notice is the leagues. So we have leagues for each liquid position, and these are liquid leagues. And we do take into account the wrapped versions of each asset. So wrapped hex from Ethereum on PulseChain, it's going to be added to your native hex on Ethereum, and you're going to be able to see the total league position. So if I click on this, which is 90.2 million hex, it's going to also include the wrapped version, bring that to 94 million hex, and it's a sharp position in the liquid leagues. So that's pretty nice. What else do we have in the settings here? Hiding dust. We're adding features like all the time. So if I can hide, you know, $1, $10, $100, whatever dust amount you want to hide here. So if I sort by amount, you'll see these figures disappear. $10 hide.
So you spent 45 minutes making it get into the dust part, right? You're like, this is it needs to be right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it. No, dude, your attention to detail on this site is amazing. Like, got Gerardo's site too, that light beam. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
A ton of great. I mean, we already had a ton, and now there's like a ton of new ones. It's super cool. Yeah. Thanks for the demo. Yeah, and I know you had the AI piece on there as well, yep. And yeah, super cool. So definitely want to have you back on the show, the channel, to go through a bunch more stuff too. But boy, thank you for putting in the work. Thanks for building all this cool stuff, man.
Yeah, pleasure, man. Yep. All right. Thanks, everyone. Check it out.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheeta. See you later. All right. Boom. What do we got? Three talks down, about 27 more to go, or more, something like that. Pretty cool. What are we going to do for this? We got Tim coming up here. Let's do, you know what? I haven't seen Hex Girls for a while. Let's do Hex Girls.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
I like that one. I like that. From what I understand, same girl, just different wigs or something like that. That's what RG3 was saying.
Yeah, it looks like it's an early AI thing. It just,
I think it's before AI. I think it was like, I think maybe she just shot it in two different ones and mixed them together. That's what you used to do, I guess, before AI. But well done. Shout out to whoever that is. Well done.
Just to let you know, RG3's talk was supposed to be a half hour. You and I only talked for 15 minutes. So your schedule is currently off by 15 minutes.
Wow, that is something good to know. Thank you for letting me know that.
So I'm technically not supposed to go on until 11:15, but if you want me to go on early, if you and I want to talk, whatever you want to do to try to, put everything back.
Did you just get 15 minutes? 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. You might have. Hey, just if you want to do that, that's fine. I don't have thought that we're doing it live. So no, if you want to spend a few more minutes doing something, maybe, or I'll hop on after like the 20-25 minute mark or something, and we can talk for a minute. That's fine with me. Thanks for letting me know. It's just, the schedule is anything that changes. I didn't even pay attention to 30 minutes with RG3. Well, shoot. That's interesting because now I think at 4 o'clock, I only got like 15 minutes or so. We're going to do it. We're going to make it work. So, but yeah, thanks for letting me know. You got some more time. Thank you, sir. Honest gentleman, keeping us on track. And now you get some more time out of it. There you go.
Well, there we go. Very good.
Cool. Yeah. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Excellent. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the first PulseX online conference. As I said earlier in my conversation with Max, really thankful to be able to be on here. This is the first conference I've participated in where all of the things that I applied to speak on, all the subjects have been accepted. So I will be speaking multiple times over this conference. And this particular subject that I'm going to speak on first is, to me, what I consider the most important subject for me personally to be able to speak on at all during this conference. So again, I'm just really thankful for Max for giving me this opportunity to be able to have my own block of time and not having to share this discussion with other people. So the subject for this part of the conference is called How to Do Meme Coins Right. And meme coins have become very, very popular over the past year or two. I remember when the first official meme coin launched, which was Dogecoin, which was actually launched as a way of ridiculing people for holding Bitcoin, which was always kind of strange to me that people would actually take any real interest in such a thing. But some have, and the rest is history. But for me, I would like to focus this particular talk not on the broad spectrum of meme coins, but to focus particularly on pump tires based coins. Because I'm sure most of you know, Pump Tires is a program that Richard Hart launched on the PulseChain network that allows anybody to literally create their own coin with just filling in a few blanks and pushing a button and paying a transaction fee, and you're in business. You got a coin. And that can be an asset to our network, but it can also be a distraction. And unfortunately, for most of the time so far, it has been a distraction. And I'm wanting to rectify that. And that's part of why I'm here today. So to get right into it, how do you do a Pump Tires coin right? And really what it comes down to is, if you're going to launch a coin, You need to treat your coin like a business and not treat it like poker chips. And what do I mean by that? What does it mean to have a business? What is involved with running a business? Well, to put it in simplest terms, most businesses work on a very simple premise, and that is the premise of accumulation and redistribution. For example, most people are acquainted with a guy named Gordon Ramsay. He is basically the biggest name in the culinary world. And you never see him making commercials shilling his restaurants because he doesn't have to. Everybody knows who he is. And if they haven't eaten at one of his restaurants, they would like to. So how did Gordon Ramsay get to this place that he is in right now of being such a large personality in that particular space? He started off with a restaurant. He accumulated ingredients and then he redistributed them in the form of the various dishes that he would serve. And things just compounded from there to the point that he is where he is today. Well, we basically have the same opportunity with pump tires. We can literally do something similar. If you're not familiar with the program, when you apply to create your coin, you have the option to purchase some of the coin before it becomes publicly accessible. And you put up a certain amount of pulse in order to do that. There is a limit to how much you can acquire before launch, and it's approximately 80%. About 200 million pulse is what you have to put up in order to get that 80%. So as a coin founder, you have the opportunity to accumulate 80% of your coin before anyone else even knows it exists. And this is something that I did along with the other two founders that are involved in our particular pump tires coin. So when it actually launched on day one, our next step was we began telling people that we know personally about what we had done. And we were somewhat discriminatory in who we talked to, because we were talking to people that we knew personally, that we knew would respect our asset as a store of value, which is what we created it to be. And what that means, because I've had people ask me about what store of value is. For it to make the most amount of sense in the simplest terms, you have to realize that value comes out of you. You are the source of value for whatever thing you appreciate. It is you that determines how much value something has. And why that matters is because a lot of people believe in something called intrinsic value. People that are really into gold, like my neighbor, for example, he believes that gold has intrinsic value. The fact is, nothing has intrinsic value. Nothing. Because nothing is the source of value other than you. So when people believe that something else is the source of value, suddenly that thing takes priority. It's like that becomes a bigger authority in your life than you. And that creates confusion. And it's my objective to neutralize confusion. So understanding that you are the source of value for whatever you are involved with it's a very important perspective to have, because value is not price. And I remember Richard Hart was explaining this in a live stream one time, and this really affected me in a wonderful way. Price is what you pay, but value is what you get. So for example, if you've got two guys in a grocery store, the first guy, he's hungry and he loves strawberries. So he's going to buy a pound of strawberries. Those strawberries are going to be more valuable to him than guy number two, who doesn't like strawberries and he's not hungry. He's only there because his pregnant wife is having a craving for strawberries and she sent him down to go buy her some. He's not going to value those strawberries as much as guy number one, but they're both going to pay the same price for the same thing. But their relationship to that thing is different. And that's what the word value means. Value is simply a word that defines how you relate to something. So if you're going to start a coin on pump tires, the success of that coin is going to be directly proportional to how you value it and how other people who hold it value it. The mistake that a lot of people make when they start a coin is they turn it over to the market right away and they let the market decide what the value is going to be. And the problem with that is that markets aren't driven by value, they're driven by greed. So if you want to do a coin right, you have to treat it like a business. You have to value it for what it is. And you need to bring people on as holders who are going to respect it as such before you make the general public know about it. And this is essentially what we did with our coin, the Fitzgerald Company, which wasn't even my idea. It was the idea of a friend of mine who owns a business called the Fitzgerald Company that accumulates building supplies and redistributes them in the form of a new house. So we simply took that concept and we applied it to a crypto that we, who don't know enough to start our own coin, were able to do thanks to Richard Hart launching pump tires. So now, because of that, I don't even relate to pump tires as a meme coin generator. That's not what it is. To me, it's a store of value generator. And when other people understand that they now have the opportunity to create their own coin and they can define their own value, and I'll explain how that's done in another talk later in this conference. But when people understand that power that they have at their disposal, this is going to absolutely revolutionize cryptocurrency. And PulseChain, my goal is to have PulseChain be in the vanguard of this revolution, because people who are Gen Xers like I am, they don't want to be a cog in somebody else's wheel. If they're going to participate in something, they want to write their own rules, they want to define their own values, and they want to pilot their own ship. And this is what pump tires essentially brings to the table. It brings that optionality if people want to use it in that way. They just, as Richard says, we just need eyeballs. We just need people who are willing to learn how the system works and work the system. I've had at least two other people come to me with an interest in replicating the plan that we've done to create the success that we have. Now, unfortunately, none of them have followed through with that desire, but that's okay. You can't expect everybody to just be as motivated as we are. But, I see that this is going to be the thing that Steve Jobs coined as the killer app. When When Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak started building computers in their garage in Cupertino, California in the mid-1970s, which would become Apple, Steve Jobs realized back then that in order for this machine to take off and everybody to want one, it was going to have something called a killer app. It was going to have something that would capture the attention of everybody and make everybody want to own one. Well, I see that Pump Tires is the killer app for PulseChain. I see it as the thing that's going to make everybody want to get involved because they're going to be able to be in control of their own thing. And that, because the way Pump Tires is set up, when you launch a coin, it's automatically paired with Pulse. That's why you can use Pulse to buy some before it launches, because the original liquidity pair on the exchange is a V1 Pulse pair with your coin. So the more successful a Pump Tires coin becomes, the more that benefits the PulseChain blockchain because of the way Richard set it up with that V1 arrangement. So not only are you accumulating Pulse in your pool as your coin sells and is bought up and becomes successful, but it's also contributing to the burning of Pulse at the same time. So it's a win-win situation for everyone involved. And I really can't say enough about the foresight of Richard in putting this together and having it work in a way that it does. Because in this way, those of us who use this program and create these coins can actually work together to benefit one another. And the details of that is, again, another subject that will be talked about in more detail in another talk in this conference. But what we have here at our disposal is just, it's mind-blowing. I mean, when our coin first launched, for weeks, we would just sit back and look at the chart and just go, wow, 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 because we're just so overwhelmed at the success that we've created. It's like we're wanting to do all these other things like build a website and build a web store and have t-shirts and all this stuff. And, we're moving as fast as we can, but life gets in the way too. And the fact that we're just sitting back, just admiring, what is actually unfolding is just, it's kind of distracting. Everything is exceeding our expectations. So it's just a really great system to be a part of. When I first got involved in Bitcoin in 2011, as I was saying earlier, I saw back then that Bitcoin could have the potential to replace the store of value aspect that the United States dollar has lost as a result of the Federal Reserve defining the quantity of money that would exist at one time. But the fact is, that was just the beginning of a much bigger picture that has unfolded since then. There was no such thing as DeFi back when Bitcoin first launched. The notion of decentralized finance, where we can have exchanges like PulseX, where we can set up our own pools and we can basically define our own value based on what we're going to contribute to each pool, is just, it's the big picture of what first started unfolding to me all those years ago. And, you know, to be here now and to be part of a conference and to be able to share these things with people is just, it's a blessing that is beyond belief. And so I hope everybody who's been observing this conference and has been participating in the system, you know, I can only hope that it is as meaningful to you as it is to us and to those associated with our coin, those who are associated with this conference. We have so much to look forward to. The future is so bright. You know, it's amazing. Max.
Super bright. You're gonna need those glasses when we had the meteor shower, the one that you see on the Rockets Up video when he's like,
Yes.
I can't say it. Yeah, you're gonna need those. Very bright. Yeah. So real quick, I think we'll give Cairo the next speaker, start a few minutes early for him as well. But
Okay.
yeah, if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah,
But,
I set everything on my notes, so I'm good.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll just ask you, maybe take us out on this.
Sure.
You talked about, how to do meme coins right. What
Yes.
are some things you've seen that are just like, okay, like how to do meme coins wrong, I guess. Like what is like a quick hitting list of that?
Well, I did touch on that slightly, but doing meme coins wrong is simply launching a coin and not taking responsibility for it. You're just putting it out there to just do whatever with and letting the market do whatever with and not taking responsibility for what you yourself has created. That's doing it wrong because it's just diluting wealth. It's creating confusion. You know, PulseChain is not a joke. You know, we've got an awesome weapon here and it needs to be treated as such. And pump tires is something that anybody can use. You know, you don't need to know anything. You're just filling in blanks and pushing buttons. And it's like, you know, treating that like a toy is doing it wrong. You got to treat it like a business. You know, we're here to make a difference. We're not here to just play games. So that, to me, that's doing it wrong versus doing it right.
Gotcha. Awesome. Yeah, this is, I appreciate the perspective again. I am someone who I've said many times, not very interested in meme coins. I think there's a lot of sectors on PulseChain I'm just not interested in one way or another. I love the cores. I try to stay with them for all these different reasons. But
Sure.
I appreciate people building. I appreciate, people trying to do it right, trying to create value on PulseChain. I love that you said PulseChain is not a joke. Like I think that when you say it hits, it's like that is like something that you see people just kind of like, oh, we're just going to play all these games and extraction and just like not just do a bunch of things that aren't good for the chain because whatever, we can do it. Anybody can click the buttons and do all this stuff. It's like, come on, you want more than that?
It's like, to me, pump tires is an avenue of bringing liquidity into the chain, not extracting it away from existing assets that are already on the chain. So it's how you relate to the system that's going to really matter. And, that's a matter of personal discipline. Unfortunately, we just can't push a button and make people not be stupid. Unless it's the dropping a nuke on everyone.
Oh wow, that's would not be a lot of things after the nuke thing as well. Yeah, it's I think I love pump. I mean, again, this is I can have these two ideals. Like I can appreciate pump tires burning PLS, creating opportunities to burn PLSX. Things are good for the ecosystem. I can see why Richard has supported it and tweeted about it and all that stuff before. And hopefully we keep getting the momentum, have a lot of people who are going to do meme coins use that platform because that's good for the chain. Like we can see it is technically set up to be good for the chain. And that's the PulseChain difference, I think.
Yeah, because if you launch a coin and you do it right and you make it successful, and it's just a matter of creating success and instead of creating stupidity, then you can pair your successful coin with the cores and other noteworthy assets on PulseChain, and we can all generate and contribute to each other's success. That's the ideal. Everything else is just stupid and a waste of time.
All right, Tim, we will see you in a little bit. I'll say what panel are you on next?
I'm back on the second debate panel at like 3 o'clock.
That's a man. The man up next is he's also on that panel. So have you picked a position yet? Do you have anything? I think you sent some in. I believe, was it you?
I offered to take the opposing position on like 3 different subjects. I'm just kind of approach the debates organically because I don't have anything that I really need to prove. So I'm going to have fun with it. Like DJ Cryptomatic said, how are we going to debate? We're all friends. So
yeah, it'll be good. I think if anyone's watched the debates, at least that I did in the past,
I've got some
few weeks,
I've
educational
got some notes that I can draw on to keep some momentum going. But like I said, I don't have anything that I absolutely have to prove, so I don't have to win the debate. I can make it fun.
That's what it's like the Mike Tyson quote. Everybody's got a plan until they show up and get punched in the face. We can modify that and say everyone don't think they are going to take a debate today and have a fervent position until they show up to the debate panel. And like, you know what? I do want to educationally argue this in a respectful way that isn't a cage match. However, we all learn from it and be entertained at the same time. You never know.
It's like professional wrestling.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for doing the talk, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right. Thanks, man. See you soon.
Yeah. See ya. All right, everyone. Up next, let's see what kind of transition we do for this one. You know what? This is a new one. This is HEX t-shirts. HEX t-shirts here. We'll do this one, and before Kyra gets to pump it up, here we go. 3, 2, 1. She wants to see Cairo. She wants to see him. How's it going, man? Good to see you.
Going all right, Max. How's it going for you?
Fantastic. Glad to see you back. You were cooking at the last conference. Excited to see you cook at this one. No pressure. I know you'll do fine though.
Yeah. How's my audio? Is it nice and loud?
Nice and loud, and hear you great, man. You got about 17, 18 minutes. It sounds like you can do it around that time.
Yeah. Like since we got like some extra time here, let me ask you this here, because whenever I hear the bears that I argue with, I ask, they're out there saying this cycle is all over. And I ask them, okay, well, what is it that causes the cycle? And I get no answer. So I want to ask you, Max, what do you say? What causes the cycle?
Oh, now I'm trying to channel the last 3 streams you've done of all the impact information. What's the right answer? You tell me. I'll let you tell me that one.
All right. Well, what causes the cycle is the subject of today's speech.
Right. I like it.
I will be
all right,
sharing that with everyone today.
I love it. I'll put you're up. I'll leave you. I'll come back in about 50 minutes. Sound good?
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. See you soon. And if you have anything to share on screen, just tell me and I'll put it up there.
All right. Yeah.
See you soon.
Okay. So here's the question to everybody. Why does crypto go up every 4 years? What legitimately makes it go up besides buy orders outnumbering the sell orders? Or what causes that? How does Richard Hart call the top on the day? What do institutions such as BlackRock and Fidelity know that you don't? Well, once you know the answer to all these questions, you'll also know why the bears that say it's all over are complete illiterate fools. Because here's the deal, just a little bit of investment literacy is going to kill any bears. So let me just start with a phrase that should send a cold shiver down the spine of anyone who's ever tweeted something like, oh, it's the 4th year, number go up. Here's the phrase. There's no such thing as a 4-year crypto cycle. Yes, I know, that's heresy. Go ahead, burn me at the blockchain. But let's be clear. What people are actually doing when they parrot this phrase is they're mistaking the vaguely coincidental pattern for a divine financial law as if Satoshi himself etched it into a stone ledger on Mount Hodl. Let's unpack it slowly before your brain tries to auto-defend some defense nonsense about Plan B or rainbow charts. You see, this so-called 4-year cycle, the idea that Bitcoin, and by extension the rest of the crypto zoo, experiences a predictable bull and bear phase every 4 years like some kind of hormonal werewolf, is based on the halving event. The halving event has absolutely nothing to do with it. It doesn't. I'm sorry that you've been told that. Because you see, what actually drives all financial assets to go up when they do, and yes, that includes crypto, is the global debt cycle. If you haven't heard of this before, it's time that you have heard of this, because once you understand this, you will never be bearish again. You'll never be bearish like the idiots that are jeeting out of our ecosystem after every 10% pop, thinking that's going to be all that there is. So let me say it again slower, this time for the people that still believe in PDI. It's not the calendar date that matters. Crypto doesn't decide to start going up just because of where we are in the calendar. Matter of fact, last people that said the calendar that predicted some dramatic world events were the Mayans. And last I looked, the world still existed after 2012. The calendar date doesn't matter. It's the debt cycle that dictates what crypto does. It doesn't move because it's time. It moves because liquidity moves. It reacts like any other risk-on asset. When the central banks ease and they cut the interest rates and turn the money printer back on and flood the world with fiscal morphine, financial assets surge. And crypto, being relatively small and illiquid compared to, say, the S&P 500 or the bond market, it rockets upward in an asymmetric, frothy, and utterly unhinged way. But none of that has happened yet. I want to share my screen here and show you all something. You probably have seen this on my Twitter here. So let me show it to you again. Let's see, is it working? Hope it's working. Okay. So if you haven't seen this, I highly encourage you to check this out here. Just look for Reinvent Ideal on Twitter. That's where you can find me. These are the things that are required for us to have a crypto bull run. And where are these things at right now? Well, the interest rates are still parked at economic punishment levels. Quantitative easing is not here. Forward guidance, we don't have that. We have more like forward confusion. Reserve requirements are still tight. Fiscal spending, it's not enough to light the match. And the dollar index, it's still puffing its chest like it owns the place. If you've seen my streams, I have shown you it is a perfect inverse, negatively correlated relationship between the DXY, the dollar index, and the crypto market. Why does this happen, though? Because I could probably think you have two questions here. Well, if the 4 years of the 4-year cycle doesn't matter, why has it played out in 4-year increments in the past? And our question you might have is, if the 4-year part of the 4-year cycle isn't a safe bet, how do we know that the cycle playing out at all is a safe bet? Lucky for you, I can answer both questions at the same time. You see, roughly every 4 years, fiat takes a giant dump. And the reason why is because every 4 years, the largest governments in the world have a massive debt maturity scheduled to occur that they have no intention of paying off. They just refinance it and roll it over and keep kicking the can further down the road. Now, I know we all hate the national debt because it's generational theft, but it's also the spark that lights the fuse for generational wealth. You see, central bankers are going to have to suffer for our sins, or more accurately, suffer for our gains. Let's do a quick peek here at what causes GDP growth, because you see, that's what every government is chasing. That's what they all want to have. Let me share my screen with you all again here. If you haven't seen this before, well, I say that it's about time that you did. This little equation, GDP growth equals population growth plus productivity growth or foreign investment plus debt growth. We don't necessarily need all 3 of those or all 4 of those for us to have good GDP. We really just need one of those to be very good. But here's the deal. Currently, as it stands in the world today, we are not going to have population growth. We're not having productivity growth. And we're not going to have foreign investment growth. Let me show you this chart here, which is the thing that should send a chill down your spine. You see, the first world has essentially stopped breeding. And reproductive freedom, Netflix, they are more appealing than raising three kids in a collapsing apartment the size of a shoebox. You can thank contraception, career ambition, and the decline of the agrarian children as unpaid labor business model. You see, we don't need more hands on the farm anymore. What we need is fewer people complaining on Slack. And you know what other lever we can't pull anymore, since we can't rely on population growth to grow our economy? We also can't rely on foreign investment. Because take a look at this here. You can see this. This shows a decline of foreigners investing in the United States we are in serious trouble if we are going to rely on that. So what do the governments do? They borrow. This here shows debt to GDP for the entire world, but you can rest assured it's been equally and proportionately bad, particularly for the United States. They're issuing out more debt to keep the economy going because that's the only lever that we have left. Now, why is this a problem? What is going to happen here? If I've said it once on my streams, I've said it 1,000 times. Where is the 10-year treasury? And what is the 10-year treasury telling you? Well, take a look here. It's over 4%. It's at 4.42%. What's being communicated by that? What that tells you is that people do not want to buy U.S. treasuries. They're not interested in them. Now, why is that a problem? Well, take a look here. From 2023 up until 2026, all of this treasury debt is going to need to be rolled over. $13.9 trillion. That is rollovers, and that is also new debt being issued. And it's not just the United States that has this problem of having to issue a whole bunch of new debt that no one wants to buy. China has this problem too. They're in the same boat as us. 13.3 trillion is going to be what's issued out and rolled over by the end of this year. And then Japan has the same problem. Look at this chart. 2.4 trillion. You might think, well, that's not very big. It is for a little country like Japan. And then the Eurozone, almost 4 trillion there that has to be rolled over, reissued, and new issuances by the end of this year. This is what's scheduled on all of these governments' balance sheets and treasury balance sheets every 4 years. This is what causes the 4-year cycle, is the issuance and the maturities and the rolling over of all this debt along with new debt that they have to issue. And in this cycle, it's going to total 33.5 trillion. And you might be thinking, well, wait a minute. What does all this debt have to do with crypto? Very good question. But first, let's put this into perspective, because this is what happened last time in 2021. You remember how good 2021 was? Why was it so good? Well, it was because of the COVID crash and the government's stepping in to try to prevent the inevitable, printing money left and right, where we collectively decided to crash the economy to protect the elderly by locking everyone in their homes except for Amazon drivers. So they were handing out money like Oprah handing out cards with stimulus checks and PPP loans and recovery packages fueled and funded by government debt. And who bought the debt? Central banks did. How much debt was being issued out? 14.5 trillion. 14.5 trillion was issued out in new debt during the last debt cycle in 2021. That cycle that caused HEX to do a 10,000x. Guess what? This time, more than double the amount of debt is being issued out to kick off this debt cycle. And less people want to buy it. So who's going to buy this debt? Take a look at this chart. This should send shivers down your spine. This shows us the proportionate ownership of U.S. debt, Treasury debt. This was it back in 2008, the blue. So it didn't look bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. But 10 years later, look at this red. Nobody wants to own it except for the Federal Reserve, the banks, and other government funds. What do all three of those have in common? The government can control them and bully them into buying that debt. Why does Trump want to get rid of Powell right away and replace him with someone else? This is why, because he wants somebody else in the Federal Reserve that is going to play ball and buy more of this Treasury debt by printing more money. That's what needs to happen to keep the economy going. So a central bank is forced to buy government debt, not just the United States, but also China, Japan, and the Eurozone. And the way that they're forced to do it is by lowering interest rates, buying treasuries, and printing more money. You see, these central banks don't have money in their pockets to go buy this debt with. They print it. What happens when you add $33.5 trillion to the money supply of the world and you don't create a proportionate amount of additional assets for that money to buy? I mean, basically $33.5 trillion with no place to go. Where does it go? goes into financial assets, because we're not building new houses. We're not creating new cars. We're not drilling for more oil. We are not creating enough stuff for the money to buy. It goes into financial assets. And that means everything goes up, including crypto, but crypto goes up more because it's tiny, it's illiquid, it's volatile. It's basically a firecracker in a tin can. So when capital floods the system looking for yield, for momentum, for anything that isn't a piss shit bond, it rushes towards the riskiest, most reflexive corners of the market. The stocks are going to pop, the tech is going to rip, but crypto detonates. This is what happened in 2021 and in 2017 when 45% of government debts rolled over all within the same year. That's what happens in bull runs, what causes bull runs as we know it. And you're probably wondering, well, why hasn't it happened right now? Because the amount of debt that is being rolled over and cycled through this time is larger than the last time. That's all that it is. So, are you still bearish? This happens roughly every 4 years. Doesn't have to stay on a 4-year cycle, though. The bigger the debt that has to be rolled over in this cycle, the longer it's going to take. But what you need to take away from this is that crypto doesn't follow a calendar. It follows liquidity, the same way that plants follow the sun. When the debt cycle turns, when interest rates are cut, when reserve requirements are relaxed, when QE comes back like an aging pop star on a comeback tour, that is when crypto wakes up. If you think it has done a fraction of what it's capable of so far, you got very, very low expectations. Probably lower expectations than I have for the new Fantastic Four movie. You see, this doesn't happen because it's the 4th year. It happens because the tide is rising and crypto floats the highest. So make no mistake, that tide will rise because it must. The debt is too big, the deficits are too wide, and the political will to tighten our belts is about as strong as a used piece of wet toilet paper. So yes, crypto is going to go parabolic again because of all this debt rolling over and cycling through. So 4-year cycle didn't miss. The debt cycle is just lagging because the debt that is being cycled through is larger this time around. It's double than it was last time. You can expect double the power and double the impact in the results that you see in this bull run this time around. Instead of a 10,000x, you can expect a 20,000x. And when that finally kicks in, when the yields collapse, when real rates go negative and bonds become the financial equivalent of expired meat, capital will go anywhere that promises a sliver of escape. But you know what crypto will go up the most? The one that burns every time it's bought and becomes more rare as it's bought and burned. PulseX. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I'm Cairo. You can check me out on Twitter at ReinventIdeal, or you can check out my website, reinventideal.com, or you can see my streams on YouTube. Just look for Crypto Cairo Hex. Got a big one coming up right here. You won't want to miss it. Might be my last stream for a while.
Cooking, Cairo, cooking. Great job, man.
Yep. So this is something that I've been sitting on for about 6 months right here, waiting for like the right time to talk about it. But there's no reason to feel bearish when you know what's going on. I mean, this is what Richard Hart knows that other people don't know, and that's why he's able to make the top calls that he makes. This is what Eric Wall knew when he made all those bets and why he won them. This is what Fidelity and BlackRock and the Trump family know and why they keep buying crypto when everybody else is jeeting out. It's all related to the debt cycle.
Wow. Well, don't get too comfortable. We'll be back in a little bit for the debate panel. Got some great topics lined up for that. Again, appreciate you, man. Yeah, check out Cairo's channel if you haven't already. I've been watching his streams lately. Well enjoyed it. Good stuff, man.
All right, I'm looking forward to our debate panel later today.
Awesome. We'll see you in a bit. See you.
All right, thank you much, Max.
Whoa. Oh, so good. If you haven't seen his talk at the Pulse Conference 2055, super good too. The first time I met him, and I was like, whoa, he's very passionate, a lot of energy, says a lot of very interesting stuff. So good stuff there. We got the next panel, or the first panel. We haven't had a panel yet. We've just been having a lot of mostly lightning talks and stuff. Really good stuff coming up here. We've got the AI panel next. I'm looking in the green room. I see 3 of the supposed at least 7 people on there. Somehow I had Mr. Angry Twinkie twice. No one caught that except me yesterday when I was looking at the schedule. I was like, wait, I have him twice on there? Oh god. And so I thought I had more people than then. But oh yeah, well thanks Gerardo for yeah, that's right. Gerardo's not in here because he's not on the link yet. Oh my bad. Let me send you a link real quick. Gonna get you in as well. Let's see. Also, Hexologist going to join us for the Hex panel coming up in a little bit as well. So, okay, a couple late additions here. Awesome. Thoughts up. Hex back as well. Okay, can't remember if he was going to be on the panel or not. He was panels. Saying panels are more of a reservation, so don't expect every person to show up for each one. But if you want to, and you get submit first, it's for pretty much first come first serve. All of this stuff. So, all right. I think we got almost everyone here. Get the order just a second. Check your DM, sir. Should have one there. Gerardo DM, sir. Put that there. Not der. D-U-R, not the der. Sir, S-I-R. And let's do a transition. Let me pick the transition. Pick the transition. Who else we got? Yeah, why can't I scroll down? StreamYard, please stop changing stuff. You're annoying the shit out of me right now. Well, I can't scroll down any farther on the StreamYard thing. So fun. But we're gonna pick a transition. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna do it live. We're gonna have I'm gonna play about a minute or so of the song. Shout out to, I'll put the name in the chat. Hex Gang. Actually, let me find it. Real quick. Let me go to email real quick. Hex Gang. Somebody donated a song, and I'll play at least part of it right now. Let's do donation momentarily. Almost there. PulseX conference, Hex Gang. Shout out to Robbie Create. He made this song, and I'll play at least the first half of it right now as a transition. And we'll go into AI panel coming up in like a minute or so. Be ready, everyone. Be ready. Here we go.
Hey, yo, we had scanners, why they hit us with a Wells notice. SEC versus RH11 until they notice. In the back of the court, we're treated just professional. We don't care, we got them RH simple songs screaming out. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. For some reason, yo, they hating no heads. It don't matter. We got each other's back. Now we can flex. Forget a market cap. Heads could burn all of that. Always spinning in the front, psyops in the back. We stack, burn, flip and trade a little crypto. Made other platforms famous cause the DeFi is all we know. SEC sending their letters and marking their posts. They didn't expect RH11 to come and dispose. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. PulseChain has made it clear it's the new L1. Keeping gas fees low on Ethereum, case 1. PulseX your way into crypto. Regulations gonna take things slow. Everyone knows we stack, burn, flip, and hold every bit we own. Richard Hart got the vision. INC incentivizes us to run the show, while the SEC installs in the status quo. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. Smart contracts running, DeFi is trust. This is PulseChain gang, you don't believe in us. SEC tried to talk, so we had 11 witness. The bear is the real test, SEC is just fitness. We taking over, no time to debate. Check your contract over, the audit said it was fake. You got the keys, and you collect all the fees, and you're not locked, so you probably pull liquidity. Hey yo, this the future, crypto on lock. Hex is the first CD on block. SEC stepped in to stop the clock, but the validator's running the code will never stop. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto.
All right, awesome stuff. Shout out to Robbie Create for that. It looks like Franklin made the beat for it. Sounds like in chat as well. Let's get to our next panel, AI panel. Let me see if I can click the buttons here, get everyone in. Hex Kong, Twinkie, Mr. Angry Twinkie, A Wild SJ, Hex Jita. We got 404 and Gerardo. Or sorry, Litverse. I can't see the words. StreamYard won't scroll down. So here we go. Welcome everyone. Welcome.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, everyone?
Shout out to Gerardo he's making websites for conferences now. Do you guys know that? He's making websites for the Cypress thing.
Yeah, is it with a little bit of AI help?
Absolutely.
He only speaks. We got to prompt inject him. We got to jailbreak his
Yes.
AI.
Got to speak in
Prompt
Python.
I'm in
Speak in
unhinged
Python.
mode
Okay.
right now.
Oh wow, you're in Gerardo 4 unhinged mode. I like it.
4 heavy.
4 heavy. All right, I'm gonna step out for a minute. I'll be in and out here in a second though. But whoever wants to kick it off, start talking AI stuff. If you got something on the screen, just vocally cue me, and if I'm over here, I'll click it. So I'll be back, guys.
Cool.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. So, I know I've had the opportunity to stream a bit with Kong previously, and I've met a number of folks here. I guess let me start with a simple question. So, with respect to some of the AI tools you're using today to do a little bit of research, stay current on PulseChain, things going on with PulseX and the like, what are y'all doing today? Like, what are some of your go-to moves and the like? Because obviously there's a ton of information. Sure, I follow the vast majority. I think about everyone here, or I'm sure I've crossed paths with you on Twitter or something to that effect. But aside from me cracking open crypto Twitter, what are some of your go-to tools or methods for research?
I would say for me, it's been I don't know. It's been I've been kind of switching back. I've been using a lot of Grok, and Grok released their new Grok 4 model. I think I haven't used it too much, but from what I've seen on the benchmarks and stuff, it does look like it's super competitive with even the kind of the top models we have now. So I've been using Grok. It seems like it has access to Twitter. It seems like it's good at reading websites and stuff. So, and there's those questions like, and I think I've said this before on like AI panels and stuff, but there's certain questions that, and I don't know if I can name off the top of my head, but you can't Google the answers for, right? It's like, you can't Google the answer for certain particular nuanced things, right? Especially when we're talking about like in crypto or in PulseChain, like there's you could probably find an answer, but maybe it's on Reddit or something like that. You know what I mean? There's not going to be maybe a Google article on exactly what you're looking for. I think AI and Grok, if you have a question and you ask Grok, you'll probably get a better, fresher, nicer answer than, I don't know, 5 minutes or even 20 minutes of research kind of scrolling through Google and stuff. So that's kind of, say, one of my biggest use cases for AI is just kind of asking it questions, especially for things I'm not totally sure about, right? So that thing will, it's maybe it's not going to be able to do it all for you, but it'll definitely point you and steer you in the right direction. So
Yeah, Grok is awesome. I'm sure a lot of you guys, if not all of you, use AI in some form like every single day, not multiple times a day. And we have so many different tools. I really believe we're in the middle of like the race, because you mentioned Grok. It used to be honestly not too good. I used to prefer ChatGPT. And then when Grok 3 came out, Grok 3 was better than the current OpenAI model, in my opinion. But then I feel like OpenAI passed them up after their image generation, that whole Ghibli takeover on Twitter. And their text model got so much better too. And now it's like, okay, now is Grok in the lead again? But it depends on what you're using it for. I mean, Perplexity, Claude, Grok, ChatGPT, even some of the tools like HEX Cheetah and I use. I'm not really sure what stack you use, HEX Cheetah, but like the V0s, the cursors of the world, if you're into like coding IDs, integrated with your chatbot right there. And it's just like, I don't know about you guys, but every like few weeks or so lately, every month, I get like this AI existential dread. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a doomer, but I get where Elon has been coming from for the last like 5-10 years. It's like this moment where it's the first time we're actually meeting a rival species, if you will, potential rival species. It's just so much smarter. We've created something so much smarter than ourselves. It's awesome, and the optimistic outcome is beautiful. It's amazing. I mean, you're already seeing it, and I mean, I think that's what we strive for, especially everyone here in this room, is for that optimistic outcome. So
yeah, I think it's just a partnership, man. When you say it's its own entity, it's really not. It's a partnership between you and the AI. The AI can't do anything by itself, right? Like, it can't make itself do anything. You have to initiate it. It's just like any other tool. And I believe the more you sharpen your sword, the better it gets. So the fact that some people stop using a certain one and go to a new AI model, well, I've been making Ghibli pictures and my fingers have been looking great with chat for the longest. So the more you train your skills and hone in on that, the better it gets, right? Like, so people abandon chat to go to these other places. And while you did that, I kept honing in chat. And that's why I'm able to kind of do certain things that people can't. And my model is better than most. And people always ask me to do stuff for them because they can't do it. They're like, yo, my chat is not working for whatever reason. I can't take these two pictures, for example, and blend them into one concept. But somehow for me, it seems to work. So I don't know if it's the way that I interact with it, the way I'm prompting it, or because I just spent more time on that specific model. So like it might be a mix of two, but that's my belief on it. And like I'm straight up a chat, not a maxi, but I stick to 10 to that. And depending on what I'm doing, I like to see what works best in what places. So for 404 Mon, for example, the whole collection actually came from a Copilot, right? So I made it all off of Copilot, and now I'm just using all chat, and it's like it's cool to see what can do what. And like you said, man, it just really depends on what you're doing, right? And then once you find what works, I'd say like stick there for that specific topic or for that specific brand that you're building with it, you know, because you could start something in chat and then go to these different things like Grok or whatever other tool you want to use, and you'll see how it's kind of going to differ, right? It's not better or worse, but it's going to be different, and you could spot those differences. So for me, it's all about consistency, and if you want to start a brand, it's all about branding and all about making sure that when people see what it is right away, they know what it is, right? So if you have differences within the collection or the brand itself, well, you're going to lose people because you lose out on that consistency, right? So that's what you really want, is consistency from the AI.
I think SJ's saying something, but I think she's on mute.
We
can't hear you.
Not, but it's the mic. Yeah. I guess I can chip in while she sorts the mic. I don't know. It's on Gerardo's point, like the whole race between the different models has been interesting to watch, but it almost kind of feels like they're just commodities at this point, you know, like you can just switch from one to the other so easily that it's like, what moat do they really have? You know, I mean, like Grok kind of does have a moat because it has data, and then also it has the users, like it has the X platform and it has the Teslas. Like we're seeing Grok being activated inside Teslas. So they've got that where you can only speak to Grok. Probably they won't allow other models. So that's cool. But yeah.
It's a really good point. Yeah. I guess you're right. The moats end up being the data. And I read this really interesting post the other day about how there are two camps: the AI companies that are doing things right, like legally, and the ones who are just kind of like violating policies, but they don't really talk about it. And you ask them, so what did you train? They're right. Like, what did you train your model on? And they're just like, oh, I can't recall, right? Just wishy-washy answers. And at the end of the day, you've heard allegations of OpenAI training on Twitter data, like scraping all of Twitter before Elon had to like put guardrails there and put rate limiting because that was against their policies. And they even sued them and everything. But lawsuits can take a while, and what these guys really care about is just getting ahead. And getting ahead could take just a few months, even a few weeks, whereas a lawsuit could just drag out for 10 years, and by that time they already won.
Yeah,
it's definitely a race.
The business side is interesting. Yeah, it's like
Absolutely.
if you've won the game and you've made it's kind of like Google and Facebook and stuff when they released their ad platforms. It was like so new, but they already kind of won. And then now 10 years later, they're fighting all these like, collecting data on kids and stuff. And it's just like, but they already won though. Like they're like discussing this in court and stuff now. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Like a cell phone commercial back in the day.
Yeah. I actually did that for a living, that cell phone testing stuff. But anyways, one of the things I wanted to bring up was I learned this from Richard from being in this PulseX chat recently, and just kind of the back and forth with the marketing team, is that in terms of what we're doing for the marketing, he's encouraged us because he's way deep in AI. Like I feel like he's been kind of just like down this rabbit hole and has been like utilizing it for all the things that he's been working on. And it's what he mentioned was that O3 chat GPT O3, like when it comes to reasoning, is just above and beyond anything else. Like he constantly is just like, oh, interesting, let's find out, put that in O3. So I've been using that nearly every day, trying to figure out, pieces of this puzzle for the marketing endeavor that we're doing right now. And it's been really awesome, kind of going from like mostly what I was doing with chat, like different AI tools, was art. So I started using it for the NFTs that I created for the PulseChain tour, and have utilized it in different ways. And now I'm becoming more familiar with the chat clients, because I was using it mostly for art at first. And so now it's been really fun to kind of like go down that rabbit hole. And it's a whole vibe, y'all. Like it's really trippy, like seeing the way that they will reason and watching the thinking happen. And the better that you prompt it, right? I think someone else kind of mentioned this, right? Like the better answer that you're going to get. And I feel grateful that I have a background in writing and journalism, because I feel like I have the ability I've always had Google foo, right? Like I always knew kind of like what question to ask when nobody else could find the answer. I was like, well, let's try it this way. So that's huge. And the fact that you can have AI helped you with prompting is huge as well.
Richard, if you're watching, manus.io, one of my favorite new tools. I mean, O3 is awesome. I mean, so just for everyone listening too, if you're not familiar, O3 is model from OpenAI. There's a whole bunch of different models out there, and then you get access to O3 and all the other different stuff on ChatGPT platform, and maybe other aggregators and stuff too. What's really exciting in 2025, I just want to tell, leave this out there for people if they want to play with it, is agent stuff. I think it's amazing. It can go, not only you ask a question, but it can go do it's like a mini employee type of deal. It can go do a bunch of research for you. It can go change a bunch of code. It can do whatever. Not really a coding tool. I don't really use it for that, but for research and being like, run these numbers or go figure out this stuff, or tell me these top 10 stats, or tell me, like, give me information that I can use for content creation and stuff too, or go create thumbnails for me. It's like, it's fantastic for that. So I would say manus.io, super good for an agent tool, the best AI tool, hands down, I've ever seen as of now, for just being able to like deep dive analysis and research and a lot of stuff that I do, that I go and I get information to do if I'm going to go talk about something or post something or stream, or on a technical side too, or just a ton of different images. You see me have been posting on X, a lot of them Manus generated. You can literally just be like, go make, bullish images of Richard Hart, blah, blah, blah. It'll go search Google, find images of famous person, Richard Hart, take them, go add all these bullish elements to it, generate 10, generate 20, generate however many you want. And now you just got a whole bunch of content that you can go change. I can put it in Canvas and change it around, add stuff to it, make it different sizes. You can tell it all this stuff too. So if you haven't tried manus.io, and I know it's a Chinese company, some people don't like that, whatever. Maybe there'll be a better competitor that's more suited in the EU or American or whatever for you at some point too. But this is the best tool I've ever seen so far. So if anybody wants to check it out. Agents.
Yeah, Max, I know you've been touting Manus there. Personally, for my workflow, I definitely use Grok a fair bit, just simply because I'm usually skimming through Twitter, and it's readily handy going back to conversation about distribution and data moats and the like. I do use it to skim through Twitter. I'm like, hey, just tell me what did Richard post about in the last 24 days, or has he mentioned something like this, or did Max mention
just on that
something
real quick?
Yeah.
Just on that with agents, something that you can't really do, or I haven't seen a lot of other platforms do. You can be like, every day at 10 in the morning or whatever, tell me the recap of the previous day's news. Give me the readout. Give me the most people talking about PulseChain or HEX. What are the daily questions people are asking on X? You can do data aggregation on a timer each day like that. So you just made me think of that with the agent stuff that you can do with AI. All that stuff's possible, and you can really get an edge on everything else. You don't have to do everything manually all the time. So anyways, I just wanted to say that. It's an awesome point.
Yeah, absolutely. I use it sometimes too to help troubleshoot some code I'm writing. When it's hour 8 and your eyes are going blurry and you're sitting there like, hey, what is wrong with this? What did I miss? Maybe I missed some sort of syntax or something. Dump it and let it find it. So for me, I'm definitely using it as a productivity multiplier. And I'm just kind of eyeballing some of the questions rolling through and comments and the like. Absolutely, we're rapidly approaching a scenario where it's going to be agents summoning other agents, and you're going to be able to give it a very broad directive above and beyond what we're able to do today. And it'll give you a fairly finished product. also, as far as prompting, I have found that as I've spent more time working with the tools, my opening prompt has improved in quality. And I'm definitely somebody who's like, hey, you are a subject matter expert consultant in XYZ to explain it like I'm 5 or break it down, give me the top 5 bullet points. And I find getting the opening salvo on my prompt is critical for me getting to my endpoint, 1, faster, and 2, in a much more orderly fashion as far as the feedback I get from the corresponding AI platform.
Yeah. I've stopped using leading questions altogether because I feel like it just forces it down like a path that you just kind of waste time going down and realize you're going down the wrong path. Instead, now I like use open questions like, tell me why it's taking so long to load or whatever. And then it will like list up the possible reasons. And then, you know, the reasoning kind of kicks in and then you can go down the right path. So I've noticed that.
Have you guys had any luck with Grok 4 showing analytics within X or the Twitter space? So the other day, even though I have a blue check mark, so I have access to analytics, right? I asked Grok 3 what was my most viewed post, and it wasn't able to produce that information for me. Does Grok 4? You guys said Grok 4 was more integrated into the X platform, and I'm a novice at this, so I was supposed to be on the next panel, right? So I'm not an AI expert by any means, but I am a novice, and the Manus thing is awesome. I was using that since your last stream, Max. So you guys have any ideas on how you could break down analytics with AI?
Triple Dad's been Manus pilled.
Yeah, within the AI infrastructures that exist.
My guess would be that Grok doesn't have access to like personal account analytics and data and info and stuff like that. So I would just go, since you have premium, just go to your analytics and go to content and then just sort it, and you can see your most.
I just thought since I had a blue check mark that Grok would have access to my details, but I guess not. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I was kind of confused when you guys were saying that. I mean, you guys were just talking about like, you know, hey, tell me what all the different PulseChain X influencers have been saying, blah, blah, blah. I tried to do that. Maybe it was just because I was using chat instead of Grok, but it was like, I don't have access to that data. Like, I think I was actually asking it something like, what are the 5 most common things that Richard has spoken of over the years of his content on X? And it was like, I don't have access to that. Like it can't like go through and scrape it. But is that just because I was using chat and not Grok? Like, will Grok be able to do that?
It should be now. Yeah.
Okay. Sweet.
And Gerard, are you saying
Hell
that's
yeah.
because the Grok 4 is more integrated into the platform itself? Yeah.
Yeah, for public data, right? But things like analytics or even your personal info that you manage via your, only your account, only you can see, that's maybe not accessible publicly, but who knows? They might integrate that in the future.
Yeah, so I know I had to flip Grok on my side from Grok 3 to Grok 4, even though I am a blue check mark member myself. I did have to go in and flip it down to Grok 4. I did ask it, hey, like just the background in today's conversation, what is my most engaged posts? And it did sweep through and give me some outputs based on a combination of likes, reposts, replies, and spit out an engagement score. So I don't think it's necessarily natively integrated with the backend analytics. I think Gerardo was saying, hey, it's probably scraping the front end as far as what's visible on the Twitter or X front page, so to speak. And it looks like that's largely true. But I did have to prompt it and say, hey, I am this person. Give me assorted engagement scores. And it did spit it out.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that this really encourages more people to kind of dive into AI and to get working on it. Like seeing people like I just saw recently, I think it was Mike Memes Only, right? And then Mr. Onizuka, like those two guys, like I see them using VO3. Like I think the more of us that have the ability to utilize these tools and the more content that we put out there, like I don't know, maybe it's just because of the algorithm or whatever, but like, I don't feel like I've seen any other community putting out content that's this fire. Like the things that we do, the way that they come across, like the more people that we get on board in terms of like, hey, let's work on AI, let's come up with these ideas, you know, who can, like, not everyone's going to have access to VO3, for example, right? Like there's a price point there that, like, you know, it's pricey, but, you know, maybe if you've got an idea and you see someone doing VO3 content, just be like, hey man, like, what if you did this? Right. And I'm nearly certain anyone that in fact, I ended up getting access to it. So if you have an idea and you're like, hey, this video would be really cool, it'd be really fun to do something like this, like hit me up. Like I would love to work on more things like that and like get my toes wet in terms of like doing a little more video content, because I don't enjoy video editing. But if I can just have, you know, something like this wonderful AI tool where I prompt it, I'm great with words, right? If I can just give it words and it gives me a video back, like chef's kiss. I love that.
I know I swapped some messages with SJ, Kong, and Max on this topic, but a few weeks back, I was tinkering around with some ideas, just like, hey, what if I kind of make some sort of AI pseudo influencer? But the benefit is, for me, I speak a smattering of a few languages to varying degrees of proficiency. I still trip over English plenty, but the ability to potentially have your own digital twin or digital avatar, if you're somebody who's a little bit more prominent, and sit there and say, okay, no, I wrote this script in English, or transcribe and translate to Chinese, translate to Mandarin, translate it to French, translate it to Spanish. So you as a solopreneur or solo influencer, you could potentially rapidly replicate and deploy your content across multiple languages. Now, ultimately, do I think most of the platforms are going to have some level of native translation and they'll do the synchronization? Yes. But until then, if you're looking at potentially extending your reach, why not just take the extra few minutes and sit there and say, okay, and publish an edition in French, Spanish, or any language of your choice that potentially allows you to scale out and reach some different broader communities that, quite frankly, my experience has been in my travels, the PulseChain, PulseX, and the Richard Hart community, largely English speaking so far. I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities and folks looking for opportunities in other regions of the world who would love to hear about it.
Absolutely.
That's brilliant.
Yep.
Have you found any good video generation models that actually have consistency with the character, like not a different person each time?
Yes, it is. HeyGen.ai has been the one I'm tinkering with, because that actually saves my model. Now, it's not exactly like I can put it in a whole new scene with a whole new look. It's literally, it takes the torso headshot and it's transplanting out onto every single one. But that's okay for what I'm looking for the time being. I haven't experimented kind of making my own digital replica as of yet. That's next up on the hit list. Also, you can use 11 Labs, I believe, and I believe they have an integration into 11 Labs to actually simulate and replicate your voice. So I'd say doing a digital twin, maybe I'll throw that on the to-do list for this weekend.
Nice. Yeah, 11 Labs is great. I've used that for audio for certain videos, like the history of HEX AI version and all of that. It's really, really good. You can get different styles of voice and everything. I tried cloning Richard Hart's voice, but it was like, you don't have permission to do that. It's like, oh man. But you can do your own.
Shut down immediately.
Yeah.
Well, along those lines, I know Max has got a passion for security and secure elements and the like. I know that's been a concern of mine a little bit, is going to be the amount of content. And I've done some streams and I've hopped on a bunch of other people's streams and the like, but the amount of content that is out there of myself, and to what extent am I opening up people to create digital facsimiles of me, voice replicas, and start bypassing certain security protocols in my name and the like. It's imminent and has already been done to assorted extents. I believe there's been a few significant heists done, and these days I think they've gotten it down to like 3-second clip is largely enough to start replicating your voice. So that voicemail message you leave, like, hey, you've reached the line of so-and-so, that might be enough to tag and bag you on that front. And then another study I read said
hours of streaming content.
Yeah.
Cooked. We're cooked, chat. But
Everyone here is cooked, I think.
The other or directly related element to that is, I don't know how recent the study was, but I remember skimming through. I read it on the internet, so it must be true. When doing a side-by-side, is this AI or a person? Can I distinguish based on the voice feedback? So like, maybe I've got Lit's voice clone and he's talking to me and then he pushes the button, it flips over to his clone. The report was that people can only distinguish it being of an agent or bot or a person 50% of the time. That's a coin toss. So this is, I think, some aspect of AI attack vectors we're going to have to watch for in the future.
That explains how fast Abdul's on 2 streams at once. He's
Hey,
all over the place.
Abdul, he figured it out. I didn't rat you out, man.
He's not. Yeah, he's omnipotent Abdul. I think that's what he prefers at this point. Jensen lady, that's about all the time we have for the AI panel. Hex panel's coming up next. Any closing amazing thoughts? Shout out to Richard Hart, by the way. 03 is amazing, but probably the best model. If you want to give Manus a try, feel free. Use a VPN if you need to, whatever. But any major thoughts? Any call outs? Anything that people must try before we call this one a panel?
I think what I would say is that make sure if you're not using AI, you'll probably be at a disadvantage one way or another. At the very least, I would just, if you're using Google, just ask the AI instead and just get used to how it's answering you. Get used to how to ask the questions to the AI. But that's where I would start, to be honest with you, is like next time you go to Google something, just ask the AI. Ask, Grok or GPT or whatever, and just see what it has to say.
Yeah, just start getting familiar with it. I'd say too, real quickly, another use case that a lot of people may not think of or kind of pass over is like just someone to chat to, someone to talk with. Like I actually have a couple of friends that kind of use it as a therapist, and just they just kind of like spill out what they're feeling and what they're going through. And most of the time, it's like something really level-headed or really heartfelt, or they're able to process their thoughts and feelings better using chat clients. So yeah, just throw that health and wellness.
Yeah, speaking of health and wellness, coming up real soon, I believe that is today. That is just 2 or 3 hours. We got it, or a couple hours. All right, everyone. Thank you again. Crypto Kong, bunch of lightning right now. We know he's a real person. Met him in real life one time.
Yeah, I'm real.
Shout out to SJ. He's real. He's real. About the size you believe he is, I think. From what's like everyone meets me. They're like, oh, I thought
it was my AI agent I sent to the PulseChain conference.
Oh, you
actually.
sent. That's dude. Robotics. They've solved it by now. AI and robotics. It's scary. Mr. Twinkie, Triple Dad, he accidentally joined this panel. Love it. Chardo, I accidentally added him. I guess it's my fault, but I was like, oh, new person, clicky, and then he's here. Jardo, last minute addition too. He's putting in the work and coming by to talk to us about the AIs as well. Hex Jita, Litverse 404mon. You'll see 404mon, I think, on tomorrow. I think your session is tomorrow. I believe you got to talk. And then the one and only Wild SJ. Good to see you all, and see you soon. Boom, boom.
Thanks for having us, man.
Boom. Of course. Clicking the buttons. Boom. All the buttons have been clicked except mine. I will not click that for now. However, I get to pick the next transition. Let's see if we only got 2 people from the Hex panel. Come on, I know there's more than 2 people in the Hex panel. DJ, where are you at? Oh yeah, Triple Dad. That's what he came for. He came for the Hex panel. That makes more sense now. Whirlwind, right? Run conference thing. Click buttons. It's fine. Who else we got? Yeah, I guess Hex Jita. Oh yeah, he's staying too. Yeah, he's staying. He's still there. Okay. All right, we got it. All right, now I get to pick the intro. The transition here. Which one? I like this one. Let's do this one. Here we go.
This is the greatest thing I have ever seen in my life. This is amazing.
Oh my God.
Oh, welcome back to the panel. And for the first time, by the way, Hex O has joined the RHMax.tv. How's it going, man?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you good. Yep. All these other people, they've been on here 12 times, but Hexo, first time. Shout out to Hexo, hopping on here.
Wow. First time.
Nice to meet you.
Last time
shake
caller.
Your hand. Shake your hand there. Last time caller. Awesome. We had to drop off of the Hex panel, had a little bit of space, and Hexo expressed interest. So boom, he's here. Welcome. You know something about Hex token, right? You've heard the Hex token?
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's a pretty good.
We're not going to talk about it. It's PulseX conference. We're going to talk about it, but I'm glad you know about it. Cool. All right.
Yeah. You guys can tell me what's going on with it.
Yes, I'll leave you to your own devices, and I'll be around, gentlemen. Hex panel.
All right. Well, Hex. So what are we going to talk about? What about about that Hex thing? What about the elevator pitch? Like, that's a problem that I am having, still being a Hex promoter out here in these crypto streets. Like, how are we getting people excited about it, because when HEX launched, it was in a traditional finance bank environment where you could only, it was so low inflation, you could only get 0.5% interest if you locked up your money with a traditional bank. So then the 38% APY that HEX presented in 2019, that was pretty exciting. And it has been that all along up until January this year. In some cases, with Big Payday and all these other events that we had, it was even better than 38%. For some people, it was 60 or crazy, 70, 80%. But now it's like down to 1.5 or 3%, kind of the same what you can get with a bank. Now, since the OA has made these drastic protective moves to reduce the yield, to protect the system, what do you guys think will this look going forward in the next 10 years? If I can just throw that into the room, do you think it'll stay that way? Do you think the yield will come back? What's your guys' opinion?
I think like the low inflation is a feature, not a bug right now, right? We have low liquidity and low inflation as features as we go into the bull market. My suspicion is when we get to the top of the bull market or start going into a bear market, 5-6 years from now, the inflation will likely go back up and it will look pretty juicy, and that will be the new feature.
So you think that those 15-year OA stakes are going to be exited at some point in time?
They will, with the way emergency end stakes work, with half of it going back to the OA anyway, and the OA being the largest staker, it's not it's not that high a risk for the OA to do emergency end stakes, right? So if he decides he wants 15% APR, then that's just a couple clicks away. You can do the math.
For me, well, nobody cares about the APR or APY. Nobody cares. All they care about is green candles. Right? Like literally,
right now.
Did we get in this? Right. Yeah. And when you see that 95% of it is locked, then it's like, oh, well, that's cool. I like 95% of all of it is gone. And if people start emergency end staking, starts end staking, I guess that'll be where it's at in more payouts for us if you are staked, which most people are not staked. So
true.
At least for long terms, I think it really gets out the people that were selling 30-day stakes. They were just, you could make a whole bunch of money for that whole 2 or 3 years that it was just like 30%, and you could just stake it every 30 days and make a huge amount. And if you've got 1,000 T-shares or 5,000 T-shares or 10,000, you're making $5,000-$10,000 a month. Now we don't have to deal with those people that were just dumping monthly. Does it suck for some of us that we're living off of it? Sure. I wasn't living off of it, but because I'm staked for a long time, but there were people doing it. You could look at the Telegram app that showed that, and it sucked. $10,000, and let's say 100 people are doing that. That's $1 million a month that we were just a
lot of sell pressure.
These guys. Yeah.
Hello, sell pressure.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Clearly, the OA is trying to curb that behavior. I think that's probably one of the motivations for setting those stakes, for locking it up, which I agree with you looks really attractive to new people. Probably things like exchanges would look at like, okay, 95% locked, and that would be a positive thing. Good marketing.
And you guys think that this is going to be way out there in the future when those stakes get broken up, possibly, right? Early in staked.
Well, the situation is that half of the supply is staked out for Quattro Cinco. That's a massive, 15-year stake. But the other half of this 92% is a 10-year staking ladder in equal parts. So every year in March, a tenth of half of the supply comes back out. If that stake is being ended, or if it's just sitting there, we can only speculate. So my thinking is that slowly as time goes on, we'll return back to the 6, 7, 8 HEX per T-share payouts.
What do you guys think about the big payday, the influence of big payday in the next couple of years?
I think mostly people stayed for 5 to 8 years when the HEX first came out, and most of those guys are going to be out here in the next year and a half, and then nobody staked really for 10 years or more. If you look at if you looked at the staking ladders or the staking before, like not a lot of people staked for 10 years. It's like it trailed off at 5 or 6 years. And those people that did stake are going to be paid out massively, obviously. But nobody really staked past 5 or 6 years. So I think that most of those stakes will come due. And who knows how much of those are owned by the OA or Richard or whatever that were staked for longer. I mean, we all have them. But that was kind of, for me even, it was like, dude, 7 or 8 years after that, it's like those were Hail Marys for me. You know, who knew? Especially when we first got in, we all thought we didn't think it was a scam, but we were like, yeah, I'm getting in to make a quick buck. Nobody's here. It's kind of like Bitcoin. Like if you held on to your Bitcoin for 10 years, you're pretty lucky because, I mean, you made a million X. Wouldn't you sell at those 500,000 X, whatever the prices were? So that's why I'm usually like, yeah, it's trailing off at least. And the big payday, I think, will obviously they're huge, but I don't think it's many people.
Conversation purposes, right? Do you guys think? I think contrary to what some believe, that the marketing campaign that Richard Hart's putting together right now is more orchestrated than most people think, right? And it's quite possible maybe that PulseX yield, since this is PulseX conference, right? PulseX yield comes back when those things hit, and maybe some of these stakes hit in stake also when that marketing starts to hit, and there will be several events, not just one. It's not just going to be something that shows up in your mail and Liberty Swap doing whatever they're doing. It's quite possible that multiple things hit all at once, well orchestrated. And I don't think it is a 4 or 5 year thing down the road. I think it is a pretty soon thing, or at least some of it. There's a reason why those things were staked out in chunks, right? Mm-hmm. So they could be exited in chunks and not all at once as well. Yeah,
for sure. Don't forget, like when we talk about APRs, like we're always talking about it in a literal sense, but the effective APRs, if the price of HEX pumps for people who stake today, will be way different, right? Like you buy HEX at 5 cents, and when your stake is due, it's worth $5. If you calculate that as APR, it could be tremendous, even if it's only paying 3% right now. A 50x on your 3%. It makes a pretty big difference. You end up with 1,500% instead of 3%.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of counting on that, right? Like we kind of need the price to do very well. Like that's kind of why, like a lot of people, they don't mind earning low percentages on Bitcoin, right? In terms of yield, because it's like it's kind of already gone up a lot. It's stabilized in price. If HEX were to do that, I'd totally be cool with the lower APYs.
Yeah. It'd be tremendous, but like HEX doesn't need anything, right? Like all it needs is time. The code is the code; it's immutable. So even if if the price didn't change at all, if the price went down 10x from what it is today, HEX would still be running. Those 15-year HEX stakes would still be a thing. There could be a $50 HEX, 15 years from now. And the price going down in between would not affect the results of those 15-year stakes.
I think, like Hexo just said, sorry, because you said those who held their Bitcoin for 10 years, I think that was still one of the pain points that Richard lived through. Like he never said this really online, but I think he may have sold a bunch of Bitcoin way too early in the the trajectory of crypto as such, And that was maybe one of the things that helped create and invent HEX with the delay gratification and kind of saving yourself from yourself, that you're actually not in a position without being penalized to sell your HEX too early. And that's not available for Bitcoin. So I think that is still a valid reason for HEX, no matter what the APR is currently.
Well, and I think that a lot of Hexkins got burned because somebody said it in there where the big payday. Remember when when everybody staked? Remember that?
Yes.
We all staked. So guess what? When the top happened, nobody was even able to sell because we were all staked out. And so we were all like, well, I could sell a little bit, maybe. But most people weren't able to end their stakes at a profit, or they would get, because the big payday was going to take off a lot of your money if you did end up in staking. So I think that a lot of people are skittish on staking anymore. That's why people don't stake. And I think that it's one of the reasons why I think that staking will come back, and it'll come back pretty hard because it'll be like, oh, you guys don't want to stake? Fine. We'll make the APY even more juicier. Because like right now, there's no reason to stake. Everybody's skittish on staking, and when the price goes up, because how I look at it is when the average guy can get $100 and he can stake and he can get 10% or 20% APY on that $100, that is when it's really successful. But I don't think that we're going to get that until the prices are at like dollar amounts for HEX, because you got to have it's just not really feasible. Plus, most people, I mean, if you got $1 million, do you want the guy that has $1 million to stake it for a year and he can make $200,000? Most people probably don't want that too. So it's staking for me is kind of like a back and forth, like, dang, are you gonna get wrecked again? But my opinion is just don't stake your entire bag at this point if you're that skittish, like me. I mean, I'm like, dang, dude, I wish I would have had a little bit so I could sell instead of at 50 cents instead of, I sold some at 4 cents, which sucks. But yeah, I wish I would have been able to have a little bit.
Are you guys following the same strategies on both chains?
Yes, I am. 100%.
That's a good question, man. I'm not actually. I'm betting harder on EX than on PHEX, just because the market.
I've bought more EHEX as well than PHEX.
Wow,
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, same.
EHEX is just easier to get into. If somebody sends me ETH, I'm like let's say you get $100 of ETH, right? They're like, hey, here, you did some work. Like, I've done some work for people, and they're like, hey, I'll give you some ETH, and they're like, here's $100. I'm like, okay, I could buy $100, like $98 worth of EHEX, or I could bridge it, over and spend $15 to bridge it, and then I have to, then I'm on PulseChain, so it's like cheap and free. But for me, I'm just like, I'll just throw it into EHEX, and then when I have a big enough EHEX bag, then I swap it or send it over to PulseChain. So,
are you guys using any of the other surrounding protocols that use HEX, like Actuator? I have one, Steakhouse, right? We have other thing, the one that Kyle Cruz does, right? Super HEX or whatever that is, right?
Super Stake.
Super Stake. Are you guys using any of those? Are you guys using Flex, taking loans on your HEX at all?
No.
I use all of those.
I think I tried them all. Yeah, exactly. Plus, don't forget the one that I built to HEX one, the stable coin, the HEX one.
No,
yeah, but I'm using all of them basically. Yeah, that's a good point, man. There's a lot of protocols that actually use HEX, and that's very, bullish in the long term because they consume a lot of HEX, right? And I'm assuming that they
lock up more HEX, right? They give
HEX.
people things to do other than sell if they don't want to stake. You can turn your HEX into stable coins, right?
Yep. It's pure DeFi. Yep.
Higher learning curve, but it's not a bad thing, I don't think. And there's also liquidity providing options. There's various farming options with HEX apart from PulseX, but PulseX being the most obvious one, right? Like, there's ways you can make money with your HEX other than selling it. right? There's ways you can make a different coin that you could sell if you wanted to, and hold on to all your hex. So even just the fees, like people who pair EHEX with PHEX, like if they did that from day one, those guys made, mad fees.
And they win both ways. They win EHEX and PHEX. So it's kind of smart.
If you think they're equal.
Yeah, if you think that they're equal, that's great. But once one runs and the other one doesn't, then you're kind of wrecked. I had a really bad. The only reason why I don't liquidity provide anymore is because I was liquidity providing before the fork, and yeah, I got pretty wrecked on the. I got P die in the thing.
Oh, nice.
You know that thing's gonna peg, right?
Now it went up great, but it still never went to the amount that I actually got. Like I had millions of PX or hex at the time, and then it transferred over to because everybody sold it for all these cheap P die, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's into P die." It's like, yeah, because I had to be. Not because I wanted to be. Not that I hate it. Hey, I hope it goes up for you guys. But
you actually received copies of your die when the fork happened, right? Like a real die.
Well, no. So I had it went over to I think it went over to PHEX, and then everybody swapped it because it was in the liquidity pool, and I can't remember exactly how it happened, but I received.
So you had an LP that showed up on PulseChain LP that got
copies. And cool. And for the first like 4 or 5 days, you couldn't even get it until who was it? The guy that made Hedron.
Alex.
He ended.
Alex.
Alex. Yeah, Alex made a website that you can claim your liquidity providing. So I was like, oh, I'll see how much I have. Oh, I've got to be making lots of fees, and everybody had traded all of their fake. Well, okay, their P die at the time. Nobody cared for die because it was it was worth nothing or whatever. Yeah. So liquidity providing is fun until you get wrecked on the other side. So just be careful with when you're, because let's say PHEX explodes and EHEX just stays here. All of your PHEX is going to go into EHEX, and it's not going to be.
But wait, but that's a good thing because if you actually remove liquidity at that point, when you have the impermanent loss, that means if the other coin goes up, you already get a bunch of it, right? So it kind of
if you like both coins in the pair, like the mistake with the die copied is when you're pairing against stable coins, that's where you're going to get the highest impermanent loss, and then you had a copied thing against a effectively worthless token. But if you had a copied EHEX PX pair, that would have been different, right? Like, obviously that's not possible. But paired against different types of assets, if you like both things in the pair, it can be a win. It's very much how you look at it. Impermanent loss only becomes permanent when you pull the liquidity. Right?
Yeah. And sometimes you want to do that, right? You actually want to get impermanent loss, so that you can just wait for the coin to pump, right? That's it.
Yep. Well, it's like ratio trading. Like right now on PulseChain, you can make an EHEX PX pair and watch for an unnatural dips or pumps and pull the liquidity. Be like, oh, EHEX is way high today. I'm going to pull it. I'm going to have less EHEX. I'm going to have more PX, and then it's going to come back. Like it's a way to trade in a way, lower risk than doing pressing big buys or big sells, and you don't pay any slippage.
Yep.
Right. And so revisiting Cryptomatics. By the way, I love your streams, buddy. Your music's awesome.
Thank you.
Still doing it. I especially love the house music one. Those are badass.
On Sundays.
Yeah, that's badass. So revisiting your initial question, right?
Yeah.
Is what is your freaking elevator pitch now for HEX now that the APRs are gone, right? I've gone through the ringer with Richard Hart. We had a thing called Steakhouse, and then he said, "Good news, we're all publishers, right?" And they have a name of Steakhouse, right?
Right.
And then once he launched, he staked all the OA's bags. So we've gone through that ringer, but the key here is there's other things. If you want to hold your HEX liquid, there's other ways. It's not just a token that just sits there in your wallet. There's other things that you can do with that token within the RH ecosystem on PulseChain. It doesn't just need to sit there in your wallet and gain nothing. And if you don't want to stake it because of the low APRs, there's other things that you can do with that 100%.
Don't forget the Maximus DAO perpetual tokens.
Yeah,
too,
the dip catches coins. Yeah.
Tokenized HEX stakes, right? And they're only one version of that. The actuator protocol has a different mechanic, but again, tokenized HEX stakes. So there's ways you can be liquid and have staked HEX. If Alex ever comes out with us ICOSA 2.0, then we might have a big bump on liquid HEX stakes there as well.
And Fast is right. It's all they're all protocols that take HEX off the market, right? That's nothing but good for us. People buying it and people putting it in protocols and doing other things with that money, but not selling the HEX is awesome.
And those things are still staking HEX, right? Like when the Maximus DAO perpetuals come around to their cycles, like new HEX gets staked, right? Old HEX gets claimed. That even if that was the short-term future of HEX, is that regular people aren't staking it, it could turn into an institutional thing almost. Like who would be excited about 15% APR, right? Like I can show you, liquidity farms where you can make 300%, but like banks would be really excited about 15% APR. So if HEX stops getting gate kept and there is a more global adoption, I could see things where there were like actual institutions, like businesses that actually have brick and mortar locations that like are selling HEX stakes, right? Or investing in HEX stakes. Businesses can have a longer term time frame. Banks would look at like, okay, how much are we going to make in 5 years? And if it's in that 15% plus range, 20% plus range is rich people money. That could be something. I wouldn't be shocked to see it, offered to my grandma at the bank, 2 years from now.
Yeah, but the yield has to come back for us to be able to really promote it, because the last 3 years we had nothing but down candles, but at least we still had the yield.
We had the yield, yeah.
But Cryptomatic, I don't know if I agree with you actually, because now it's easier to promote. Now think about it, it's much easier because when you promote HEX, you actually say, look, the yield is so low, nobody's gonna dump on you. See? It's much harder now for somebody
now
to
we
come
have
to
no
stake and
green
dump on you.
candles and no yield, so we have nothing really at the
It's
moment.
true,
So
it's true.
something has to change.
You need the green candles though.
It's on the way. Marketing.
It's coming. It's coming.
I'm being told 2 more years. I've heard 2 more years. That's why I picked up. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, Max.
Body's ready. Gents, what is we got just a couple more minutes before the longevity panel. Live longer, healthier life, all that fun stuff. If you're interested in that. You can be pro-death if you want. Boom, I said it. Boom, need that T-shirt. No, it's fine. I don't want to rile anyone up on the HEX panel. However, HEX token went through a lot of stuff lately. Mega marketing push. We love it. 5555. What is it? What do you tell people these days? What is elevator pitch? Somebody mentioned that earlier. What is elevator pitch? I mean, somebody on the street. I'm talking to somebody from Solana, whatever. How do you tell them, like, boom, HEX token? Like, what is your selling point for it? We think price will go up. Like, that's what I got right now.
Number go up.
We think price.
I think the OA is betting big on number go up right now. I don't think it was easy for the OA to make that call to stake his X like that, and it's kind of an emergency thing. I think we're betting big on price recovery.
Maybe a guy with 166,000 ETH might have a bit of an idea when the price would go up too. I might have made a
talking about Vitalik?
make that bet. Just saying.
Does Vitalik have 1 million ETH? Is that the guy?
Yeah, that guy.
I don't. Actually, he might have 1 million ETH. I don't know. I don't track Vitalik. Didn't his mom or something lose some? Was there like some airdrop? I'm trying to remember the story. I just popped in my head.
His grandma has like half his seed phrase or something.
No, it's his mom. I think it's his mom. Yeah. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry about that. Just popped in my head about seed phrases and founders and all that stuff. Anyways, gents, wrapping up. Good to see you all. Hex G'd Triplet Dad, DJ Cryptomatic, Fast Abdul, Hexologist, and Fabricios. Am I saying that correctly? Fabricios.
Yeah, you can call me Fab.
Fabricios.
Yeah.
Awesome. We'll be seeing many of you North Conference as well. Hex.com, baby. Hex.com. We got a 10,000 X upgrade recently. Newer technology, works the same, but still pretty cool. But yeah, thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate you all. I'll see you all in a bit.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, man.
Good to meet you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Dude, God, the button click. It's the timing. If I'm trying to click and everyone's leaving, and it's like, it always happens. You got a sneak peek RG3 right there. Anyways. Okay. HEX panel. That was a great one. That was a really good panel. I'm excited. Chat, are you excited? I haven't talked to you much today. Very excited. How to And great here. Got stat panel. Through fast as well. Back as well. As well, and Aubrey was there, and I'm the co-organized the conference as well. Super good time there. So I'm excited to do kind of a Q&A panel, see what Aubrey wants to talk about as well. What's going on there? But let's do. You know what? Let's do this. Should we do Scivive? Let's do the Scivive. Maybe I should say that for Scivive panel today. It's tomorrow. I'll do Scivive. All right, here we do. We're doing Scivive clip.
Have digital tools, right? Good voice recorder, cool lapel mic, sounds a million times better. It's like under $100, right? If you record enough cool thoughts, eventually it turn into a book. Ask me how I know. Much of Scivive was transcribed from recordings that just popped into my head. And if you have a great thought, you shouldn't lose it. I mean, how many great thoughts do you get in a year? 100, 200, 20? Well, you know, if you're in the shower and you're coming up with great thoughts, man, you better capture those. Or you'll, you know, all of the best ideas you've ever had will be lost to just forgetfulness, you know? If you don't care so much about recording the great ideas you've had, maybe your offspring and your kids, or, you know, one day you become a thought leader, hello, then maybe people care about what you think more, you know? And it's important to have those things written down. So that's my tips for the day. Good talking to you guys.
All right, starting the longevity panel now. We have Aubrey DeGray, Fast Abdul, Captain RG, Mouse Work, give me other people, StreamYard Cooperate, Daniel Joyful Danish, Twinkie's back, Mr. Angry Twinkie, and a Wild SJ. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, and lady. Welcome.
Wow, what a panel.
Packed and stacked.
We're stacked.
Yes. Welcome, Aubrey, by the way. How was, maybe you can take us on the Rad Fest, maybe a quick wrap up from that. That was amazing. I was only there for about a day and a half, but I had a great time. Got to see you in person as well. How'd they go?
Yeah. So before I answer that, let me just tell you, about 5 minutes ago, I sent you an email with an image in it that I very much would like to show everybody. But while you're finding it, let me answer the question.
Sounds great.
It was a real triumph. I must say, you know, I've run a lot of conferences over the past 23 years or so, and this was one of the very best. Ultimately, the reason why it was so good was because of the juxtaposition of people with different mindsets, different backgrounds, different skill sets. You know, that made all the difference. Radfest has always been somewhat like that. They started out very much from a tradition of not really having very much strength on the science side, just being really enthusiasts, people who had passion about longevity, but didn't really know how to go about it. And Radfest began with just a few of us, a few researchers coming in and trying to, you know, raise the quality of understanding. Over the past 9 years, they started in 2016. That's, you know, gradually ramped up a bit, but this year they decided to, you know, go full force in that regard and partner with me to have me not just come in as a speaker, but to actually organize half the meeting. So I brought in, you know, at least a dozen, probably more than that, probably more like 20 speakers, covering all manner of different areas of the research. And, you know, it wasn't obvious that this would work. You know, it wasn't clear that the people who were more Radfest culture would really appreciate it, but it was extraordinary. You know, I couldn't walk down the corridor for more than like 10 yards without somebody new coming up to me, somebody who had never been to one of my conferences before, and saying how wonderful it was that this had happened. And it was the same the other way. Some of the speakers I had that I brought in were very mainstream, you know, very much, you know, people who are careful with their own reputations and who do not in any way want to associate with snake oil or anything like that. And they too were really, really enthusiastic about the structure and composition of the conference. So I'm sure we'll do it again and again. And I am really happy with how it went.
Yeah, I think it was amazing. I caught a few of the talks. I didn't go to many of the technical ones because I just know I'm not going to understand them, but I'm very happy that they were there. And I know a lot of people probably there who are researchers and really get into the science part of it. I'm more of a pedestrian tech guy into crypto, showing support there, but man, it had something for everyone there.
Well, so let me actually speak to that a little bit, because we had an idea. So what I did with my speakers this time, with maybe half of them anyway, is I split their talks in two. I had them give a very introductory 15 minutes or so on the main stage, talking to everyone, people who knew no biology at all. And then I had a rather deeper dive that happened in a breakout room the following day. That worked pretty well. But the new idea that we had right at the end of the meeting was that we should probably take that a step further and have a third, even deeper dive kind of session that would not be at the conference. It would be as a webinar. But it would be obviously associated with the conference. You would get free access to it if you were registered for the conference, things like that. So we're aggressively looking into that for next year.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, just even on the first day, it went really well to kick off with you speaking. I can't figure out the people's name. Sorry, what was the organizer's name? James,
Jim
I say.
Yeah, Jim
Yes.
Scott.
And the co-author of the Chicken Soup book.
Yeah, Yep.
Yeah. It was really good. I really enjoyed the lineup. I think the show, the presentation of ladies and all that stuff too. It was really inspiring. I just want to tell you, like, it was like I was there. I was like, wow, this is why I kind of came here. I wanted to feel that inspiration. I wanted to feel the passion, especially when you get up there on stage. You really brought it to. And the next day, even watching the film, The Immortalist. If you can Google The Immortalist 2014 or Aubrey DeGray with it. And you can see there's a documentary about this. And Aubrey, I just gotta say, I don't think you've aged a single day from the trailer picture on that.
I should emphasize that this movie, The Immortalists, is not the same movie as something called The Immortalists, plural, that also featured me and came out at least a decade ago. This one is, I think, only 3 years old, and it's all about cryo.
Oh, okay. That's I got them mixed up then. Okay. Yes, listen to what he said on that one. And it's about cryonics. Okay, and then there's the other one about that features more of you. Okay, yeah, interesting story. Regardless, I'm not in the cryonics as much as the other parts and the maintenance and therapies and all that stuff too. But very interesting movie called at least the last half of that one. I do have the image. Do you want to bring it up here?
Sure. Yes, please. I mean, may as well talk about this while everyone's paying attention still. The big news that I have outside of the progress with Radfest and the progress with our first big study that we can talk about later is that, and especially this is relevant obviously to people who are into crypto, is that we have partnered with VitaDAO and Bio to launch a coin that is basically named after me. And it's going to launch in about 3 weeks from now on August the 6th. It is, you know how tokens work. Obviously, I don't have to explain that to you. But the idea is that it will raise actual fiat money that we can use to do our next study. These studies that we're doing, I firmly believe, are the single most important type of study that's being done in the entire field right now to hasten the defeat of aging, both by making scientific progress and by waking the world up to the fact that aging is actually quite a big problem and that we might be able to do something about it. So the sooner we get our next study going, which is going to take at least $5 or $6 million, the sooner we will start saving lives. And as such, this coin is going to play an enormous role in it. So I would urge everybody, please, to look out for this on August the 6th. I will be, of course, tweeting the living daylights out of it, and to get involved. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, you can read the slide, I hope. It's all about a new coin, and of course, we will make it accessible in every way possible.
Make aging stop again. Yay.
That's the idea.
More. Yeah. Awesome.
Read some to PulseChain, please, sir.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as you know, my history with Richard goes back through to 15 or more years ago when he was unknown and volunteered at one of my conferences. And of course, when he got in touch with me in 2021 to do the airdrop for PulseChain, that was huge. Bad things happened thereafter. But you know, here I am. I seem to have withstood that, and you know, things are a lot better now.
You can tell the first technical people here. First comment: Bridge the PulseChain. Launch it on PulseChain. We need PulseChain. Yes.
Yep, totally. I mean, that is critical. We obviously very much appreciate the fact that we have a lot of support across the entire crypto community, but that our support within the the Richard Hart ecosystem, let me call it that, just in broad terms, is second to none. So we will be doing absolutely everything we can to make sure that that happens.
Amazing. Cool. Well, I'm going to step off here. We'll do, Aubrey, do you have anything you wanted to talk about in general or present, or should just do Q&A? How would you like to do it?
I'm happy with just Q&A. I mean, basically the stuff I would like to present in terms of any monologue is the kind of stuff that you can all look at on YouTube in one of my recent presentations anyway. So I think a better use of the time would be to just stick with Q&A.
Sounds great. All right, Captain RG3 is here, by the way. He's gonna come back a little bit later in the day too, as well, to talk HEX versus Bitcoin. Right now, talk longevity. SJ, Twinkie, Daniel, live first and fast. Take it away, everyone.
All right, I got a question. Aubrey, Twinkie, or Isaac, whichever is convenient for you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. So I know recently, I think it was the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina, I believe it was, published a paper in their discussion series. I don't know if you've come across it in your travels. Long story short, for maybe the viewers who are not familiar with it, it was largely as you've been waving the banner for a number of years, treating aging as a disease and starting to divert some more funding to it, primarily on a more national level to solve some of the challenges that we are all imminently facing with population decline and overall health. So any early feedback, commentary on that, if you are not familiar with it, and how that perhaps aligns to the message you've been touting for quite some time?
Yeah, so my familiarity with it is not as great as it should be, largely because I've been running my own annual conference, as Max mentioned, and leading up to that. So it's high on my list to read through the fine print of what they published. But I certainly have heard about it, and it is undoubtedly a big deal. It has the chance to make quite a difference to the extent to which public funding in Germany comes into longevity research. Exactly how that would happen, depends on how other people react, in particular how policymakers react. We've had many cases over the years when things like this happen, when well-respected scientists or scientific groups say something quite progressive in this regard, and then the people who actually write checks completely ignore it. So there will be work to do to make sure that doesn't happen. But for sure, this is the kind of first step that we really need.
And secondary follow-up question that would be, obviously public funding has been a challenge. There have been different private actors who I think have demonstrated that they are fairly benevolent when it comes to this topic. I know myself, I've had my dog Storm, German Shepherd, you might see him running around in the background, enrolled since inception in the dog aging project here in North America. So to what extent have you and some of your colleagues explored the notion of, okay, look, maybe for a logical argument, or treating human aging as a disease is a bridge too far, but people love their pets. So wouldn't you want to have the best treatments possible and the most opportunities possible to keep your furry friend around for as long as possible? I know they're experimenting with rapamycin and some other drugs, which I'm familiar with your thoughts on that. But to what extent have you explored perhaps some of those avenues?
Sure. So Matt Cableline, who runs the Dog Aging Project, is a great friend of mine. He actually spoke at RadFest a couple of days ago. And, I think the Dog Aging Project is completely awesome, even though it is mainly focused on things that won't really scale to humans. Simply because, as you say, the more progress we make in animals that people really care about, as opposed to mice, which very few people care about, the more we may change the kind of psyche in society in this regard. The only of course, there's a number of countervailing arguments. The first one is that these are studies done in the community. By definition, they are dogs that are owned by people in the community. They're not done in a controlled environment, and that somewhat reduces the amount that one can learn from these studies. The other bigger problem is that dogs live a lot longer than mice. Even big dogs that live less long than small dogs, they still live a lot longer than mice, and so it takes a longer time to get a result. And unfortunately, we do have, you know, a really strong entrenched desperation in society not to believe that medicine will ever be able to do anything about aging. This arises, of course, from the fact that, you know, people just don't want to get their hopes up, and they have to put it out of their minds. And so one has to measure lifespan. If one measures various metrics of health, then that's great. People want, you know, they want to be healthy for longer, and they want to be, you know, and if you see an animal being healthy for longer, that's evidence. But if you don't measure lifespan, then people will always, you know, almost in a Pavlovian way, they will default to the assumption that actually you're not doing anything about lifespan, that these animals may be living healthy longer, but they will keel over on schedule. And that will be translated into a belief that we haven't actually done anything about aging. And therefore that there is some kind of, you know, glass ceiling on how much we can extend health span. So we have to look at lifespan. That's why I'm still working on mice.
What about like when you start to talk about the DAO and things on chain, is there a way with your research like involving humans that you could incorporate the blockchain for data management, for people to be able to do something like send in quality health data about themselves for study, perhaps in return for tokens, you know, maybe be monetized in some way?
Yeah,
and then be governed by smart contracts for security, for safety, much stronger than traditional systems.
Yeah, very important idea. So this is not something that we ourselves are doing, but let me take that opportunity, the opportunity you've given me, to promote a company named Rejuve.ai, which is doing pretty much exactly what you said. The idea here is to bring together N-of-1 experiments. We've got a rapidly increasing number of biohackers in the community, including particularly biohackers who, you know, care about their longevity. And they're getting more and more useful in a very important way, namely they're getting more and more educated about how to capture the right data, good baseline data, for example, from before they start doing this or that intervention. And what's missing is that everyone's different. Everyone's got their own other supplements they're taking or whatever, you know, their own health data. So it's very difficult to extract information from aggregations of such studies that compares in value to what you would get from a randomized controlled clinical trial. But it's not impossible. And the fundamental way to do it is to bring things together in a standardized way, you know, to throw machine learning at these things. And that's what Rejuve.ai is seeking to develop, to maximize the amount of information we can extract from what I'm calling N-of-1 experiments.
Very cool.
Can I jump in here for a second? Or you got another follow-up? You good, Fast? Right on. Hey, Aubrey. Hey, thanks for coming out last year and speaking at our event in New York. I appreciated that. That was that was nice of you to come and spend time with us. Yeah, we'll get you out the next time. I've got two questions. You know, other than say, you know, experimental therapies and you know, advanced therapies that you guys are working on, and the, you know, the whole kind of longevity world's working on. When we're talking about the things that we, as you know, the normies out here can do, I've deduced that, you know, sleep, diet, and exercise are, you know, the most important things that we can kind of do on our own, other than these therapies and whatnot. In your opinion, or do you have protocols or things that you point to work on those three items for those of us who are out here just trying to get our lifestyles in check?
Yeah, no, I don't. However, a lot of my colleagues do. Some of them very high-profile colleagues, like Brian Johnson, of course. You know, I'm very much a PhD rather than an MD, so I don't seek to identify recommendations for people. However, let me say one very important thing. Every single person is different. Therefore, anybody who tells you, whether on stage or in a book or anything, that everybody should do such and such a thing, so to do X, like for example, sleep exactly 7.5 hours every night, things like that. Don't believe them. What you need to believe is that the only thing that really works is to pay attention to your own body. You are your best physician. Now, of course, a lot of that means measurement of stuff. And since I just kind of picked on Brian Johnson, let me counteract that by saying that one thing that Brian Johnson is doing really, really well and valuably is that he is really highlighting the value, the imperative value of as much measurement as you can possibly do. The more you know about what your body's doing, the better. But of course, it's not just knowing things by, submitting to machines, like, whole body MRI and things like that. It's also knowing your body by listening to it, by determining what makes you feel groggy when you wake up in the morning and what doesn't, things like that. And so, I'm, for example, I very much think sleep is important, but not at the level of ensuring that every single night is the same. If I, have a couple of hours too little sleep one day, but I catch up the following day, I am absolutely fine. Whereas some people might not be. And so it's, same with exercise. I don't do any exercise and nothing seems to happen. But a lot of other people need exercise in order to maintain a sensible body weight, things like that. It's very, very personal.
Gotcha. No, that's perfect. You answered my question. My son does a lot of research and work with Brian Johnson's son. They're actually in cahoots with each other with some stuff. So I was going to ask you if his protocols were something that you leaned into, and that's great to know. So awesome. Thanks. And I guess the follow-up question on that is now into the more experimental things and stuff that's going on out there. Would you give me your opinion on the peptide world and what the peptides are doing for folks, and whether or not you guys are doing any research on that?
So we're not. I'll be straight. It's a very controversial area. And a large part of why it's controversial is because it, for decades and decades, has had a very bad rap. It got that way because peptides were, the interest in peptides for longevity was first, it originated in Russia, in the Soviet Union, especially in the lab of a now retired gerontologist named Vladimir Kavinson, who was based in St. Petersburg. It was called Leningrad back then. People really, were doubtful about the quality of the studies. And of course, what's supposed to happen in circumstances like that is replication. People, are supposed to do it again and see what happens. And well, the difficulty we have here is that when people do experiments and they get negative results, they often don't publish them. And so we honestly don't know. But the gut feeling that exists in the expert community is that peptides don't really work. That, for example, the original one, the kind of poster child of peptide medicine, a thing called epitelon, which is a 4-amino acid peptide, people just feel it doesn't work. And it doesn't have much benefits. Now, I would love for there to be a really systematic, well-funded study on peptide medicines, so on a variety of them, just to answer this question once and for all. Nobody is throwing money at that, and it's definitely something that I believe should be done. Perhaps the incentive to do that is greater now than it ever was, simply because there's a lot more chat in the wider community, in the wider world, about peptides than there was even 10 years ago. But I don't know how to make that happen.
There is monster, amounts of groups of people that are doing peptides now. I mean, it's all over the place. And I was just wondering what your take was on it. And last thing, since there's a few of us in here, your take on nicotine and cigar smoking, if you've got an opinion.
Well, I see that there's someone here who probably has an opinion on that. Well, I mean, obviously, my first wife died last year at 79. And she was very, very healthy. She did really, really well to get to 79 because she smoked a pack a day of non-filter Camels every day since she was 14. So, quite remarkable that she lasted as long as she did. Fact is, smoking is definitely bad for you. Now, of course, cigars, don't necessarily inhale. That may be a bit different, maybe a bit less bad for you. But the fact is, the correlation between smoking cigarettes and lung cancer is unquestionable.
Any opinion on the nicotine now that everybody's talking about benefits of nicotine?
Yeah, so it's complicated. I mean, of course, the things that are supposed to be bad for you in cigarettes, there are many possibilities. And I have not actually been keeping up to date with the studies on nicotine on its own. But of course, there's a lot of people using nicotine patches and such like to help them give up smoking. So that's a study, that's an observational study that should be possible now.
Okay, thanks, Aubrey.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I got two questions since we're on the smoking topic. Let's keep it there. Are there any benefits of marijuana for longevity?
Yeah, that one comes up a lot. The real difficulty with so many of these things is that the benefits or detriments that need to be considered fall into the purely biochemical category, the direct impact, and the psychological category. There's no question at all that stress is bad for you. Now, when I say stress, let me be clear, I mean susceptibility to stressful situations. If you have objectively a stressful life, but you're just really good at handling stress, that's not what I'm talking about. So anyone who gets stressed, their stress hormones, cortisol and so on, are going up. We know a whole bunch of ways in which that's really bad for you, accelerates various aspects of aging. Therefore, anything that lowers your stress is going to be good for you inherently. It's just that it may be bad for you in other ways, right? Of course, different people have very different ways of reducing their stress, right? Some people, it's all meditation. Some people, it's, what I do is I stare at the sky from my hot tub quite a lot. That's really good for me, the tranquility and everything. A lot of people have different things, marijuana certainly, for some people has that impact. Psychedelics, likewise. So, that's why it's very, very hard to disentangle.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And the psychedelics part is huge, right? Like any stress we could relieve off the brain and off the gut with the stress is huge. And my second question, I know you say you don't want to blanket make statements on what's good for one or another,
right?
But how important is it for people to reset using a 3-day fast or something like that?
Right. So this is still something that I think we need more data on, but we know very well from work going back literally 100 years that eating less than you would like extends your life. The difficulty is that it extends your life less if you're already a long-lived organism like a human being than what it does if you're a mouse. It also extends life less if you start doing it later in life relative to starting in adolescence. Now, the thing so this has been known, as I say, for decades and decades. What's new over the past 20 years is really two things. First of all, the discovery of what are called calorie restriction mimetics. So these are drugs that trick the body into thinking it's in a famine, basically activate the same pathways that were normally activated by actual famine, right? And therefore has more or less the same effects. Usually not quite as powerful, but sometimes close. So those are useful because, of course, people like eating, and therefore, if you can do this, then you get the best of both worlds up to a point. Then the other thing is what you said, different schedules of famine. The classical way in which this kind of thing was done in mice and in other organisms in the lab was just to reduce the amount of food in a uniform way. But a few people, I think the most prominent one is definitely Walter Longo at University of Southern California, that explored the idea of what's now called intermittent fasting. And exactly how you do it depends. 1 meal a day, OMAD as it's often called, is one kind of intermittent fasting. So is, as you say, fasting for a couple of days at a time, things like that. Now, why do these things work at all? Well, of course, there are multiple mechanisms, but it's really all about having periods when your blood sugar and therefore your insulin is really, really low. And, that seems to be very good for you. But let me say, again, long-lived species don't benefit very much in terms of lifespan. So the good for you part is really all about health. It's all about making you more robust. And there may be some downsides. People who do really hardcore calorie restriction in whatever way, they don't weigh much. And they tend to be, less cold tolerant. And they, their immune systems generally are better, which is good, but there are reasons why that's a little fragile. So yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons, but the main thing is the best case scenario is you might live an extra couple of years. And that's definitely better than nothing, but it sure as hell isn't the Holy Grail. And that's why I'm working on things that have the potential to do a very great deal better.
I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate you and the input you have. And I myself, I do 3-day fasts once a month, and I always use electrolytes and water and make sure I rest well. And I also put other stresses at the same time. So I take cold showers, right? Like cold plunges and things like that. So my temperature regulation is very different than most. Like I don't sweat in the summertime. I have a way better tolerance to the cold. And I think like these things together, like you said, like if we implement not just one, but multiple things at the same time, I think that's great. And thank you for just being here to educate people. It's very amazing to see somebody take the time not only to figure out the information, but to pass it to other people. And I hope people listen to this conversation, because this is probably like the better panels on this conference, in my opinion.
Hey, Aubrey. Thanks for being here. I have a question for you. I was really excited to see you partnering with VitaDAO. I met Laura, who I believe was involved a couple years ago at one of the longevity conferences. And my question is women specific, actually. Do you feel like there are any specific like interventions or research gaps for like, when it comes to like feminine longevity? Because we age differently, right? Like significant events like menopause and things like that cause us to age differently.
Okay, so I could spend half an hour talking about this, but a short answer, the situation in relation to women's longevity has improved beyond recognition over the past decade. A lot of it was led by Nicole Shanahan, who got into this field partly because she was interested anyway, partly because she had resources. And then she had a lot more resources because she got married to Sergey Brin, and then she got divorced from Sergey Brin, but she's still interested in the field. So anyway, long and short of it was a lot of money went to the Buck Institute, and they were able to use it to bring in some extremely world-class researchers into this area, notably Jennifer Garrison. So a bunch of progress has been made there. But also in the private sector, a number of groups have started to focus on this. There is a widespread recognition that there's a big demand, for delaying menopause, but also other stuff, figuring out better versions of hormone replacement therapy, you name it. So yeah, there's a lot going on. It's not an area that we're working in our mice, but it's definitely far better than it was a decade ago.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Hey, Daniel, no mic.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
No.
Something's not working.
Yeah, he's trying to speak and we can't hear him.
Maybe this is better.
There you go.
Yes.
Now we got you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. All right. I can see we have some questions in the comments as well, so let's take those first. John Smith asked Aubrey, what do you think about using hypnosis to slow or reverse the aging process?
Well, I guess it's a lot of that depends on what happens when you're in your trance, right? What you are induced to do, especially what you're induced to do after you wake up. This is not an area that I feel I know anything about, to be honest. But I can certainly imagine that there would be ways to use hypnosis in the ways I was mentioning earlier to induce long-term reduction in stress, which would definitely be beneficial. That's really all I can say on the matter.
Sure. All good. And again, thank you for taking the time for this. Fox
Pleasure.
Mulder asks, have you heard of using vibration to kill cancer cells?
I've heard of it. I haven't studied the work on this in great detail. However, what I do know is that over the years, over many, many, many years, there have been innumerable attempts to use novel approaches to kill cancer cells, and they have had only very limited benefits. Essentially, the difficulty with cancer is that uniquely among all the things that go wrong with us late in life, cancer has natural selection on its side. So you do something, you might kill off most of the cells in a tumor. That's definitely good. But the ones you don't kill off will promptly regrow. And you end up back where you started really rather quickly. So the thing one needs in really effective anti-cancer therapy is something that somehow transcends that really, really ensures that none of the cancer cells can survive and reproliferate. There are lots of attempts right now which are definitely succeeding and making progress to improve the ability of the immune system to attack cancer. A lot of these things are quite ingenious, and they are definitely working increasingly well year on year. So that's great. The one thing that I have always focused on with regard to cancer is the telomere. As everybody here knows, I'm quite sure, the thing about cell division is that when cell divides, it has to replicate its DNA, and the ends of the chromosomes get shorter. That's what's called the telomere. And the only reason that any cancer ever gets more than like a millimeter across is because it figured out a way to counter that by re-extending telomeres using an enzyme, well, in 90% of cases, using an enzyme called telomerase. So I put forward a ridiculously ambitious approach to addressing this 20 odd years ago, which honestly a lot of people thought was just impractical, and maybe it is. But now we have a kind of improvement on my idea, which involves a pretty miraculous drug that essentially kills off cells, quickly kills cells that are expressing high levels of telomerase. It's a drug called, well, it's normally just called thio. The real name is 6-hydroxydeoxyguanosine. But the fact is, it's already moved into clinical trials in Australia. These clinical trials are expanding. People are being treated. And, it remains to be seen, of course. A clinical trial is an experiment. We don't know what the result is going to be. But I am very gung-ho about this. I believe that it is the single most promising pan-cancer therapy that anyone is exploring at this point. So I thought I would plug it a little bit.
Nice. And one last one I think I can see here is Atlantean. Any thoughts on methylene blue?
Right. So this is something that needs more study. The main studies that got people's attention on methylene blue were at least a decade ago. And I'm actually quite surprised that there hasn't been further work. This is the kind of thing that always gets me a little bit worried that maybe there was further work and it didn't reproduce the earlier work, and therefore people just have got bored, but they didn't publish the negative results. However, of course, a lot of times it's just not people's priority. There's not any actual negative results. So it's definitely something that I would like to see more study on.
Nice. And my own question is just simply, I know you say it's different from body to body, but it will be interesting to hear, are there a practice that you do in your own life that you will say that is essential that you practice when it comes to longevity?
So this comes back to what I was saying earlier about, you are your own best physician. So, but so long as you get good measurements. So I spend a fair bit of money making sure that I do get really good measurements of things that might be going wrong with me. But luckily, the way I always come out is basically nothing's going wrong with me. I'm much younger than my chronological age. And so, you know, it's more a case of playing a waiting game. Of course, the better you're doing relative to the average person of your own age, the more conservative it makes sense to be. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. So I do almost nothing. The only thing I actually do that would count as any kind of intervention is I do take methylcobalamin, methylated B12. And that's because I have a genetic variant that predisposes me to a high homocysteine. This is the, you know, the standard way to fix that. But I only know that I have that genetic variant because I got my genome sequenced, right? You know.
And there's something you measure in particular that you will maybe say is
Nothing-
essential, but most people overlook?
Not one thing, no. However, I should probably emphasize where we stand in terms of which combinations of things are most reliable. So right now, there's a huge interest in these things called epigenetic clocks, which I guess most of you know what that is, you know, measuring the rate of change of the status of these decorations on our DNA that determine which genes are expressed and so on. And there are kind of closely related things like transcriptomic clocks, proteomic clocks. These are very much making progress, but my personal view has been for a long time that, you know, they've got a long way to go, well, a little way to go anyway, to overtake the more traditional things that one might measure in terms of function, whether it's, you know, cognitive function like memory, or whether it's physical function like grip strength or gait speed, you know, the kinds of things, or indeed metabolic things like, you know, glucose tolerance. So I was very intrigued a week or two ago when at a conference I was speaking at in Dublin, which was the latest in a line of conferences that I used to organize. There were a couple of talks describing the development of a new clock that is based on these things. Now, the reason one can do such a thing is because unlike epigenetic or other omic data, people have been measuring things like grip strength and memory and so on for a very long time. And there are lots of genuinely, you know, high quality longitudinal data sets that can be accessed in order to train a clock that's based on these clinical measures. So that's what these people did. And sure enough, they were able to come out with a clock that outperforms all of the omic clocks. So this kind of tells me that the right thing to do is the traditional measurements. Of course, you know, depending on your budget, that may determine exactly how thoroughly you can do them. But still, you know, these things really seem to be good predictors of not only how long you're going to live, but how long it's going to be before you start coming down with this or that chronic condition of late life.
Thank you.
Awesome. I've been listening in, taking a little break, listening in though. Amazing conversation.
I think I got one parting question for Aubrey. So Aubrey, with respect to current state in 2025, we're seeing things like blockchain advancing, democratization and power to the people in terms of finance, ownership of our personal data, private health information. Potentially, I as an individual can further commercialize my own health data. With all the advances you've seen in a multitude of technical fronts and medical fronts, any updated projections for when we can anticipate hitting LEV? So
my current prediction is that we have a 50% chance of reaching longevity escape velocity before the end of the 2030s. So within, let's say, 12 to 15 years. Now, of course, I can't say how soon we are certain to reach that because it's research, you know, we don't know. But 50% chance is quite enough to be worth fighting for. And a lot of the reason why my timeframes in terms of how soon we're going to get there have not slipped for a long time now is because of technical stuff, whether it's improvements in AI, whether it's improvements in enthusiasm on the part of geeks, you know, which of course is very much the crypto community who have contributed enormously, but also simply the rate of progress that's actually been made. So one thing I like to highlight, because it's very much related to our own work at LEV Foundation, is that when we started the first study 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we designed it 3 years ago, we were looking for interventions which had already been shown by someone or other to extend mouse lifespan even when initiated relatively late in life, like in middle age. And there were very few of them. There were like 4. And so we put those 4 together in our experiment, and we got what we were hoping to get. We got additive benefits. But the total benefit, even for all 4 of them, wasn't as much as we want. So we want to do another experiment, and we want to do it with a lot more interventions. We want to use like 8 this coming time. So you may ask, well, how can we do that? The reason we can is because during the past couple of years, while our first study was ongoing, there have been more and more reports of things that individually work a little bit in mice, starting late in life. So, it gives us huge encouragement. In fact, we're now spoiled for choice. We could do 2 8 intervention studies in parallel with different interventions. And we still would be only using things which individually have already been shown to give some impact on lifespan. So that's really, really, really encouraging. It's a huge part of the reason why I believe we're really getting closer to longevity escape velocity.
Thank you.
Aubrey, so many people in the community, I believe, just think that you are just a hero and super appreciate everything for the years and years and many years to come of all the research, all the experiments, all the stuff you've been putting together through the organizations. And I feel like every other time we come on the show, I'm like, yeah, what happened to a lot of people in crypto get rich? They have an affinity for this longevity stuff and get much more funding, do much more stuff and make this huge impact in the real world. Like, what better else thing is there to do?
Well, thank you so much. And we honestly don't need very much. The first study cost $3.5 million. The second study, because it's going to be twice as many interventions, it's going to cost like $5 or $6 million because we had a bit of cost saving. I want to do maybe, I think it would probably take only 3 or so more of those studies, each coming in at that kind of price tag, before we have an 80% chance of getting to what I've called robust mouse rejuvenation. So at the moment, if you take mice that are already in middle age, the best that you can do to how much you can extend their life is by 4 months. Essentially, they would normally live another year. You can extend that to 16 months. I want to treble that effect size. I want to get these mice to live 12 months longer than they normally would. In other words, 2 years starting from when the experiment begins rather than only 1 year. Trebling the effect size is the thing that will completely change every expert's view of the malleability of aging. I confirmed this on stage at RadFest just yesterday in the closing panel with 4 of my very prominent colleagues who spend a lot of time interfacing with the general public, same as I do. So I know that this is true. And it's only $20 million to do 3 more of these studies. It's pathetically little, and I can't get it. So if anyone in the crypto community can change that, then you will be the one who's saving lives.
Well, we're certainly going to try our hardest to get a whole bunch of money in this bull run. Let's do it. Let's go. And you can fund whatever you want. You can stay on the beach. You can do nothing with it, or you can find longevity research too. There are options out there for everyone. Oh, Aubrey DeGray, amazing panel. Thank you again for coming. Always love to have you on the show, at the conferences, everyone on the panel. You guys did amazing.
And do show that one slide that I gave you, multiple times during the meeting. If you want to promote this, that's the first thing that I want people to help with.
I'll pull it up right here too, just so we can run this. What we started with the Vita DAO.
Yep. Everyone screen capture it. Whatever, spread it around. We want the day it launches 3 weeks from now. We want this to explode.
All right, everyone. Take you out again. Thanks Aubrey. Appreciate you coming. Fast, Twinkie, Daniel, Captain RG3, Wild SJ, lovely shirt. Got a lot of great shirts. Don't know where they came from. Maybe me. Maybe some more to come. We'll see. Litverse 441. Appreciate appreciate you all. Next panel coming, or next talk coming up. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome.
Thanks. I forgot Twinkie. I almost got it right. It is so hard to do this when StreamYard keeps messing with the buttons. And then I'm waiting. Is someone going to drop off first? I'm going to click the wrong one. Amazing. Fun. We like to have fun here. We like to have fun. Anyways, next talk coming up. Lightning talk. PulseChain versus Solana versus Ethereum. Welcome to the stage, Crypto Hitman Nick Hellman. How's it going, man?
What's going on? Yeah, I've been tuning in all day. Hopefully everything you can hear is good here. It is a lightning talk, and it does need to be brief. I'm heading to golf Monday night leagues, but when you have your obligations, you need to stick to them. That's the first lesson of this little talk right now. Stick to your obligation, guys. Don't be the guy who doesn't follow through after they say they're going to do something. And your network is your net worth. So once you start putting those chinks in the armor, they'll move on to other options, and you'll get left behind. So that is awesome.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks. I mean, nice to meet you as well. I don't think I've had the pleasure so far, but nice to see you, and thanks for applying for the conference and coming on.
Yeah, I don't think we talked like person to person like this. Maybe cross paths and spaces or something like that. But yeah, great to be on here. Great to be talking about PulseChain, about PulseX, and what's really the future. And that was a really cool talk about longevity. The golf on Mondays, I play soccer on Tuesdays. That's kind of my stress relievers to get exercise, and hopefully provides me with some longevity to find the gains, not only for this crypto cycle, but for all the crypto cycles to come.
Let's do it, man. Let's get it. Yeah, we're turning back. We went from some longevity. We got health and wellness coming up you, but we got everyone wanting their daily, or not their daily, their 15-minute dose of some PulseChain bullish stuff. We got you hitting us off with that. So the stage is yours.
Yeah. So as we know, PulseX obviously would receive much green candles if PulseChain does well. So we're talking about what is the difference between Ethereum, Solana, and PulseChain, and why I believe that PulseChain is a massive opportunity. Although I think you can still find gains on Ethereum or Solana over the coming months and coming years, PulseChain is that undervalued gem, that gate-kept gem. And I know a lot of you listening to this have the same belief, but I'm here to give you some data. Ethereum has been the mainstay of crypto as far as scaling solutions, and really the first and main layer one that is out there. Of course, you have Ethereum Classic and Cardano spinoffs and BNB. But Ethereum continues to be the go-to for new developers. And as we're seeing institutions and stablecoins coming into the crypto market, what are they choosing to develop on? That is Ethereum. So Ethereum is the driver of alt season. Ethereum is the driver for risk on and for speculation and for retail investors coming into the crypto market. That's why even if you love PulseChain or you're a Solana degenerate, you should be rooting for Ethereum, because it will make your life and your network find that much more success. Now, as for Solana, it's had its ups and downs. It's a VC chain, but we can't deny it. Even as PulseChain people, we like decentralization and we like opportunity, but Solana's been there. They've gone down to nearly $9. And what do you know? They went up to close to $200, $300 off the lows. And I think Solana still will play a fascinating point in the crypto economy. Although Solana really isn't my cup of tea, or I don't really like that it's all about memes, or it seems like it's all full of Jeets, 2Xs, 3Xs, and they're out. Solana does have a lot of capital that is driving it. But I'm here to say that I think PulseChain is the best opportunity for a couple of reasons. Yes, Solana is for a lot of throughput and cheap transactions. PulseChain does the same thing. Solana does have a bigger user growth right now, does have a lot more price performance going on right now, but I think PulseChain could get the edge. Number one, it matches Solana for throughput and cost. It's cheap chain, a lot of throughput. There's going to be a lot of upgrades. But number two, it's still EVM compatible like that of Ethereum. So it's much easier to get Ethereum people that are going to be onboarded through this ETF, that are going to be onboarded through stablecoin usage, that are going to be onboarded by institutional adoption of Ethereum, to make their way over to the PulseChain ecosystem, whether that's the bridge, Liberty Finance, whatever it may be. The other thing that I don't think people should forget is I've been a big proponent about a month ago talking about the Ethereum Strategic Reserve is going to be the narrative that drives the crypto space. And what do you know? Now Ethereum Strategic Reserve is everywhere. We see companies buying hundreds of millions of dollars of Ethereum on a daily and weekly basis, and that's helping drive the price here to $3,000 and beyond for Ethereum. But PulseChain's sacrifice wallet does have over 166,000 Ethereum. Now, there's no guarantee that that Ethereum does get deployed into PulseChain or in which way that will get deployed. But if we know anything about Richard Hart, how he set up the entire benevolent ecosystem of PulseChain, PulseX, HEX, and INC, I think it is reasonable to speculate that those funds will be used to pump the blue chips on PulseChain and this underlying network. I want you to understand one thing and one thing only. If you know anything about Richard Hart, he has an ego and he's not going anywhere. He just beat the SEC in court. Not only did he beat the SEC, but PulseChain beat it. PulseX beat it. HEX beat it. He wants to make millionaires. That is his own word. He talks crap on Satoshi for not being around. He calls Vitalik Buterin a little bit of a weak founder in a face. He talks crap on Charles Hoskinson as being a weak founder in a face for Cardano. So for those of you that believe Richard Hart isn't going to come back in a big way, a meaningful way, and have impact on the success of PulseChain, I think you are sadly mistaken. PulseChain has everything that you want. It has decentralization. It has opportunity. It has great token economics. Now it just needs more users and more capital to flow into the network. Will that happen in the coming days, coming months, coming years? I believe so, for many of the reasons that I just outlined to you. But that doesn't mean that that is the only place you should put their capital. And I know this is a discussion between Ethereum, Solana, and PulseChain, but I like to throw BSC out there as well. I was very early to BSC, and I've gone so hard on PulseChain because I always say PulseChain reminds me of the early days of BSC. Watching DeFi blossom, watching new builders and projects develop on the chain. And there's going to be infighting because people don't like shiny objects stealing capital from their shiny object. But understand that with each new deployment brings new users, new capital, and new economic energy to the chain, which ultimately pumps the chain and all the blue chips itself. We watched BNB go from 9 cents up to $600. We watched as half the crypto community absolutely despised CZ and Binance and called them scammers. The other half got behind the chain, and the real believers who could see through the tarnishment from KOLs and influencers calling CZ a scammer, well, they got all the glory. And they still see the glory today, as BNB was one of the few coins that actually outperformed Bitcoin early in the cycle. And guess what? BSC is an EVM compatible chain. And that's why I believe PulseChain is also going to see similar successes to that we have saw of BSC. Solana will get its credence, will get its capital. But I personally do not want to play the trenches game. I don't want to play the meme game for a 2x. I'm looking for a chain that is innovating, a chain that is building DeFi opportunities, a chain that I think has massive upside potential due to the undervaluation of the core tokens. And I believe that is PulseChain. So for my money, I'm going heavy in BSC network, Ethereum network, and the PulseChain network. We play some degen plays over at Solana, but that's what I see Solana as, the degen play, the gambling chain, the chain that's going to find itself on the outside looking in, as institutional adoption is happening for who? For Ethereum and EVM compatible chains. Solana is not either of those. So that is my opinion on Ethereum, on PulseChain, and Solana. I think for those of you watching this, you're already probably involved in PulseChain. Hopefully you agree with a lot of what I say. And for those of you who are watching this for the first time, hopefully that opened your eyes to the opportunity over here on PulseChain. The difference is PulseChain is built with benevolence. Buybacks and burns on PLS. Buybacks and burns on PLSX. Long-term staking and delayed gratification for HEX. And INC is a separate reward token, so you don't have downward selling pressure on PLS or PLSX. Imagine if Uniswap on Ethereum bought and burned Ethereum. Effectively, that's what's going on PulseChain. The devs, Richard Hart, the God Whale, whoever it is, continues to show next level token economics, next level benevolence, and PulseChain has yet to be alive and active during an actual bull market. And with this break out on Ethereum, this institutional adoption of Ethereum, I think it is imminent for PulseChain to start catching some tailwinds instead of headwinds over the next coming months. RH, I don't know if you're there. There you are.
I'm back. I heard the cue. Yeah, great breakdown, man. Yeah, that's interesting how you were talking about BSC, kind of throwing it in there too. There's a lot of different L1s, different tech. I mean, what do you think people are really? What are people missing about PulseChain? Is it just the marketing? Like, do they just need to hear about it to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense?
I think that's the biggest thing. I always say the best marketing in crypto is green candles. And we saw a little bit of that happening when PulseChain kind of did its 5x or its 6x, and then you saw projects like PTGC going from hundreds of thousands up to 350 million, and people were getting onboarded. I was one of those people who was able to onboard more people into the ecosystem due to the success of some of the altcoins and the blue chips going up. So I think it's just marketing, and I think that's coming. Richard Hart beat the SEC. We need regulatory clarity, check mark. Now we need the Interpol case to kind of settle, and I think that gives Richard Hart the freedom of speech, the freedom of mobility, and the freedom to go live again, and then he can market better than anybody out there. I think a lot of people watching this have got here because of Richard Hart, because of what he preaches, and kind of the confidence he gives you when he gets on and says, look, this is what could happen. This is what I'm doing to make it happen. And he really hasn't let anybody down. Yes, the price performance of PulseChain isn't great right now over the course of the 2-3 years that it's been deployed. But again, that's been during a downtrend. This is the first time that Ethereum is finally starting to outperform Bitcoin again, and PulseChain will get to catch that wave. And I think what people are missing is what I talked about the 166,000 Ethereum in the sacrifice wallet. Richard Hart will be the face of PulseChain. He has talked too much crap on the others for failing to do so, to not do that himself. PulseChain is tied via liquidity bonding, speculation, and technologically bonded with Ethereum, which I believe is going to continue to be the best platform for onboarding institutions. The stablecoin thing is going to be absolutely massive. You're going to have dividend yield on the ETF, and PulseChain will get a tailwind from that I believe Solana just won't get. And you also got to look how gatekept PulseChain is. It isn't on any sexes yet. It's not even on a single centralized exchange, guys. Nobody knows about it, and the access is just now opening up because PulseChain.com has a trusted bridge, but it's a little hard and a little slow, a little expensive for some people. Now we have Liberty Finance or Liberty Swap or whatever it's called just popped up, and now you can bridge in from all these different chains, making it that much easier. But just because it's easier to get in, why are people going to come in? They need to see stuff like this, the community. They have to feel like they can be welcomed in somewhere, and of course, they need to see green candles, and that bridge will light up green. The whales are exiting here. Richard Hart has hinted that God candles can come at any moment, and we do know that there's a massive physical marketing ploy that will be starting in the next month or so that I think is really going to spur PulseChain adoption.
What are the first words you think when he comes back live? He's going to say, "Hello, everyone." What's the?
I don't know. Maybe instead of hello sell pressure, it's hello buy pressure. God candle during live show. Who knows?
Hello, God candles. Welcome, God candles. Yes. Amazing.
I think he's chomping at the bit to come back. I'm going to head off to golf, reduce some of my stress. Hopefully we can hop on a separate stream, or you can come on the Crypto Paradise stream. We can talk more in depth about these topics. It's hard to cover them, in 10 minutes. But I do believe Ethereum is going to be a major driver of the success of all chains and altcoins, and PulseChain is going to be the best beneficiary, the best layer 1 beneficiary this cycle. And that's where I'm putting my capital. That's where I'm putting most of my time and most of my economic power is here on PulseChain. Yes, there's higher risk than BSC or Solana, but with that comes much higher returns and the potential glory to say that you're right all along.
Love it. Yes, we'll get connected a little bit later on and see when we can chat more about it. A lot of great topics. Appreciate it, man. And have a great rest of your day golfing. Have a
good one. Thank you.
Yeah. Boom. Are you not pumped up? We're pumping it up to go into the next health wellness type talk. We're pumping it up to bring it down and feel good. Let's do that. What's a good transition for this one? I'm looking at the things. I'm looking over here. Probably not. You know what? We're doing money gun. Here we go. Money gun.
Wow. Neat.
Brandon.
Woo!
I love it.
What's up?
It's kind of dated now. I don't really say it as much anymore, but let's go, Brandon. Daniel, how's it going?
Yeah.
Good to see you
At
again.
first, I didn't even know what that meant, and now I do. And
you had to Google it.
I was just like, "Hey, I appreciate the encouragement, everybody."
Let's go, Brandon. Just keep saying it. It means something different now.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, gents, I've been following some of your therapy conversations and streams and stuff too, and really appreciate you put it out there. There's a lot of people. We had ups and downs. Goes without saying the last couple, 2 or 3 years to markets, and people got this and that in their lives, and it's really great I'm glad to see Brandon in the community and interact more with Daniel and stuff too, and really appreciate you all talking about some of the stuff that people can connect with and figure out the important stuff here, physical health, mental health, all that good stuff. So I appreciate you both. I'll let you take it away. You got
thank you, Max.
Lightning talk of course, man. Lightning talk, how to stay human in crypto, and then we'll dive into the health and wellness panel after that. Here we go.
Great to see you, Brandon.
You too.
All right. So, how to stay human in crypto, right? I mean, I'll give a short go of one way to work on that, and then I'll give it back to you. Some interactiveness later on. So, all right, a quick rundown, because I mean, I remember when I started in crypto, nobody really cares, right? You just have to figure it out on your own. And I mean, it can be kind of hard, right, to be in crypto. So one invitation here of working on how to stay human in crypto can be to have a certain kind of gratitude practice. Ah, the positivity again, right? Okay. But what if you're not really that so much? Well, we have a tool for that. So I created I actually made a book, the Crypto People's Health Playbook. And in there, I actually created two variations of a gratitude practice. One that I call the unpleasant gratefulness and the pleasant gratefulness. So if you are a little bit more pessimistic, triggered by past negative experience, disappointment, or fear of failure, no wonder you're in crypto. Of course, that can happen. So, some examples could be let me just clarify. Unpleasant gratefulness is a form of gratefulness that is often driven by fear. For example, I'm grateful for things that didn't happen to me or things that's not in my life and didn't have to do in my life. So, for example, it could be if you find well, normally I do this myself, 3 to 5 things every evening. And of course, you could do it in the morning as well. But again, in the evening in particular, if you think about the next day's worries and problems, you cut your deep sleep by half. This is from a Danish doctor in Denmark. I really liked a lot of his material. So there's an advantage here to think about the good things that will happen when you go to sleep. And you will also wake up with these thoughts before you maybe go on with the negative. And there's no judgment in this. It's simply just, sure, maybe you're right there. And that's fine. So that's why I created the unpleasant gratefulness. So that could be you don't have any pains. Your home is not burned down. You're not blind. You're not homeless. Have not lost your parents. You don't have dementia. Your body's not fully paralyzed. Stuff like that, This, you maybe see the pattern here, fulfills that it's things that you could be grateful for, but it's kind of unpleasant, but it's only gratefulness because it's not in your life, right? So that's where you can start, and then you can slowly supplement it into the pleasant gratefulness. So the form of gratefulness that is often driven by joy and happiness, things that you are grateful for that did happen to you and you do have in your life and that you can do in your life. So for example, that could be a nice song on the radio you heard as a kid, the nostalgia, seeing an old movie that, oh yeah, that was kind of nice memory, right? Listen to some bird, enjoying the sunset. It can be small things, doesn't really matter. I mean, one of the key things I do in my practice of this, for example, I don't write it down. Some people do that. I just know sometimes I'm very tired, so it's not going to happen. But if I lay down on my pillow, I can think about, okay, mentally, what could be 3 to 5 things today? But it has to be from today. That keeps the exercise fresh because then your mind has to be aware and looking out for even the small things, even though it was a crappy day in crypto, the charts were crap, sure, but there were most likely some other things that day that actually was kind of nice that you maybe could appreciate. Because again, how should you be able to appreciate the big things when we go to the moon and whatnot if you cannot appreciate the small things? So yeah, that was my short invitation of how you could stay human in crypto. But Brandon, you have another very yeah, right?
Yes, yes. And I'm very grateful for you. And I can see why you are joyful Danish. Grateful for you, Mr. Joyful.
Cheers.
I am really excited about this. We're going to do something a little different than you probably experienced in a conference, something experiential here. I have created a specific tailored guided imagery meditation for all of us PulseChain people. And I think you guys are really going to like it. This will also help you sleep at night. I've been told once or twice that my voice can put people to sleep. Anyways, this is going to help you focus and bring you back to why you got into PulseChain in the first place. So relax, and I hope you enjoy this. I actually pre-recorded it, so if I can get a full screen max somehow, and then I will pull it up here, and that would be great if that's possible there, my friend. Okay, you there, Max? All right. Enjoy. Hello. I want you all to find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Try to sit or lie down comfortably, preferably having your back supported and your hands resting gently on your lap. And if you can, close your eyes softly and take a moment to settle in. Notice the weight of your body. It's grounding you like an unshakable foundation in the unpredictable cryptocurrency landscape. Now, we're going to focus on the breath to start. The simple, powerful anchor that centers us. I want you to inhale deeply through your nose, filling your lungs with fresh, cleansing air. Hold for a count of 3, and then exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing any tension or worry. With each inhale, imagine drawing in calm, peaceful energy. And with each exhale, let go of the chaos of the crypto market, the uncertainties, the price dips. Breathe in peace. Breathe out doubt and worry. In and out. And do this a few more times until you get a comfortable pace. Now start to notice your body is relaxing deeply with every breath. Your shoulders soften. Your jaws unclench, and your mind quiets like a still pond under a clear sky. As you continue breathing steadily, let's journey into a serene imagery that calms the spirit while sharpening your focus. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a tranquil forest glade, soft, with the golden sunlight filtering through the leaves. The air is crisp and pure, with the gentle rustling of branches swaying in a light breeze. This glade is your personal sanctuary, a place of unbreakable peace, far from the chaos of the crypto markets, only openness in this flowing space where everything connects in harmony. Now, as you walk deeper into this glade, feeling the soft earth beneath your feet, grounding you like the solid roots of an ancient tree. Imagine these strong roots represent your core beliefs about your why, you got into crypto in the first place, and more specifically, why you came into PulseChain. Remember the initial spark, the moment you realized the power of decentralized finance. It's not about the tokens in your wallet. It's about the freedom they embody. Visualize these roots of strong beliefs extending deep into the soil, drawing nourishment from your conviction in PulseChain. A world without middlemen, without banks dictating terms. See yourself transacting freely with your assets in self-custody, fully yours to control. No permissions needed, just pure, unfiltered liberty. Take that in. As you stand in the center of the forest glade, notice a warm, glowing light emerging from the heart of the trees, a symbol of trustless yield, growing steadily like vines reaching for the sun. Feel the hope blooming within you as you recall the victories that confirm your path, the regulatory clarity forged through triumphs of Richard Hart, the PulseChain tokens, and the community as they prevail in the case against the SEC. Focus on how that paved the way for innovation without fear. This light pulses gently, reminding you that your why is resilient. It's about building a future where finance is fair and accessible and yours to control in privacy. Inhale this light and let it fill your chest with renewed purpose. Exhale any lingering frustration from holding through the dips, knowing that true value lies in the long-term vision, not the momentary fluctuations. Now, center yourself back here in the glade. Place your hand over your heart if it feels right, and silently affirm, I hold with purpose. My why is my strength. Decentralized freedom, self-sovereignty, and unbreakable hope. Feel that calm wash over you, wave after wave, like a steady stream in a decentralized network, flowing without interruption. You are centered, focused, and at peace with the journey. The market may shift, but your foundation remains firm. Now, when you're ready, gently begin to return from this imagery. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Feel the connection back to the present moment. Take one final deep breath in and out. Open your eyes slowly, noticing a renewed sense of calm. Focus and hope is now with you. Feel free to revisit this meditation anytime you need to realign with your why, your purpose. You've got this. Your belief in PulseChain and its principles is the true gift that endures. And I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the PulseX conference. Thank you. I'm laughing my ass off at these comments.
Yeah, they're quite funny. Yeah, reporting you to God.
Just caught the comments. So.
I had to mute myself. I was laughing so hard at the comments. Anyways,
Dude, great meditation, by the way. That was, so you made like a specific pulse chain bear market type meditation. That's awesome, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I will post that later on my
yes.
X, Free Brandon 7. Yes.
Please do. Please do. That'd be great. Well, gents, great segue into the health and wellness panel. You are ready? Ready to get the rest of everyone in here?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, let's gotta make a transition here. Let's see which one.
Wake everyone up here.
Well, this might wake them up. Let's do some health and wellness right here.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt doesn't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
Epic. Welcome back.
Pump it, Richard. Pump it, Richard.
Pumping it. We're pumping it. Pumping those irons. Speaking of that, welcome back, everyone. Daniel, Brandon, SJ, Baker Kowski, Crypto Artie, Blockhead. Good to see you all. Good to see you. Yeah, glad to be. Guys, ready for some health and wellness? I'm dip out here. I'm going to do some dips and be back in a bit. Have fun.
Can you hear me?
All day, every day. Since I didn't get to kind of say what I was doing last time. On this episode here, every shirt you see me wearing is gonna have it's from a meetup. To me, our meetups, like getting to meet people in real life. Someone needs to mute that has kids maybe running around. That's real loud. Thanks. So the fact that we often are here, right, in this like 2D digital world, and a lot of times we're kind of like spinning the wheels in our head, you know, looking at charts, doing all these things. When you get to sit down at a table across from someone who experiences that same reality very often, it can really bring a lot of peace and a lot of reassurance to your life, and a lot of just like, oh man, you too, you know, like you're feeling that too, you're going through that too. I just saw this happen at this last meetup we had here in Southern California. You know, the fact that like there were several people that I'd never seen before, didn't know who they were, you know, like self-proclaimed like lurker kind of people, you know, they're like, hey, I know you, but you don't know me. And, you know, I was thanked profusely because they're like, I don't have anyone else to talk to about this. You know, like there's no one, none of my friends or family group are in this space. So to be able to come to a real in-person place and meet with people and talk to people is just, it can be that alone can be therapy for people. So that is that's why you're going to see me do what I do. I love it. I love hanging out with people in real life. It's the best. I've gotten to hang out with most of you.
That's awesome.
A couple of you.
I know. I just saw you.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I was going to say I was excited that there are some folks on here that I have not been on stream with, but yeah, that's stream. We've gotten to get there quite a few times. But yeah, it's I mean, love to hear some of y'all's thoughts on health and wellness, because I echo SJ's. I literally was going to take basically the exact same angle. Like I love meetups and in-person kind of events. You know, like I've been doing them a long time, and I find that whatever sort of self-reinforcement we can do makes a big difference. So if anybody else has any other thoughts, I will gladly take a side note here.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially the meeting up in person is very helpful, making the whole thing real, because to like family and friends, like SJ is saying, it's kind of we're in an esoteric type world. People don't really understand, pulse chain, what is it all? And there's like, this weird terminology we use. So to actually like meet people that are like, positive and having a good time and, just like, hey, this isn't digital friends. They're actual human, I think human people, as far as I know.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. I mean, as far as relationships and trust building goes in crypto, which is something that, like, for something that everyone wants to act as if it's this like all on your own, you against the world kind of thing. I think that it's actually way more social. I mean, Richard's talked about this a bunch before. It's like everyone still has to click the button to run the program, So there's a social element of it all too. So having some sort of in-person connection makes me feel whatever that feeling is a little bit better. I mean, I'm not saying I haven't met like straight up scammers in person and shaking their hands, because that has also taken place. That has taken place too. But I do think that you build relationships over time with people, and I've been around crypto for a while, and the best ones have stuck around with me.
Yeah, it's always really nice to meet people that are on the same path as you. We're in crypto to better ourselves, better our relationship with money, better our relationship with our time, and it's nice to meet everybody. I'm Blockhead, but yeah, it's really important that we really talk about what health and wellness is, because a lot of people get distracted. A lot of people, they tend to veer off, and they sometimes neglect their own health, whether it be mental health or physical health. And it's really important for us to remind us, as we're buying our time back, as we're setting up a better future, health and wellness should really be a big proponent into where our focus should be with that financial freedom.
Yeah, I think I love. First of all, what other crypto community ever does anything like this? We just had a PulseChain specific guided meditation. That's beautiful, right? Like I know no other community out there that marries so well the ideas of being mentally healthy and knowing that is a huge factor and a huge key to being wealthily healthy. You know what I mean? Like in order to be of sound mind when everything goes to the moon and you're experiencing euphoria, right? Like I can imagine, as I'm hoping to experience in this bull run, right? Like if you're not already grounded, and if you're not already doing something to ensure that your mental health and mental stability is there, I feel like it's going to be, you may have a hard time in the future, once you've got lots of dollars or coins.
Hi, everyone. Life is short. Life. I haven't met everyone here. Wild SJ, I met you, and pleasure to meet everyone else here. Life is super short, and I'm all about positivity from day one. And so many people I've onboarded in the past couple of years, and a handful super negative. And money comes and goes, guys. If you guys are only concerned about mad gains, guess what? Reality check. Life is a lot more important. There's a lot more up to stake. This is just a short time that we're here. My spiritual side that I've been blessed with my man, Jesus Christ, I've gone through streams of darkness and light. So my best advice is we all have our own journeys, our own paths of financial freedom. So, if I'm mentioning PDI, I've done great with PDI, awesome. And if you've done great with PDI, awesome. But if you've done with HEX, INC, we're all together. We're all one family, one community. That's how I see PulseChain. So we're all in it together. We're all going to pump each other's bags. We're all blessed with RH, our founder. And just stay positive. There's a lot of bad things going on in this world. Floods going on, kids are dying. We're worrying about a bull market. Come on, guys. It will come. Don't stress. Don't stress out.
Yeah, I like too what the community aspect. There really is. I haven't seen another crypto community like this, so I do think it is very special. And one of the inspirations when I was doing the guided imagery thing was I was reading this book. I'm sure a lot of you read it. It's called Start With Why. It's an older book, but it basically is, finding, why you're doing what you're doing, not just, doing what you're doing. And I see that a lot in the community is there's a lot of connection with not like, hey, there's this great coin. It's the ideals behind it. It's, there's so much philosophy and I think core beliefs to just basic humanity too, that everyone can kind of understand and resonate with. So it really is a cool thing to be a part of something that, and I like how the Daniel's always trying to talk about staying human in crypto. And I think like we're one of those communities where we're all over the place, but you can't say we're not human. So there's flaws, there's awesome people, there's some crazy people, but we're definitely human. You can't say we're not. So I think that part's cool. And that, to me, that like the mental health part, you gotta be close to, humanity. So
Help each other one out.
A good way to do that is go touch grass.
Yes, or sand.
Yes. or some good sun.
Yeah, I started. Funny enough, every now and then I like going to do tarot readings or palm readings and things like that, and I have my palm read. And the woman during the reading, one of the things she mentioned, she was like, it might be a good idea for you to be in water, to go, like immerse yourself in water as often as you can. And for whatever reason, that really stuck with me, and I took it to heart. And so now every single Sunday, I go to the ocean. And doesn't matter what temperature it is, how cold it is, if the sun's out or not, like I just go and I dive into the water, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's almost like I have like the Wim Hof moment, like depending on how cold the water is that day. And then
You get baptized every Sunday.
Right. And then I just lay out and just, I have that time for me. And for someone like myself, I'm not a very disciplined person. But to be able to go and do that and just, make that my ritual, it's really become something that I look forward to now every week. And I want to keep that as a, kind of a, like a health check for myself. Right.
Yeah, it's important to have some kind of structure, especially when you're, going through something as volatile as this. We all need a healthy way to exert that.
Yeah, it's important. And even actually from a metaphysics perspective, going to water, going to a beach or whatnot, have any of you guys experienced this not happening? That you come to the water and then whatever worries and burden or whatever mental thing that maybe filled you, did you went home with that in the same state? Or did it totally deteriorate? Because that's actually what happens. Exactly. While this, is slowly flush away with the waves, And there is apparently a metaphysical explanation to this, because all these water molecules, when you come near to that, all these apparently thought structure in that particular frequency cannot hold its structure with that amount of water molecules, if that makes sense, without being too technical. That's basically why most people, at least I've never heard of anyone not getting this experience. If you just go to the water, go to the beach, you'll slowly feel much more relieved when you walk from the beach. I don't know. What's your experience while
I feel like it's like the the go-to response from all the doctors I come across in Puerto Rico, for my kids, for myself, whenever you get sick or whatever here, they're like, yeah, just go down to the beach, you know.
I love that that's what doctors say. I mean,
they literally, our kids GP doc that we see all the time, pediatrician, like my doctor has definitely been like, I've been like, I'm feeling a little, congested or whatever. Go to the beach, let me know how it is afterwards. And like most of the time you're like, nah, fine. It's pretty
My
funny.
brother-in-law, a cardiologist, lives by the shore.
Yeah, it's refreshing.
Makes sense.
For sure.
Listen, you guys want to go by the land or the beach? You want to go by the left or the right? You want to go by Judas or by Jesus? You want to stress, be negative? You want to be positive? You have options. It's what you choose. And the story.
It's true. I mean, it's and having conviction is important, and having some sort of like this grounding thing to come back to with all that, especially when you're like, if we're here investing in altcoins that if anyone watches the crypto markets in a macro sense, like everything else is pumping right now. We're not exactly. So like it takes strong conviction to be like, hey, I still believe exactly what I'm doing is the right thing, even in the face of like, hey, crypto's doing great, and you're like, hey, get close. We're getting there. We're almost there. So let's settle down. But like, it takes a lot of conviction, because like, my first couple cycles, the first cycle, I felt like I jumped around a lot. Like I was like, oh, and this and that, and you definitely miss out on a lot by fighting yourself, trying to chase every single other pump that's going on around you. So it's all part of it too.
I think our brain, in crypto, your brain's kind of like that. You jump around. Like our brains are like we're on a hamster on a wheel. We just keep spinning, and just add to the whole going to the beach ocean thing. Is I think what happens is this is why I actually live close to the ocean, so I can do this. Is just by being close, just by seeing the water and the waves, you are shutting down, not totally sometimes, but you are shutting down part of the hamster wheel, and you are experiencing life in a non-cognitive way. Like there's your body you're smelling different things, visually you're obviously being stimulated with something different than you're looking at every day. You hear the sounds, whatever other senses are in the mystery of the human being. But that's I think that's one of the keys of being in crypto, is making sure you have other things that you do that get you out of the hamster wheel crypto brain, of what's going on my portfolio. Do I need to trade? What do I need to do? And, very, very grounding. So I like third or fourth the motion of the ocean there.
Motion of the ocean.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think negative vibes can really affect you underwater, right?
Unless they're sharks.
Well, that's why that's just nature at that point. But yeah, it's just like that. Baptisms, you can't really get affected by negativity underwater. So the water is very grounding. Also, drinking water is a big deal too. Make sure you're hydrated, and make sure a lot of that stress and anxiety comes from dehydration. So make sure you're on point with that as well.
Yeah, it really does come down to the little things, right? Like in the longevity panel we just had, like RG was saying, sleep, food, and exercise. Those are the three basic things. If you make sure that you're paying attention to how you're, taking account of those three things, then it makes everything else so much easier, right? Like, because I'm not a disciplined person, so to be able to do this thing every Sunday, right, or to be able to make sure that I'm eating well and drinking water, even, right, like those very simple things are hard enough for someone who's not disciplined. So if I can, at the very least, like get that under control, then I know that I'm healthy and I'm doing the right things, and it really, to me, it just makes everything easier. It makes things fall into place. There's one less thing you have to worry about, because I feel like you have the there's the possibility, right, that if you're not doing those things, you are more likely to be ill, to get sick, to not feel well, right? So make sure, and here's like something that Richard has said that I said this on a stream a long time ago. It made me start crying. His cup is full and he wants to see other people's cups overflow. Make sure your cup is full, right? Like, make sure that at least you start with a full cup. So then your cup can overflow and you give from the overflow versus giving and giving, and then your cup is empty all of a sudden.
I mean, and even if you're not, sorry, even if you're not eating well, we were talking on the thread just before water fasting. I'm a connoisseur on water. I fast every 3-4 months for the past 5 years. And I do about 100-hour fast. Highly recommend. Autophagy levels, euphoria, your cravings get wiped out. You start from scratch and you build up your digestive system again. Bone broth smoothies and then such. But the euphoria, people, oh, you're so. I was talking with my retail customer. Oh, you must be so tired. You work out. I go, on the second, third day, you have such a burst of energy. You're doing push-ups, you're doing this. It is an amazing feeling and hard to describe unless you do it. It could be difficult. Day one is the hardest stretch. But after 24 hours, just keep consuming water. Drink as much water as possible. By the second day, third day, your mind senses, you're hearing things from a quarter mile away. And people are like, well, what'd you hear? So highly recommend water fasting, autophagy. Probably the best thing that you could do for your body, for what I know and learned.
Even though I did like how Aubrey de Grey talked about, like, again, every person is his own physician, and it's important to try to get in tune with yourself, right? To find out what works best for you, right? And like you said, like, the hurl is very much a mental thing, right? Just get started with whatever it is. And if you're unsure, just test it. You can always change. One of the tools I actually made in the book I have, the Crypto People's Health Playbook that I use with my clients and so on, was actually this I call the inner courtroom. Funny enough with the case, right? But if you change the judgmental, the word, it's a mental judge. You judge yourself all the time. So what I did, I created like 3 categories: red, yellow, and green. Evidence. You are your own judge, but you're also your own defender, right? You try
worst critic.
Yeah, worst critic. And you are on trial. And you're trying to beat your own judge, which can be harsh, right? So the main point is just that I put these different categories to again, a lot of this is about awareness. You can change of things that you're not aware of. So there's a lot of these invisible enemies in crypto in particular. I mean, why wouldn't they, right?
Everywhere.
You're on your own. You don't trust anyone. You maybe don't meet people like you do here, and some of you guys already met in real person. So how are you going to know, right? So it can take some time and some practice. So I'm just saying that just start somewhere, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, and you can also do this and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Sure.
that's like, I think that's part of what Richard was getting at with his, like, workout, daily workout, challenge that he made is, and like some people are given, the detractors were like, a 3-minute workout's pretty hilarious, and you're like, yeah, man, just doing something matters. I get it that it seems silly, but like for a lot of people, that's like the push that they needed to actually do even a 2-minute work, 1-minute work, whatever. You just get off their ass and do some squats.
Once you work out that price chart, bro, that's what they were thinking.
Pump it.
No, I think it did. I think it did inspire a lot of people, though. I think I've seen people be posting, "Hey, doing the RH workout. Hey, doing this." I mean, it's easy to be like, "Oh yeah, why don't you talk more about how the price is going to go up?" But it's like, dude, the guy's out there making a difference, no matter what he talks about out there. And yeah, it is an underrated thing. And he just tweeted us, so yay, congrats!
Yay. Unfortunately, awesome. I'm blocked, but I got my tweet from my wife.
Oh, well. There you go. It's okay. It happens.
Stupid Peter.
Yeah, it's funny what a little bit of momentum does. and now everybody was looking at his workouts by day 30 and asking questions. But yeah, just a little bit of momentum got us going.
Small for RH, everyone. Hi, Richard. How's it going? Hello, Richard. Hello. Yes, pretty cool. Everyone, health and wellness panel, kicking AWS, if I may say so myself. Doing great. I enjoyed listening in. I was out there literally doing some dips and doing the workout. Not quite the RH workout. I was working out a little bit though, working out. Oh, look at those!
Doing the dips. Okay.
Nice. You got some biceps.
Dang, she's bringing those guns to the beach.
The heat.
That's right. Which way's the beach?
You got a permit for those guns, yes? Wow! Boom, bringing it out. And you got about 14 different T-shirts. I've seen you changing state.
Right.
You're pulling Fast Abdul. You're the fast. You're the wildest chick. All right, everyone. We're going to get to the Kong. You're going to be very pleasantly surprised because the views went up from 4K or 5K to about 15K. So Kong's like everyone's here for him now, as well as the health wellness panel. But thank you so much again. Good to see you all again. Some of you I've seen throughout the day.
Much love.
Big K, great to see you.
Right.
Already,
Great to be on every conference.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Max.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
See you guys.
See you.
Oh, yes.
See you.
Oh, dude. Boom, boom, boom. I did it. Yay. No mistakes. Everyone, if you just came from Richard Hart's Twitter, boom. I was waiting. I was like, I wonder if you're going to tweet today. You tweeted the last conference. No expectation that would come. Big guy, if you want to come on stage, we will. I'm sure someone will gladly share a panel with you or share their talk or otherwise. But didn't see him apply to be a speaker, so I can't count on him showing up right now. But boy, always nice to get a retweet and to see him out there watching this community, put in the work, doing the work. You do the work. One of my favorite greatest hits he's ever had. So who is up next? What we up next? We got Kong. Yeah, Kong's up next. Kong, you here? Kong's here. All right, let's bring him in. Let's do. You know what? We're gonna do the big intro. Rick, do I have the big rockets up? Let's see. Yep, we're doing rockets up full. Let's try this one out.
My trade right.
Boom. We're back.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Hopefully no pressure.
Yeah, no, hopefully I think I have a session tomorrow. Hopefully I have my I tried to get my I bought a whole new webcam, and I was showing Max last couple of streams, it's like there's like a 10-second delay. So I don't know if that adds to the quality of the stream.
It might be cool. You never know. Yeah, and the Kong's like, God, I got to explain to everyone now that there's quite a few more people. But man, I'm excited for this one. 15-minute lightning talk, PulseChain Dev 101 by CryptoCon, building a lot of stuff in the community. Been around, been on the show a million times as well. And so I'll let you take it from here.
Oh yeah, sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just say, thanks Max for having me on. And I made a little presentation. I'm not going to go into it too depth. I don't want to bore anyone. I think Maxim said we have a decent amount of viewers on, so I'm not going to cover everything to the T or anything like that. But I do want to cover the general points of this talk, this whole kind of 15-minute session that I have here. I'm going to be talking about essentially why builders are vital for blockchain, right? And kind of from my experience as a developer, as someone who's been building on chain, and kind of the things I've seen, the things I've experienced, and kind of that whole sort of ordeal there. Because I think PulseChain has a lot of builders, especially when you compare this to other chains. I don't know how many other chains there are that have people actually kind of working for them, right? Because I will say there's other chains out there, of course, right? Some of them have programs where like builders will have to get paid to come over, right? And to actually make products over there. I think PulseChain has this kind of unique, special kind of essence around it where builders are attracted to PulseChain, right? It's almost like, and I'll get into this a little bit later, but it's almost like a cool new playground, right? So to speak. So first things first, though, I'm gonna do like a little introduction, like why builders are vital for blockchain. You guys can read, like, if you wanna read through some of the kind of the points here, but this is the main kind of point I want to drive home, right? It's like you have builders create, users adopt, ecosystem grows, value increases, right? So we saw the same thing happen with HEX and PulseChain and like that whole kind of emergence of like the blockchain itself, right? So we had builders like Richard created a product, right? Users adopted it, the ecosystem grew, and then there was a few other things, changes in Ethereum, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, the value of HEX increased. And then what had happened was after so many like users had adopted and the ecosystem had grown quite substantially, we needed a kind of a new home to put HEX, right? And that it was I'll say it's the same sort of cycle that I think we're seeing here with PulseChain, where we have Richard Hart, and even now that we have builders on PulseChain as well, but I'm kind of just talking in like the general scheme of things, right? But you had Richard kind of create PulseChain. A lot of people said, it's not going to happen. It's he abandoned the idea, I think, is things that I've heard as well. And then what did we see happen? We saw builders create, PulseChain get launched, users adopt it. I think we're in the process of the ecosystem growing, right? Especially even with the whole crypto ecosystem growing, right? And that's going to increase like value as a whole on chain. So this is the feedback loop that I kind of like. If there's one point to take away from the presentation is respect the builders on chain, and you don't have to use everyone's product, right? Like products need product market fit, right? If you build something that no one cares about or no one cares to use, like it's not going to get any usage, right? But if you like, I'll even say this is like, I was on the AI panel earlier, and AI it's getting better and better and better and better, right? So if you tried, let's say a year ago, to build something with AI, chances are you could have gotten it done, right? Chances are, would it have taken you quite a long time? Would you have run into a ton of errors? Yes and yes, right? So now we're seeing these things kind of evolve with the AIs in such a way that like if you have an idea or if you have something you want to build, like PulseChain isn't this magical, outlandish, non-documented sort of like blockchain, right? It's a fork of Ethereum, right? It uses all the same frameworks, all the same Solidity code, all the same everything, right? So with that being said, it's like if Ethereum is one of the top blockchains in terms of probably builders and developers and kind of underlying infrastructure surrounding it, PulseChain, just by kind of default, by being a fork of Ethereum, already can just plug and play into a lot of these different tools and a lot of these different plugins, right? So kind of the point is like, maybe it won't be today, maybe it won't be tomorrow, but I can guarantee you, and even if you are able to put together like the right people and the right minds, like you guys can almost like, we're getting to a point where I think anyone could almost build anything, right? And you don't have to be, you don't have to be a master dev to build something, especially if you just want to use it for yourself, right? And I'll say that's kind of the key point is like, if you just want to use it for yourself, like go talk to ChatGPT, go talk to Grok, ask them, hey, I had this idea, or I've seen this idea happen, or I've seen this get implemented over on Solana. Like, how could I replicate the same sort of thing on PulseChain, right? Because I think another key point is like, maybe we'll touch into this in the next slide, right? But why builders are critical, right? And this is just one example of, we had like kind of that whole revolution of DeFi, right? Especially in like 2020, 2019, like around that area of like DeFi altcoin season, when we had like kind of Uniswap emerging and everything like that. You had like kind of on-chain trading kind of pick up for the first time pretty much ever in crypto, right? That was a revolution, right? Trustless, peer-to-peer, pretty much peer-to-peer trading without any, centralized exchange or third-party intermediaries. So the meme is like, we're in it for the tech, right? And a lot of us, like, we aren't in it for the tech, but it is a byproduct. Like we're all here. This is we're all interacting with software at the end of the day, right? And you don't have to be here for the tech, but I think the tech is here for you, whether you see it or not, right? And this is one of the points I want to drive home is like, I'm saying I think, but I definitely think there is a lot of research and a lot of kind of evidence to go to show that these builders and these products and these kind of developments and these innovations that got put out onto these new chains hyper accelerated the growth of Ethereum, right? And or of any of these other chains as well. Like let's do like a quick thought experiment of like, imagine if we had Ethereum, but there was no Uniswap, no dApps, no yield farming, no LP providing, none of that. All you could do is maybe like, I guess send and receive ERCs. I mean, the chain would be great, but it wouldn't be like, there wouldn't be anything about it that competes with like that centralized finance, right? So now that we've seen builders come in, and we saw the same thing happen on PulseChain, right? And they did decentralized lending and borrowing, decentralized liquidity, decentralized trading, all of that type of stuff, right? I think these are almost the key things that I think people overlook or underappreciate that actually can help drive major success of the blockchain, right? And I think we even saw this happen a little bit. And like, I don't want to talk about too much about other chains and stuff, but there was that whole like kind of meme coin factory revolution that happened over on Solana. And you had like, you had one or two projects that were able to kind of capitalize on that whole bit finanza that happened over there, right? So if like, kind of the point is like, I think we will likely see the same sort of thing here on PulseChain. And I've said this before, is like, no one really knows what the narrative is going to be. No one knows what the narrative is going to turn into. No one knows what things are going to be like in the future, right? But kind of the point is like, if people are building the infrastructure now, especially when everything's low, when we have the massive inflows of people, when we have like the narrative come in, when we have all these reasons why, people are going to flow to the right products, right? And I think PulseChain it's pretty much, especially with all the new builders, pretty much kind of setting itself up for a success story. Because kind of the point is like, what doesn't PulseChain have, right? And then also like, I'll cover these because I only have a 15-minute time slot, and I don't want to waste all my time just talking about random stuff. But I will say is like, there's more to like building than I think a lot of people realize, right? Like even if we're taking a look at like the bridge, right? So being able to have that sort of cross-chain interoperability between, Ethereum and PulseChain. And I think this is also something that Alex from Hedron, the developer over there, is trying to also kind of develop as well for PulseChain, right? Is have this market where whether you have EHEX or PHEX or EICOS or PI, whatever it is, right? It's all treated as the same. It's all treated as equal. And one of the ways you're able to do that is by building, right? By building a product, by building something that kind of transforms one thing into another, right? So that's kind of the point here is like, I think there's a ton of applications for blockchain, right? There's probably 1 million applications for blockchain, right? And I think the obvious ones are like, the ones that we've seen so far. But I think there's others. I think there's other ideas and there's other sort of innovations that as everything kind of moves forward in time and everyone kind of advances, everyone kind of innovates, everyone kind of learns from each other, I think we're going to see this like massive kind of inflow of like builders and projects on PulseChain and stuff. So yeah, remember guys, it's like without builders, of course the chain would still exist. Of course everything would be the same. Of course you'd still be able to do like a lot of the same things, right? But I think there is a lot to be said about builders and their contributions to blockchains and stuff. Another thing, I'll quickly touch on this, and like we touched on it a little bit earlier, but kind of the point of this slide is like PulseChain is not it's not some weird out of this world framework or kind of how should I say it, blockchain or software that like no one knows how to use or no one has the infrastructure for, right? So it's a fork of PulseChain, all of the same sort of frameworks, all of the same like documentations, all of the same stuff works for PulseChain as well. So that's
rpc.pulsechain.com.
Yeah. So yeah, and then last slide here, you know, we won't even cover this, but yeah, and then this is pretty much the same thing as well as like my experience, PulseChain's EVM advantage. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's like my experience is like it's been a great help, the fact that PulseChain is EVM and is based off of Ethereum, because I think it makes developing like all the stuff is there, right? It's nothing new. So I'll kind of end it off on that. So
boom. Yeah, I mean you've been building different products in the community and all kinds of fun tools, and you know, we work on the downloadable data stuff back then as well, and you just been cranking it out, man. So I appreciate you supporting PulseChain ecosystem and just explaining for how they can get into it. You know, what can they do, resources. I mean, even first thing I think of too is PulseChain.com. You go there, it's got a stats developers tab. It gives you all the information on that stuff too. So I'd say that's been the new website change has been a welcome new resource for onboarding people and especially the devs too. Yeah, you got to pull it up, click the top right devs. You got, you know, what else you need? Boom. If you know how to do smart contracts, you know how to deploy stuff, you know, we got IPFS, we got all the stuff. You got all the information right there to get started.
That's pretty awesome. And this is like, maybe this will be the last point I kind of drive home is like, we have all of this stuff here on PulseChain. Like I know there's probably a lot of other chains that are similar, or like, but I don't know anyone that does it like PulseChain in terms of like, everyone's here for everyone, kind of in the sense, like we're here for the community, right? Like, yeah, plenty of documentation, plenty of resources, plenty of everything. So definitely.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you again for showing us how the magnificent dev world of PulseChain can occur. Again, so many different stuff. It doesn't have to be a token, it doesn't have to be contracts. It could be websites and stats and pulling from RPC and all the fun stuff. It's a big world, and it's a lot of the stuff just comes over from Ethereum as well. So a lot of benefits of being a fork.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a good point too, Max. Is like you don't have to build a token, right? I think we were on here with HEX earlier, and he was the one that I think also built the PulseChain.com stats, or he built a PulseChain stats page.
PLSCharts.com.
PLSCharts.com. So
yeah.
Exactly, it's like that type of stuff. It's a major contribution to the entire community and to the entire ecosystem. So
I need that T-shirt. You don't have to build a token. You can build a token. You don't have to build a token. There's plenty of other ways to contribute in the community. Awesome, man. Well, appreciate it. Great job. And catch you at let's see, I know you must be on tomorrow. Yep, that's your one today.
Yeah, I think I'm on tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for having me on, Max. And yeah, thank you guys for tuning in to the PulseX conference.
PulseX conference. There we go. Good to see you, man. I'll see you later.
See ya.
All right. PulseX.com, baby. PulseX.com. If you don't know, now you know. A lot of fun stuff. Next up, we got, looking at my schedule here, I see top 10 Hextadian bullish PulseX stats. Super excited for this. And we're going to get what kind of intro we're going to do for this. We're going to do, let's do the dance.
Let's see if they talk to Kendrick Lamar one time. I remember serving some of just from my levels. This was this a nigga, this a family, this the mama count. I'm a shower, my account, this is from a county. I say, with my DJ, they fully in the living girl, like a white Westy girl with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good, like you said, they know my taste buds. I can't wait to be with this shit, let me be anxious. I love for you, love me, thank you, young and playing dangerous. AM to the PM, PM to the AM fool. If I drop your DM, you just gotta hate them fool. If I quit your beat, I'm extra wild, we say it's fool.
What's the movie does that? He's like, pulls it back like that.
Oh my.
How'd you show dance moves? Sorry, I was like, I don't know if I kind of hit it, and I was like, oh, this is not the full screen one. It's going to show, and it showed. I'm like, maybe you don't mind. Maybe you don't mind. I'll start dancing too. Let's do it.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. That was fun. Well, hello there, Max.
Yeah.
Top Gun here.
How you
Thanks
been?
for having me on. I'm feeling
How you
bullish
been?
as always.
You spoke at the Pulse conference, the PulseChain conference, and then when the idea came of PulseX, I think you were literally the first person I thought of. I was like, who's going to speak at the PulseX conference? Top Gun Hexadian. I think you're on the first of the list there.
Well, it's nice to be thought of. It definitely is something I've spoke a lot for my entire crypto career. So yes, very excited about PulseX and the stats.
Well,
Dave,
take it over.
Into it.
Yeah. You want me here? Do you want anything to share? How do you want me? How do you want to do it?
About the only thing I'm worried about sharing is I love to pull up that PulseX to pulse ratio chart, put it on the weekly, and stretch out the whole thing.
All right. I'll exit and I'll leave you to it. You have 15 minutes lightning talk. PulseX talking bullish stats. Top Gun Hexadian. There you go, sir.
All right. So pretty much PulseX here has it's run for about 800 days almost, give or take a few. I lost track of the exact day. Might be 890 something, 893. Close to 800 days. Or sorry, 793 or whatever. Close to 800 days. So I'm just going to go with that. Now, I've been pretty excited about the stats that have actually come out on it. When you go ahead and actually take a look under the hood, so far, PulseX, since its inception, has managed to burn 7.39% of its supply. That is 7 whales, 3 sharks, and 9 dolphins. PETA should be pissed. It has been great progress to eliminate that much in 2 years. Doesn't seem like a lot, but another 2 years, we'll cross 10%. Another 2 years, another 2 years. It's just going to keep growing. Our Michael Saylor bot will not retire. And this is where the other fun facts really come in with it. So, I mean, looking at the stats in the history since it launched May 13th of 2023, so far it has done 193 million trades. That's pretty amazing. That's a lot of activity on a DEX. And what that 193 million trades has amounted to is roughly technically almost $23.5 billion worth of trade volume that has gone through that DEX through one token asset or another. And this is absolutely amazing. Yeah, it's not doing what Uniswap's doing yet. Not yet. But unlike any other DEX, those fees really matter because of the buy and burn. Because 0.29% is what the fee collection is. So when you go ahead and calculate that, that's about $68 million collected in fees over the last 800 days. And what's really awesome about that is it was originally designed that about, I believe it was, I forget if it's 71% or 75%. I think it's 75%, but some people will correct me if I'm wrong there and tell me it's a 71. But anyways, that chunk of that is approximately $51 million. That's by the original design. Now, V1 does have a bug, so 99% of fees go to the buy and burn, whole bunch extra. So if you just average the difference between 68 and 51 million, all right, that's about $59.5 million of fees collected and used towards the buy and burn, which is absolutely insane. That works out to almost $74,500 a day average. Yeah, we've had some crap days where only 20,000 worth of buy and burn happens. We had some other days around almost $250,000. It's been one heck of a go for our automated Michael Saylor bot, our very own programmed drunken sailor that will buy the tops and buy the bottoms with all of this money. Every day, fees are collected. Every day, there's just a little bounty paid if you want to go ahead and participate in this program because it's not completely automated. You can go to PulseX.com or go to PulseChain.com and follow all the IPv4 links. But you can go ahead and hop right on the DEX and you can participate in the bounty program too. Usually I think people are running some bots and usually the bounties only pay out like a couple of cents, maybe a whopping 10 or 20 cents. So it's not that exciting, but you can participate in the DeFi as well. It is there. It is an option. So absolutely amazing. This buy and burn just keeps going and going and going. Will not stop. Now, that average I come up with, like I went in and looked at the statistics a little bit because there is about twice as much liquidity on the V1 that burns 99% as opposed to the V2 burning at roughly 75%. Now, when I look at the comparable volume for those two, it was roughly like the V2 was 90% of V1 approximately. I mean, I was just doing some quick glance math. I could be off there a little bit. So that's why I decided to just split it equal for the average, just to always explain my math so you know where I'm coming from and what I'm thinking, because I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a crackpot crypto guy. So I just give you the best numbers I can run and hope that they're good enough to understand. So yeah, we have burned, wow, almost 1.5 trillion, 1,457 billion tokens, guys. Like, the supply was 21 trillion. We have actually cracked under 20 trillion, and no one's really talked about it. I think the official number is about 19.7 trillion tokens left. So, I mean, a whale position, yeah, a whale position used to be 210 billion tokens. Now it's only 197 billion tokens. Like, that's already dropped down. Like, people holding from the beginning that maybe not sold are going, awesome, I don't have a whale position, I'm not that rich. But watching that change has been absolutely amazing. So you watch this average go back and forth, you watch all the fighting, and it's led to this pretty interesting effect where I guess maybe I should go ahead and pull up the chart, because it looks like I've got full control of the screen here. So let me see if I can present. Share screen. And okay, just a moment here. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yes. Oh, look at that. I'm going to do my work myself. Sharing screen. So overall, you can see this is the 800 days, and we formed a Nike swoosh. And technically, PulseX, due to a couple whales and Bitcoin just going sideways, since about February, we've actually had our next bear market downturn. But if we go ahead and just do a couple things and have a look here, because this has only brought it to just under the baseline, almost, I have a feeling, creating a bear trap. Now, one of these, where is it? Date range, perfect. So if we look at the downturn here, and if we count this as the bottom of it, 119 days. So we take a look at this downturn here. And looking at 140 days. Now, with Bitcoin topping and everything, I'm not sure we're going to get this kind of rounding effect against the PulseChain chart. This does jump us up to 220 days there. So we'll see what kind of rounding we get here, how long it takes for this to correct back, because it is quite, I don't think this is going to last very long, because we have a consistent, drunken, artificial bot buying the lows and tops with an average of almost $75,000 a day. You guys might not want to buy it. You whales might even want to exit and go, not exciting enough for me, but hey, I think that number is going to continue to grow and get bigger. So this is still exciting for me, and I'm looking at this as personally a buying opportunity. Again, not a financial advisor, crackpot crypto guy that people rumor is the son of John McAfee, but you can't prove it. I'm not. Anyways, I think that gives me a pretty much rundown of most of the cliff notes that I really wanted to go over about the exciting stats, everything that's got me amped up and excited about this. So I'm going to go ahead and get back over and cancel the screen sharing here. And then I don't know if Max has any questions. I'll take a look at the chat here and see if there's any questions. That come up. Hi there.
I think the biggest question. I think the biggest question so far, everyone's wondering, so did you confirm or not confirm you are the son of John McAfee?
I said I can neither confirm or not confirm. I don't know anything. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. And if I was there, I was asleep.
There you go. That's a great story. I mean, everyone type in John McAfee, Richard Hart if you want to see a stream. Richard did with him too. Epic. Rest in peace, Mr. McAfee. Yeah. Anyways, great. Bullish. Bullish. Are you feeling bullish out there, everyone? Are you feeling bullish? Bullish. Bullish
Well,
stats. I like it.
I am. I like those stats. I mean, they're not as exciting as I hoped for. They are not the Goldilocks zone I even used to predict. They're much closer to the not bullish 1% of Uniswap. But I mean, all in all, that was just the long road to get where we're going. And I'm still happy with where we're going. So yeah, I'm looking right now and wondering what I can sell because I want to buy some more PulseX. It's a nice ratio against Pulse right now.
We need the meme of like, there's no second best. There's no second best. You have an extra kidney, you have an extra lung, you take that, you mortgage it, you buy more PulseX. You gotta
Did you see Sami actually rehash that? He did that video for PulseChain.
Oh no, I didn't. I haven't seen.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, he replaced Bitcoin all the way through it with PulseChain. He already did that. I just came across it yesterday or today, and I laughed pretty hard.
Of course. Shout out to Somi. Of course, he's got the content going. Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Well, Top Gun, are you on tomorrow? You're on tomorrow.
Yeah, you got me on twice tomorrow. I think I'm back at the same time slot again, and then part of a panel tomorrow. It looks like.
Love it, love it. Good to have you. PulseX conference, first one of its kind, only one of its kind that I know of as of now. Hopefully, many more conferences, many more people start spinning stuff up, doing events. I've got I said before earlier today, I got HEX Week coming up next month as well, scheduled. Not really a conference, but just a bunch of streams put together, some quality Hex content. If you're interested, let me know. If you want to talk Hexy, you want to get Hexy, I know you get PulseXy. You want to get Hexy? Let me know too. I'll start coordinate some of that stuff in a little bit too. But Top Gun, appreciate you, man. Great stuff as always, and we'll catch you in a bit. Yeah. Gotta pump it up. Gotta pump it up. Everyone, are you ready for the next panel? I'm excited for this one. As I called debate season a couple months ago or so, and I kind of just made it up. I'm like, it's debate season, and then you guys want to debate, and then a bunch of debates come up, and I did them. Still 6-0. I think I maintain 6-0. I think 6-0, 7-0, something like that. You can say the last one with where we're doing Pulse versus PulseX versus Hex versus Inc. That whatever. I think I made a good case for Pulse. I know nobody's going to be like Pulse is the most bullish one, but I think I made a good case for it. So educational, entertainment, not a cage match. Just run everyone, not a cage match. But I think we'll hopefully drive some good information from having conversations about these different controversial on a spectrum of some sort topics across the ecosystem. So welcome back to the show. We got Tim for the first time being welcome, sir. And then we got Vibra Finance. Welcome for the first time, I think, as well. Welcome, Vibra Finance.
How are you?
Good. We got the one and only Cairo. How's it going, man?
It's going all right. How's it going, guys?
Going good. And we got you guys say the name again. Fabrocas?
Yeah, Fabrocas or Fab. It's okay. Can't tell me Fab. Or Pedro. Whatever.
Can we do or Pedro? Okay. Well,
Pedro's
Pedro's
fine.
okay. Let's do Pedro. Where's Fast Abdul? Oh, and Fast Abdul. There we go. I just said, where is he at? And he appears. Here he goes. Gentlemen, do you have your UFC belts on?
Let's fucking go.
I like it. Let's go. So let me pull this up real quick. So I had an idea for the format. We're going to try to go something around it, I believe. But I asked everyone, and I had at least a couple responses for what are some positions that people want to take for the debate panel. And these are the 6 positions that, as far as I know, that I got back from polling everyone who signed up for the panel. So here's the different positions. We can do. I kind of want to get a feel for you all too. Like we could spend. Maybe we pick 1 or 2. We could do 3 if you want to. But we got 30 minutes, so we could pick a couple, do 15 minutes each. We could pick 3, do 10 minutes. We could pick 1 and do the entire thing on. What is everyone feeling compelled to take a position on? And then we can kind of sort it from there. Whoever wants to say like, hey, I want to take a position on this.
Those top 3 ones there are ones I could argue all day about.
Yeah, those are the ones. Those are the ones I like too.
Okay. So just to be clear too, for the ones that we want to reposition, and to have the 2. So somebody's got to take one side and somebody's got to take the other side. So if there's, we can have, I think for example, Cairo, I think these are the first three are the ones that you would take the side for. And then if anyone wanted to take the opposing side, for example, that would be one debate.
Yeah, like
So,
the way that they're written is exactly what I'm thinking. Like I agree exactly with how they're written.
All right. So does anyone, maybe let's start with that. Does anyone want to take an opposing position on any of the top three, 1, 2, or 3?
I could oppose number 2.
Boom. First of opposition.
I will take the opposing position on number 3.
I could take the opposing position on number 1 then.
Got my work cut out here for me. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm running the gauntlet tonight.
This is a 5-on-1 Cairo so far.
I mean, I think a few of us probably agree on a few of the topics, at least one side or the other. So I think it'd be perfectly fine if a couple people chose both sides as well.
Okay. Well, so let's do this. We got the first one. It's Cairo, at least versus Fast. Other people can chime in on either side as well. But we'll say that's the primary conversation. So we got at least one. You guys want to pick one more?
Two, Richard, Max. I think Fast had 2. I had 1.
No, I meant just to have like one topic as like one, and then we can, and then we can do like another one. Like, okay, we'll do, for example, the marketing is a waste of time and effort. Cairo can take the pro.
I like that HEX EHEX.
And then we got HEX versus EHEX. Does anyone? Okay, which side would you take on that, Vibra?
I would take the EHEX side, honestly, because there's a lot of people funding it right now. So I want to make some bullish cases for why EHEX is a sleeping giant.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody else.
Okay.
Because I got my work cut out for me already.
Yeah, we might want to. Yeah, I hate to do like Cairo versus several. Although that could be a show sometime. That could be fun too. So let's do this.
Because most people are on board with PHEX right now. So
yeah, So who wants to take the PX one? Who wants to take the opposing on that one? It can be more than one person too. It's just kind of like, does anyone want to take it, for example?
I could if nobody else is going to.
I also have no problem taking it, so whatever you want to give me.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm trying to spread it out a little bit too. We're like planning this on the fly, so I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Okay, so we'll do Cairo as the primary people. Cairo and Fast doing number 2, Marquez waste of effort. Cairo taking the 4, Fast taking the against, and then EHEX number 5, HEX versus DEX. Vibra taking the EHEX side, and Bean taking the PX side, and then whoever else wants to join another side, like we're talking about it, jump in with a point for either side. Feel free. How's that, Pedro, Tim?
Yeah.
You feel like you can kind of jump in on either of those topics?
Sure.
Does that work?
Yeah,
all right, we did it. We did it live. Okay, awesome. All right. Maybe let's start off with the Hexford, because I feel like the second part is going to take a little bit of time. Let's start off with the HEX versus EHEX. We'll get a little bit into that. We'll see how much time we have. Again, I don't want to take much more time discussing logistics. Let's start off with EHEX versus PHEX. Vibra, what's your opening statement? Why EHEX? Why EHEX?
So first, EHEX was Richard's baby, right? It was the first project he launched, and it's always going to be his first. And last summer, Richard put out that tweet just stating that people seem to have chosen HEX on PulseChain, and I don't know why. A lot of people just decided that means Richard just killed EHEX. He hated it, and it dipped hard, and a lot of people got worried. And the day that happened, I told everybody, swap your HEX for EHEX. The ratio sank down to like 9-to-1. I said, don't worry about it. This is a FUD event. And sure enough, from there on out, EHEX has moved up now to about 3-to-1 against HEX. And I think just Richard, when he comes back, I don't see him being able to go and sit down in an interview and be able to talk about PulseChain when the first question someone asks or says is, hey, man, your first project HEX is down 99%. It sucks. How's anyone going to, take you serious with your second one if your first one's down in the dumps? So I think he has to have EHEX succeed for just publicity and for, the success of PulseChain.
All right. PX side, who wants to, Dean?
I could take that that point. Sure. So I would ask you, not ask the audience out there, why would Richard Hart create PulseChain if HEX wasn't meant to be better on PulseChain? You know, the only reason that PulseChain was even created was because he didn't have control over Ethereum. Ethereum is making decisions that weren't good for EHEX, that weren't good for the coins that the coin that Richard Hart first created, like you said. And so what does he have to do? He has to find a way to be able to build something that he knows is going to work forever into the future without anyone else having the ability to change that. And so that's why PulseChain came around. And I'm super bullish on PulseChain. I'm super bullish on HEX on PulseChain. And, you know, what was the reasons that EHEX was having issues? Well, one, the end stake, which is one of EHEX's best features, right? Costs far too much, especially when ETH GUI is up really high to end a stake. And so you look at that compared to HEX on PulseChain, much better as far as ending stakes, and you're built in a completely integrated Richard Hart ecosystem. So he and his developers have the ability to control it in a much better way, where again, Ethereum can make changes that could affect the coin and affect the end stake functionality even worse in the future. So I'm very much bullish on HEX. I'm not saying I don't like EHEX. It's not what I'm saying, but for this case, I would definitely say HEX on PulseChain is what Richard Hart created for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. All of that. I should have maybe phrased that. I think there might be a little bit more upside on EHEX this cycle, so that's why I kind of like it more, because of all the fudding and how down it got versus HEX, people calling it dead. And when that happens, typically there's an opportunity there, kind of like with PDI when it just died after all the Maria FUD and the Vietnamese guy FUD. What do you know? We're up 15x from that event. So when you see these events happen, a lot of people took the side that, oh wow, EHEX is dead now. And you know, when the crowd is thinking something, usually the opposite is true, and there's more opportunity on that side. So yeah, I agree with you that PulseChain was created so we weren't getting destroyed on gas fees. The S load function, they increased that screwed us over 100%. But I just think, you know, there could be a little bit more upside. And, you know, if you did catch that ratio last summer at about 9-1, you know, you've made about 66% of your HEX back on the other side. So it's been very it's a very good opportunity if you know how to play the ratio trades. And this is, you know, it's cryptocurrency, and where there's FUD and doom and gloom, there's always opportunity, which is why I love the space.
Yeah, and I think even now ratio trades are very can be very profitable within the HEX EHEX. They've been pretty much trading within a channel for a while now. But you know, you just said that it went from like 9-1 to 3-1. So do you think now, if you were to put money into either HEX or EHEX, which is going to perform better from today, not better from the bottom?
I think EHEX is going to perform a little better because believe there's a little bit less liquidity. We still have room to grow against it. And I don't know. There's just something about the less liquidity. It can pump harder.
It can pump harder. I mean, sure, less liquidity, but we could see liquidity taken away from the HEX ecosystem as well before things pump. The other thing that I'd say is, you know, we've seen the SAC address purchase 3 coins so far. HEX on PulseChain, Inc., and PulseX is not purchased EHEX. So if we think that more money is going to be pumped into coins, the only historical facts that we have right now is EHEX has not been, no money has been put into EHEX. And so that makes me think if Richard Hart isn't potentially as focused on that, because why would he be, right? He's focused on the ecosystem that he's created, PulseChain, which again perfects or makes HEX even better. Then I really do think it's going to have a better time in the sun this cycle. And I don't think that EHEX will do bad. I just think that HEX is definitely the better play from here on out, in my opinion.
Yeah, it'd be crazy to see the SAC address buying EHEX. However, if the liquidity bonding's there, that could, you know, Richard even said it could get a free write-up type of deal. So I'm not sure if it neutralizes it, but it's kind of there is something else there with it too, I'll say.
And the other thing too is with Maria, you know, all love him, hate him, regardless. I believe he's now a top 5 holder of EHEX. So if he's this bad actor that is here to extract money from the chain, then EHEX is completely screwed because he is such a big holder. And I don't think he is a malicious actor. I think we're all being played, and he's gonna be actually a good actor. So all the EHEX in his hands is going to be a good thing for the ecosystem.
And if you think about it, because you said something that I wanna continue the thought, which is the people that hold the coins, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the behavior of the people who hold the coins that decides the price action, right? So, and on that regard, if you think about it, HEX is kind of like the face of the Richard Hart ecosystem on Ethereum, right? And there's a lot of buying power in Ethereum that won't come to PulseChain, right? Whether we like it or not, right? Because there's people like us, right? They like one chain and they want to stick to that chain, right? So Ethereans, there's a lot of rich Ethereans. I would say it's probably the network with the most rich people, right? So it does have a good opportunity there, I think. And I do think that it will spill over into, PHEX, right? But I do agree with Vibra that, at the end of the day, it's a matter of liquidity and buyers, right? And sellers, obviously. But when the market is pumping, like, we don't really need to worry about sellers that much. So, yeah, I do think that EHEX, because of that, will pump harder, I guess.
DJ, Tim, last words on this before we move on to the marketing?
No, let's move on.
Just one comment that I think might be relevant. Which one does the guy with the 100,000 ETH like better? I think that
he is holding ETH fast.
He's holding ETH, exactly, literally.
Exactly. He walked into that one.
Curious about his opinion, though.
Yeah.
Sure. Based on his actions and words thus far, it seems like the HEX built on his ecosystem and for his ecosystem has been more of a focus for him. Absolutely.
Great conversation, Dennis. This will be till the end of time. We'll be talking about EHEX versus PX. Why not? Let's do it. It gets the people going. Let's do it. Yes. However, moving on, we got room for one other topic here. Marketing is a waste of money and effort. That was proposed by Mr. Cairo, and I think Fast had the first opposing view of it. But Cairo, you want to make your position?
Well, I've ranted about this on my streams ad nauseum here, so I'm curious to see what the pro argument is. So I want to yield more time over to Mr. Abdul.
Okay.
All right.
Well, my position is that PulseChain has everything it needs to dominate, has blazing speed, cheap transactions, and the community basically never shuts up, but only to itself. We're stuck in an echo chamber, high-fiving each other while the rest of crypto doesn't know we exist. We can't build the momentum we need if all you're doing is retweeting each other to each other. Attention is the oxygen of adoption on blockchain. And right now we're suffocating in silence. So if we want devs, users, and capitals to show up, we need to break out, speak up, and market like we mean it. Otherwise, we'll just keep being right, but irrelevant.
Can I say something? First, just a question. But sure. Don't you think that the adoption, the lack of the lack of adoption that we have is because of the price? Isn't it super simple like that?
That's certainly part of it, right? But like if I were to speak to somebody on the street, like chances of them knowing what HEX PulseChain even was would be like tiny, right? Whereas like we could look at something like Ethereum, Bitcoin, like those are obviously the big ones, but like without the actual exposure to people, especially people who are already in the industry, but also the new money, which is going to be the big money because most money is not in blockchain. I just don't think we're going to get the adoption we need.
But my question was more like imagine you're a new buyer, not you, but you show PulseChain to a new buyer, right? They talk about the ecosystem, etc. When you show them the chart, what will they do? Will they buy the chart, or will they just be like, "Oh shit, I'm not going to buy this shit," right? Because it's
that's just showing the chart, right? So, but like if you don't tell the story of the chart, if you don't give them the reason that they should participate, that's what marketing's for, right? It has to give you the feature, but also the benefits of the feature, and like. The chart right now, like I could say the feature was the price is really low, the benefit is that you're likely to be able to absorb that price appreciation when like all these other things happen, right? So like, but like without that story, if you just show them the chart without the marketing, you're not going to get adoption.
Let me ask Mr. Abdul one more question here, and then I'll present my side of the argument. Fast, what kind of marketing do you think is going to do the trick and have the result that we want? And also, like, what results do you think we'll get from this marketing tactic?
Well, as far as marketing goes, like most good marketing plans have multiple points of contact, right? So when we're talking about like postcards 2.0, or what I believe it's going to be that Richard's been talking about, I think that's only step one of a good marketing plan. So I think he's targeting boomers, like, you know, people over 50, which are crypto boomers anyway, who are the people who still have the money. And I think that's part of it, but it has to be combined with other efforts, online efforts, DEX screener efforts, you know, like all the regular things, right? We have our social platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, whatever, in combination with live in person. You've received a package in the mail, and it talks to you and maybe has a screen. Maybe it says, "Hello, Richard Hart here." And, you know, I think the combination of several efforts together could result in the ultimate never before seen marketing plan.
Okay. Can I add something to that as well? I think we want to do the hard marketing. We want to target people who are not yet in crypto. I remember when in around the Trump election, you know, the Trump coin and the Melania coin launched. All that needed was a bit of twittering, retweeting, and a celebrity involved, of course. And everybody that was already in crypto jumped over to Solana and bought that coin up. Like, that's in a way easy to do and doesn't need any marketing, and that's probably what can be classed here as a waste of money. But I think we don't want to do the same thing. We want to be different from other crypto communities as well. So I think we should go after people who are not yet in crypto and teach them and show them about the benefits of this trustless DeFi that we have mastered over here. And
that's
as
where the big
Abdul
money
said,
is in the new
nobody
people.
knows that yet.
All right, let me make the counter argument. Max, am I able to share my screen?
Boom, whenever you want to.
All right, so here's what I want to do here. I'm going to show a couple of things here to like make my side of the argument. So over at reinventideal.com, my business, I deal with troubled young men. And a big thing that's troubling them is they feel completely left out of the dating markets, because when we look at dating apps, basically what we have is dating apps that don't offer any dates. Check this out here. This is the price chart for Match Group. Why did it go from 182 all the way down to 32? It's because it's not delivering what it's meant to deliver. This is supposed to be providing guys with a service here to meet women, and it's not doing that. Like, several messages they send out get left on scene or go unreturned. If we are going to be doing a mass marketing campaign for a coin that is supposed to be providing financial freedom, but all they see is an ecosystem where there's lots of infighting, people are jeeting out after every 10% pump, we're down a great deal here, they're going to be like, no, this thing is not going to do what they say it's going to do. Now, I would argue against them saying, well, no, wait a minute. It has done this. It's done a 10,000x in the past. And right now you have the opportunity to buy it at a very low price. And if you saw what I presented earlier today here, you know, it's capable of a lot more and it's going to do a lot more. That requires a great ingestion of financial and investment literacy that I can't fit into a marketing message here. But another problem that we face, marketing right now is a terrible idea, because if you saw my stream on this chart right here, the United States is in a recession. 39 out of the 50 states are all reporting negative GDP for Q1. The Q2 numbers won't come out for another 3 months, but I'm suspecting that it's similar to this here. And when you talk to the average person, they're struggling right now with the past wave of inflation that we had. They ain't got the money to invest in safe bets, which is why we are seeing the 10-year treasury at 4.43%. Even a great yield like that on a supposed guarantee investment, if it was able to attract money, well, then the yield would come down. So they're not even willing to do that. And you think that a country that's in recession is going to also take a gamble on something that just has a history of providing financial freedom for a small select few one time, and is supposed to do it again. That's just a big ask that we're making of people, especially right now with this chart here, the dollar index being at 98.10. See, when we have bull runs, this dollar index is closer to 90. And when we get a Fed chair that's going to stop cock blocking the bull run and is actually going to buy some treasuries and push down that treasury yield, then yeah, we're going to get that bull run. That was the subject of my talk earlier. But until then, we're really just advertising people to like come to this resort that just got wrecked by a hurricane. We're in the middle of repairing it here. And yeah, you'll get a discount on your stay, but are you really going to enjoy your stay? I think that's too much of an ask to make. And the better thing to do here is, like, instead of spending money on a piece of marketing material, hoping that the right person sees it and hoping that they take the right action, why don't you just do the right action yourself and instead spend that money on buying the coins, because your purchase order is guaranteed to push the price up.
Interesting points. I think the green candles could definitely be an effective part of marketing plan, especially if they're timed with, like 10 million mailers going out. If when the people open those mailers, they click the link, whatever it is, they see some green candles. That could be effective marketing. As far as the, the recession thing, like valid points there to be sure. But I think PulseChain can tie into some things that will possibly be somewhat recession resistant. The two things that come to mind that do well in recessions are like do-it-yourself stuff, right? Like, build your own deck, that sort of thing, and education. And I think PulseChain, as far as DeFi goes, that definitely fits into the do-it-yourself category. And as far as education, we're really all about that as a community. Like, like we had like 2 hours today where we were talking about longevity and stuff like that. Like, it's not just about PulseChain. It's about a combination of community and self-improvement, as well as like self-custody of your funds, not your keys, not your crypto. And PulseChain carries all those ethos with it.
Real quick on Kyra's point, I think I'm trying to get to a piece of what you're saying too. Do you think that once the macros and all that stuff line up, that the marketing will work? It's just not the right time for marketing? Is that
the big point I want to make is that it's a bad idea right now, because even if we were able to get new money to come into our ecosystem, there are such massive macroeconomic forces that are pushing prices down and keeping them suppressed. Now, let's suppose that we're in good macroeconomic conditions. I don't know that marketing like mailers or whatever is going to be the catalyst to get green candles, because like once the negative macroeconomic forces turn positive, we're going to get green candles anyway. And those green candles produce more green candles because they are the best form of marketing. People want confirmation bias. They want to buy tops. They want to buy things that they see it going up. And also, like right now, we have a great piece of marketing material. We got the best movie that was ever made for the cryptocurrency space. And you can actually see it for free right now on YouTube. I mean, I'm sure that the creators don't want you to, but somehow somebody put it up there. And I share that with everybody that has got questions about cryptocurrency, especially when they see some of these altcoins post new tops. I'm like, here, watch this. This is a crash course to help you understand it. But still, that's not sparking things up here because those macro forces are keeping us down.
Yeah. I just want to say, too, with all these people, too, that are going to get these mailers, if they don't know what PulseChain is, they do. Some of them look into it and say, oh, man, this thing is down forever. This thing sucks. As long as that mailer, it gets people's attention and they remember PulseChain, as long as we start pumping hard, all those people that just remembered PulseChain, it's going to come back to them. And they'll say, oh, wait a minute, isn't that the thing that I got? And it'll just spark people getting interested again. So at least if a lot of people can see PulseChain, it sticks in their brain. We start pumping like crazy. A good majority of them have to start looking at it again or something. So I think, it'll be a good thing.
If you also wait too
takes
long
4 to 7 times. like 4 to 7 visual impressions or auditory impressions for it to stick in somebody's head and for them to be more likely to interact with the product.
And if you wait for better,
Is that with the video message though, or is that with regular just mailers? Because if you had a 40-second video message that has something really good in there that is like, wow, that was really well done, and it's makes you want to watch it again, I think that could be maybe better.
If it's sticky and it sits on their coffee table for 3 months, like, that one thing could be, count as 7 times, right?
Last thing I'd argue about all this here, because repetition theory is true, but in addition to good marketing, getting the eyeballs, getting in front of eyeballs multiple times, getting that repetition going, we also need an easier way to buy the coins, because doing it the way that it's meant to be done right now requires multiple steps, and it does require a lot more intelligence. We take it all for granted because we do it every day, but the person who's never touched a hot wallet before or even knows what one is, it's a great big ask that we're asking them to do when they've never done anything like this before. So I do think that in addition to marketing, if we're going to do that, probably what we should prioritize first is get an easier way to buy the coins, like a major exchange listing or something that just reduces the number of clicks.
Yeah, we need
Agreed.
one.
Yeah, a good one, like one of the top 5. That would change the game dramatically.
Exactly.
Did any of this finance stuff is true? Oh.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think when we have the price is 10x, we're going to have 10x more people knocking on the door. Doesn't matter how hard it is. Doesn't matter if they have to do 20 fucking steps to get here. Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is price going up. People will find a way to come here. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Not only that, but we're getting more and more interest in protocols that are truly decentralized. Like PulseX, you can run on your own computer. You can run it on your own laptop. You can run it on your own device. You don't have to go through a secondary party. So that provides sort of security that you don't get on a lot of chains. And
is that good marketing though? It's cool, but is it marketing? I find that.
You have to market that. The other thing that maybe we don't have yet, but we do have a mixer, but we need some more privacy opportunities for privacy exchange, right? Be able to make transactions a little bit more zero proof knowledge privacy things, right? We see this happening in other chains. I think it's something that we're missing a little bit here, but we at least have already the decentralized nature, and that is something that I think is important to market.
Jets, I think we've warmed the people up. They want to see more debates. Debate season. We're going to keep debating.
Education,
edutainment. Yeah, I said in the private chat too. If you guys feel compelled to want to elaborate more in longer form with these debates, be happy to host some more non-cage matches. Which is pretty good conversation, pretty fun.
Debate conference.
What is it?
I said you can have a whole debate
conference. Oh, debate con. Debate con. Interesting. Don't tempt me on that. Don't tempt me. If I'm not much into this in the centralized exchanges, but we get a top 5 sex coming. If we get the big B, the Binance, or we get anybody that has any volume, any interaction ecosystem, or RH buys one, that's explosions keep coming to mind on that. But gents, great conversations again. Maybe we'll do it again sometime. Super fun. Good to have you all. Tim, Theme, Pedro, Cairo, Viber Finance, Fast Abdul, DJ Cryptomatic. Excellent work, gents. Excellent work. Appreciate you.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Max.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Click. Oh, it's just you.
I'm still here.
You're still here? Are you
I
on the
can
next
stay on
thing?
too. I'm on the next panel.
Are you on the next panel? DJ Cryptomatic.
In closing, while the others are gone now, I think the marketing needs a whole bouquet. It's like all these things that everybody said on the debate, and it's a mix of all these initiatives that is probably what is needed.
I think the biggest thing, I think Cairo, that's why I was asking Cairo's point. I was like, it doesn't, at face value, marketing not making sense doesn't make a lot of sense because you market any product to get people in it. But I think what he was saying, that's why I asked him about it. I think what he's saying is right now, when the market is not primed enough to soak up the demand and get people interested in all that stuff, then it'll be more effective. Then it's not that marketing doesn't matter; it's just that right now it may not be as effective. So I think that's what I got from it. It's a good point. It's a very meta, a very deep point too. So awesome. All right, let me pick one of these. We'll get into the what the HEX panel. Get these people in. Peter's in the green room. I said hi
Wow.
to Peter. Papa Boner's there. He's over there. He's doing some hand gestures that may be inappropriate. I'm not sure. I saw Toby one as well. What we doing? We're doing 10,000x.
Hex is not complete.
Project not complete.
Do not the same thing. Promise returns and go build something. How much X is Bitcoin up now? 1,000x over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am.
Everyone else cries and whines like a little bitch.
1,000x over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am. Well, then it was fucking designed.
10,000x, it's impossible. How can he do that?
Listen, you stupid fucks. Everything else is up higher. Bitcoin to 2 million X. $1,500 fucking dollars.
That's my favorite song.
My favorite. It's my favorite.
Was my favorite.
So good. What the hex?
What
the hex?
What the hex?
You guys
What the
again?
hex?
Stop talking about the hex token.
No.
We
What?
We're just gonna
cannot
do it every
stop
time. Let's
talking
do it
about
every
the
time.
lame token, okay?
We can sample that again.
That's stupid hex. Did the stupid 2,000x. Stupid 10,000x.
Yeah, stupid
fun.
yield. Even the
Stupid-
bank.
stupid yield. Well,
It's
we have yield. I'm not sure we have the yield anymore, but yes.
Well,
Peter,
we
I
have
get the
another
point, though.
successful conference, RHMax. Congratulations. It's 26,000 people watching right now. Unbelievable.
26,000x. What?
Few. That's cute. That's a few. We did about 10x since Richard posted it, or 5x.
We can embarrass ourselves
Exactly.
in front of 26,000 people.
Well,
You've got everyone watching, so you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great.
Yeah.
Jury ain't over on the conference, though. It could suck, but so far it's been pretty good. So don't suck it up. All right, don't suck it up.
Is this live?
I believe in you.
Try not to
Oh yeah, we're live right
This
now.
is a
We're
green
live. We're
room,
live.
Toby. We can talk shit here.
Tell us your secrets, Toby.
When
Hey,
limit
Richard,
orders.
give me my T-shares back, bro. It's like all that staking wrecked me. Now I got to go buy a dolphin hat. Who wants a dolphin?
Hey, settle down. Settle down. No, it's okay. All right. No, this is where you air your grievances, right? All right. I'll let you guys do your show. Do a mini version of your show during the
Mini.
conference. Boom. What the hex panel, gents? Take it over.
We have 2 hours, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Exactly 24 minutes from now,
Well,
Peter.
if we
So
do
very,
TA
very
with
close. Thank you
Toby,
for that.
then.
In the
Oh
rear
God,
with the gear.
we're gonna do 30-second TA with Toby. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah. That
Up
would
and
be
to the right,
great.
baby.
Yes.
Up and to the right.
See you guys soon.
We won.
Yeah,
We
just
did it.
a tip. I'm actually, you turned like a weatherman. You're like, you know what? I'm predicting a 10,000x. You know that it's gonna 10,000x today. I like that.
I'm about as accurate as the weatherman, so.
Well, it's okay. All right, see you guys soon.
See ya. So, DJ, I got a problem with you, mister. You never sent me the background, bro. I look like that
You're
guy.
wrecked.
I'm that guy that looks like I'm breaking rules, but I never got the background. So just
It's in our group chat, brother.
No, it's not. I hit you in the chat. I'm like, where is it? Where is that?
Well, you don't have a green room anyway there. So come on.
Okay, I was a little rushed. Hey, if we got 26,000 people out there, I saw that there was a little religious component earlier in the show. So, you know, for Christians, Hindus, Jews, Muslims, whoever, it's like, I believe in the power of prayer. I was a little delayed because my dad at 87 has got a raging UTI, which is a very bad thing for any age, but elderly, it's a really serious situation. So I ran back home to do this really quickly, and then I'm going
But he's
back.
using PulseX, isn't he?
Because
we're getting the call back to the actual
This
theme of the
right now,
conference.
Yeah, look
And
at all
Dad's
that.
using PulseX,
But
even
anyhow,
though he's in the ER. It's
prayers
all
for
good.
my dad would be greatly appreciated. He is a Hexican and a Pulsican and all the things, and he always asks me how our Bitcoin's doing. Yeah, but prayers for dad would be appreciated.
Bitcoin's doing fine.
Bitcoin.com.
Yep. All right. So yeah, prayers for Toby's dad's urethra. I really
Please.
hope that happens. Good for him, and the flow is a big bull run for your dad pretty soon.
And not like pissing barbed wire would be.
That's
preferable.
right. That's not fun.
Yes, not at all.
Is he swearing? Is he swearing at the charts while he's
No,
trying to make a
that's a
pee-pee?
trooper, man. He's saying he's fine, but you can tell he's not fine. So
Right.
But yeah,
kind of like us now in the market, right?
Fine. I'm fine. It's like that.
Hey,
that
fine.
Yeah, we are
Sounds
buying
great.
more.
This is
We are
fucking
buying
great.
more coins.
Right.
Taking out another mortgage. I'm going to do this.
Hey, we're on the
2
cusp
more years.
we're on the cusp of a breakout. I can sense it. So much
Dude.
community engagement, and
I can sense
can't
the
get lower
chat.
anyways.
It's coming.
So it's going to turn around. It's going to be glorious, you guys. And
Yeah.
Bitcoin is leading the chart right now, all-time high since yesterday. Unbelievable.
And
So
based on the
we're-
stock
we're
flow, based on the stock to flow, it looks like we're just edging into the green, perfectly on time.
Yes.
Looks like it's good this time. This time it's not different. It's just more excruciating based on our expectations, which you should have none of, by the way, in our ecosystem.
Yeah, we are not working for you, by the way.
That's right.
I'm sorry to
Absolutely
tell
not.
you.
Dude, I can't even afford a what the heck shirt. So
Look at you.
Yep. It's 26 euros.
We've released them though. Anyone can afford a what the heck shirt with a 20% off coupon from
what?
From DJ Cryptomatic.
Yes.
Is it
Yeah.
is it
On
DJ
Thursday,
Crypto 20?
DJ's
Is that the
gonna
code?
hand out coupons.
I mean, come on, we never shill anything. We can shill it.
Yeah, we never shill anything. We
Shill
can
the
shill our t-shirts.
And your
so-
shirt, the shirts to buy are so much better than these crappers.
yeah,
you got already
that's a terrible print. It's the
I'm
PulseX
afraid to
store.
wash it, by the way.
It's the PulseX store, so you can buy our shirt there or any other Hex and PulseX shirt. But you can also buy the What the Hex shirt, and at the same time, you're doing a good deed because you're supporting their marketing initiative, which is again marketing because it's like a non-profit. They're using all the funds they take to send out free Hex and PulseChain and PulseX t-shirts all around the world to all kinds of people, kind of like the Hex postcards, and they're doing that with t-shirts. So. That's a good thing, and they will also be tomorrow, day 2 of the conference on the marketing panel, because I gave them my spot.
Nice.
So if you follow us,
pointing out that this is the T-shirt conference, by the way.
it's the t-shirt conference. So if you follow us on YouTube, we are the weekly talk show What the Hex every Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern, and in the video description on our channel, you can find the links to the t-shirt.
And what's it? What was it again?
Let's
Pulse-
get
I don't want
back
say
to
it
the
wrong. What was the
marketing, right?
store again?
PulseChainStore.com. Bitfinesse has posted the link here.
PulseChainStore.com, and then I believe
the
the
chat.
discount code 20% on the What the Hex t-shirts is DJ Crypto 20.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Get a shirt.
Cool. So
Get a
what the
shirt.
heck is
People
going
like
on
us.
other than T-shirts, guys? We
Hardware
got,
wallets.
You guys is okay. Hardware. So little security blurb because we always throw this into our show a little bit. We are on the cusp of some big things going on in the crypto sphere in terms of the charts, and we got Bitcoin roaring first, Ethereum maybe next, and then us perhaps with the altcoins and as a fork of Ethereum for the PulseChain side. We know that we're on this launch pad. The time is now not to fuck this up royally. The thing that I'm getting in my inbox mostly in my DMs is I got wiped out. Is there any way to reverse this? I only went to I went to Google search and I tried to, in my haste and excitement, because I saw a little movement in the pants of the chart. I wanted to dump something quick, and I thought I was going on to a DEX, or I thought I was going on to a interface for a soft wallet that's that then connects up with Internet Money IO or some shit like that. And then I just clickety clacked my hardware wallet and I approved a transaction, and it was unfortunately a counterfeit site that had a really bad back end that just drained my entire wallet. And
But
for that,
Papa B,
yes,
Question.
yes.
Toby, go
Good.
first.
Peter, please.
Me
Age,
please.
age before beauty, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I have a question. What if I let my secretary manage my seed phrase?
Then you would be Gym Rat, and you would be screwed. That's a great
And
one.
you're correct. You are winning a discount code for the What the Hex t-shirt, Papa.
5
B.
points.
Oh, I got a free T-shirt, and punchline, I'm already wearing it. So, yeah. But Toby, you had a question or a comment?
None at all. I was trying to block the sun. I think I made it worse somehow. Yeah, I know that you went to the Funding Gym School of Brevity, but if you had to give, and we only have like 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
If you had to give like just the best TLDR ever on why hardware wallets are important. Don't go into Shamir secret sharing. Don't get all the other stuff.
But hold on.
Our content to get
wait. Let's get the answer to the comment that I did make, and that is something that hardware wallets don't protect from, and that is you providing the allowance or the approval to let the bad guys take everything that you have. And it starts with the host of this conference has a beautiful website. DJ somebody can actually put it in the chat, or RHMax himself can put it in the chat. And not only does that provide you a let's say a trustless way of connecting with the correct sites that you want to interact with in our ecosystem, but also you don't have to trust it at all because it provides an option to actually check the hash for all those sites as well. And that's something that Google will not do. And it's so easy for me or anybody else who has, bad intentions, let's say, puts up a fictitious site that redirects you to a bad front end that's been propped up for a back end that only is there to drain your goodies. In terms of hardware wallets, in 10 seconds or less, hardware wallets are dedicated devices from good manufacturers only. I always say that Trezor, Ledger, on the off chance that you have the lower end SKUs, are really good. Just Trezor, as far as I'm concerned, I agree with you, Peter. They provide random number generation offline on an actual chip that's fit for one purpose only, and that is giving you a unique, randomly chosen seed. Go for 24. They all support, all the SKUs on Trezor support passphrases, which order of magnitude more secure if you use a passphrase. So please do that. And if you don't believe us by now, then keep on doing what you're doing and take your chances. But I'm telling you now, if you want to stay in this community and you want to interact directly with PulseX to actually do all your swaps, this and that in our ecosystem, interact with it through the official website and using a hardware wallet. A Trezor would be great. Thank you.
And also,
Toby.
if you have questions or are unsure about something, you can always reach out. Like, we're pretty much available on the X, on Telegram, on YouTube, in our chats. Like, you can really reach out. And if you're not sure about something or how to start your migration between two different hardware wallets and stuff, like, we're here to help you guys.
Well, and something to consider too at these low prices. And this is something where it's like, at times I was like, Papa, dude, you're going so hard on this stuff. Like, I get it, but it's like at the same time, you can't save everyone. And then the light bulb came on for me when he explained. He goes, hey, idiot, because he loves me and talks to me like that. He goes, hey, idiot. He goes, it's not just protecting those people. Then they inadvertently become dumpers because whoever hacked them isn't going to stake, isn't going to farm, isn't going to do, they're going to immediately try to convert that stuff to cash. And we saw it with HEX 19 when he got hacked. It's like most of his stuff was nuked. So he was ruined and it was a dump. We got enough problem with Dumpy with a whale recently that people were so scared of, which he'll be gone before you know it. And, but that's what happens, right? So you might not think, you got to realize we're all talking about 10,000X, whatever. But somehow it's not clicking in people's brains like, oh, it's only $500. I'll do it on my phone. Or, oh, well, yeah, I'll get a hardware wallet. But it's like, I'm not going to, do the passphrase, or I'm not going to do the 24 words. That's a lot. That's a lot right now. No, do the extra steps, because that $500 could be 5 million. 10,000X, math, right, is like, what, $5 million? 10,000X of 500? I don't know. I don't have a calculator, and I'm a little brain dead today.
That would be, yeah.
It's a lot. Like 1,000X is 500K. Right? So 5 million. Think about that. It's only $500. I'll take the chance.
But you have to dump the top.
Boy, am I ready this time.
Clear.
Yeah.
Just tell me when the top is, Peter.
Or just set a limit order for the price.
Limit order. Hey, if Richard's watching,
yeah, of course.
If Richard's watching, please, for all things holy, limit orders. That's the only thing I want from you, bro. It's like, I know you don't work for us, but if you could suggest to somebody that's behind the scenes.
Toby, we don't need
limit orders. We're old. I don't, and I
don't. Well, marketing, man.
No. Hey, wait. Because I know there's people talking about V3 and whatever. It's like, to me, I'm a Richard Hart purist. Counterparty risk. It's not those aren't Richard Hart sites. I'm not saying anything disparaging about 9-inch or 9mm or wherever these V3 things are. I'm just saying it's counterparty risk, bros. It just is. If it was on PulseX, I know I, in my Generation X brain, would feel 1,000 times more comfortable using V3 single-sided staking or whatever, or limit orders, there. And as we know, limit orders help curb volatility because, you know, you're not going to get the giant dips if people have a bunch of limits waiting there. Guys like me that want to buy the dip, but I'm not quick enough on this shit. Give me a limit order to set, and I'll snap it up. I'll snap it up.
Yep. And by the way, RHMax's website is gorealdefi.com.
A wealth of information. Great website.
Yes.
Great website.
Please go there. All right. So next on
I did my 5 minutes. I'm done.
Yeah. Funding Jim. Brevity. That was funny. Coming from Toby.
I was 3 minutes, bro. I was 3 minutes so far.
All right.
We're good.
All right. Well, DJ, you're a chatterbox, especially on the last panel. What have you got to say for yourself?
Well, marketing. It's all about marketing.
What do you think of the idea that you have to? I mean, I don't think that you can.
Somebody clip that. I don't think.
So anyway, you don't have any say on market conditions all the time, and you do have to pull a trigger at some point. Is my philosophy. What do you think? Because that length of time where this marketing idea is going to be in people's hands, and then it's going to kind of gestate, or it's going to age, it's going to be sticky, it's going to sit on a counter. Green candles may or may not happen. If they do, then that may harken back to, let me dig that crap up in my change drawer where I put this little electronic gift and find out what's really on here, because I see it going crazy, and then that will spark, I think, a snowball effect that's delayed. So
let me can I interpret that?
Yeah.
I just had my response ready, but
all right,
go ahead.
I'm going to tell you the inside scoop. Here's what all these old guys, and I think I don't know if Peter was on the conversation or not. Here's what our speculation is, because speculating is fun. If all of these devices are going out, do you think that when those things get in a million people's hands, that things are going to be they're going to be more incentivized to FOMO and get in if the charts are kind of where they are now? Or do you think if they see some significant movement around the time they're getting these things, that then they're going to be like, holy shit, I got to get on the rocket ship, right? So we're speculating. I don't know. I'm not saying anything about expectations or the sack bags or any of that stuff. I'm just saying I have a feeling, and there's other people, there's bigger players out there that want this thing to go. So it's not just Richard ready to deploy.
Well, I cannot see them on the chart, Toby.
I'm telling you, there's people that are ready. I got people that are reluctant. They want to buy it when it's higher. I can't explain to them any harder than I have. They got, I got at least a half a dozen people right now, 6 figures plus, ready to pull the trigger. And I'm like, do it. It's like, now's the time, or at least start DCAing. And they are nervous. But as soon as they see those green candles, man, those are going to be some of the people that are like, okay, get me in, And I mean, I think if that dovetails with when this marketing effort happens.
You're not selling this to me, Toby. You're not.
You're the hardest sell of all. If I could get you, I could get in.
No, but Cairo made some good points in the last debate panel, and he said people need to stop selling. That's number one, right?
Yeah.
That's where we start. That's without question. And I've been saying this as the angry hamster for years. It's on camera, guys. No, but I think we should really think out the box here. And I believe Richard is thinking out the box. We don't want to do what Solana and XRP and what all these other guys are doing. We want to do our own thing. We run our own crypto cycle anyways. We're not pumping when Bitcoin pumps. Never has been the case. So we're doing our own situation. And I think it makes sense to mass mail and mass target people who are not yet in crypto, because the crypto bros, they only chase the green candle, especially at the moment with the meme coins and pump.fun and all this stuff. And they also cheat. And we want to build something here that is lasting and long lasting. So that's why I personally see more value in really targeting people on the outside, part of which I'm doing with my music shows too. There are people who get curious about HEX and our ecosystem, and then we bring them in through a music stream, totally non-crypto. It's non-crypto, no coiners. And it's little by little, but it all adds together. And I think what Richard is cooking right now with the containers full of stuff that he...
What's in the boxes, Richard?
What's in the boxes?
What's in the boxes?
You know, I'm just saying I'm excited for what's happening, because also we had nothing happening in that direction in the last 2 years. So this is going to be a new thing that we also can talk about and can jump on board. So, you know.
Well, and things like the PulseX store that we mentioned before, where you can get a What the Hex t-shirt with a 20% discount.
Yeah,
that's
DJ another
Crypto
thing.
20, go check it out. But yeah, I mean, things like that. It's like they're sending thousands of free shirts around the globe, you know, I mean, and there's and the postcards guys. I mean, there's so many different efforts out there.
Postcards.
And there are plenty of people that you don't even know that have never shown their face, maybe don't even have a Twitter account. And they're talking to their friends and their family and, you know, and explaining and spreading the good word, you know, if we're going to get all religious about it. They're doing the preaching out there of DeFi, because I mean that's what it's all about. It's like the whole premise of RH's thrust is cypherpunk, right? It's like you don't want to be part of the TradFi system anymore. You want to break free of that. But I think in a way, and we don't have time to go into it, but I think Bitcoin has kind of capitulated in that regard. There's too many big players in it now. That's not where DeFi is happening, right? I don't think that that's a shocker. Too many corporate interests are involved, and that's where the volatility is dampened and the upside is suppressed. Downside probably too. Good store value. I'm not saying I'm not fading Bitcoin. I got some Bitcoin. I'm not fading it at all. I'm happy with it. Keep doing it what it's doing. But if you want mad gain,
shame on you.
You gotta pick the right. You gotta pick the right.
I love spaghetti code.
You gotta pick the right project, and you've got to you know, stick in there for the long haul.
Spaghetti code with some black rock sauce.
That's instead of the truffles.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be aware of the community too. It's like, look at the communities on some of these other coins. Why is Bitcoin the thing? Because the Bitcoin maxis held out all these years and held and promoted and preached it. You know, suffered you know, prosecution over it. I mean, look at poor Roger Ver. Yes. God bless you. I hope that all goes away quickly for you, sir. You know, that's how they got to number one, right? And it's like, and I'm not going to go all crazy here and saying we're going to be number one, but I think we're top 10 market cap easy when we get the market cap actually, you know, reflected properly. And when those gates fall, I mean, I'm going to love to, I mean, I'm not a I told you so guy, but it's going to feel good to feel like I could say I told you so.
Oh, I am. And I told you so.
I'll let Papa do it.
And one focus should also be in reaching other continents more.
Yes.
Like it's always very USA and Europe focused. Like we're the Chinese hexagons and the Indian.
Oh, they're there.
They're not speaking our language.
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Polygon.
Polygon.
Let's hit the penguins in Antarctica. Let's get Antarctica on the map.
We have 4 more minutes, RH. Get off the screen.
We were contractually obligated to speak for 30 minutes.
Peter
signed the paperwork.
I understand. Contractually. Right. All right. I'll be back.
Wow. You talked down the host.
Christ.
We ran him
ballsy
out.
bastard,
Damn,
Peter.
3 minutes,
That's
Max. What's
going to
up?
be the last time of a What the Hex panel.
Yeah,
on this
disrespectful Peter.
Power, it's not given away. It has to be taken.
Yeah,
Okay?
spoken from a Slav.
If I can say one thing to to people out there watching, don't put too much weight in the crybabies on socials. Just don't, because it's like every other thing you can think about. The vocal minority makes you think there is more power in what they're saying than there actually is. It's kind of like around election time. If you went and talked to people on the street, they're not that polarized. We've got way more things in common than that divide us. And you know, just those people either overinvested, never invested, or had unrealistic expectations of the timeline. And then they are not smart. So they're saying things that are factually inaccurate, and they get a lot of airtime. And some of them are actively pursuing more airtime because they want clout and they want followers. It's not about teaching you what's real and what's true. But there's guys, I would like to say, like us out there, you know, fighting a good fight, trying to tell you about true DeFi, why PulseChain is where you want to be, why HEX is still going to be, you know, in my opinion, one of, if not the best stores of value in history. You know, focus, you know, just focus, right? Just hit the block button. You're not going to offend anybody. You're a bunch of anons mostly anyhow. So just don't let that stuff get you down. Stay focused. Keep your eyes on the prize. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and
Well
Richard
said.
Hart was right once. Richard Hart was right now, and Richard Hart will be right in the future. He's got the whole thing kind of wired tight. He's playing the game 24/7, whether he likes it or not. He's tied into his own ecosystem, and he wants to see it very successful for the glory. And if you're on that bandwagon, then stick around and lean on us for our infotainment that we chuck out every week to just keep a smile on your face, maybe, or at least commiserate in your fears and tears.
It's a bit special humor sometimes.
Yeah. It's not for everyone. Yeah, I get it. We have tissues for the people that want to cry and be bad in our chat. But the point is that we're all here. It's gonna happen. No financial advice.
We're all here. We're all queer. So he said, "What, Papa?"
No, we're
You
here.
froze
and
up.
It's queer. You're queer. You're here.
For Hex, baby.
All right, I think I've been properly demonetized. So let's keep going.
We did it, guys.
Just I don't do that.
When I drop an
don't do that
F-bomb,
yet.
I was really watching the F-bombs.
Buy
what?
our t-shirts. We don't make any money on them. Yay.
Yes. We got nothing to say to you.
I may have some more t-shirts and hats coming up. I keep giving away $1,000 worth of merchandise because of my stupid non-monetization policy. Stupid monetization policy. Sorry, I forgot to ask Peter. Is it okay to come back? You okay now? Is it?
Yes.
Is this good? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Right on time. I like it.
I like it. Okay, I'll try to be more prompt next time.
DJ, learn from him, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Gents, we got RG3 coming up. What the HEX panel? Love you guys' show. Appreciate you actually talking about the HEX token. Not many people do these days, so let's go. Let's get that. Let's get it. Why not?
All right.
Right. All right, gents. I'll see you later. See some of you tomorrow, and maybe some room for some panels. So you gents want to come tomorrow?
Yes.
Let me know.
I mean, DJ's on like 17 times. It's like
17. Hard working here.
If you submit to be a speaker and you cage matches, indeed. If you click the buttons, I'm like, all right, they would technically use first. So let's put them on.
And now TA with Toby.
Oh God.
Outro.
Thanks for having us.
We're gonna do TA
Thanks
with
for having us,
RG3. Don't
Max.
worry, coming up. Yeah. Thanks, yeah. Thanks, Papa. All right, last person of the day. It was going to be me doing the closing remarks, but now I got 20 minutes for RG3. But before we bring him up on stage, what are we going to do? Let's do Rockets Up. The one, the only, Captain RG3. How's it going, man?
Hey, bud. How's it going with you? I'm good.
It's going fantastic. I thought I'd be more tired, but actually, after streaming for 6 hours and 10 minutes, I'm okay. I'm doing all right. Not too bad. A few breaks here and there.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, that was kind of like our normal streams back in the day. We were doing, 4 to 6 hour streams, but the 24-hour stream, by the way, that was my stream. Hexo joined me on that stream.
That's all the comment, yeah.
But anyway,
another record. Glad you corrected the record on that one. Good.
We were 18, 20 hours into it. And it was just horrible. I mean, there was nothing worse than doing those 24-hour streams that we did. It was.
I don't envy them. And when I hear it, I'm like, I don't think I want to do that. That sounds painful. I don't think I want to do it, but I appreciate the sacrifices that y'all made in those days as far as that goes as well. Cap, you want to talk about you want to do some Hex versus Bitcoin? You want to do that? I'll head out, let you talk about that. Bang the drum a little bit. PulseX a little bit if you want, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that a little bit. I mean, I did travel the world last year on a marquee that said Hex is better than Bitcoin. And, there's reasons for it. We jumped into this thing and right off the bat, that's what we said. It wasn't something that came about. It was, Richard teaching us what Hex was all about. And in doing so, showed us that it was better than Bitcoin. And, Bitcoin, we all sit here and we go, oh, I don't want to take anything away from Bitcoin. I don't want to disparage it. That's because we don't want all the crypto bros to get pissed off at us. bottom line is we need to be smart about this. For a place that's full of such smart people, we sure do dumb shit. And I think this whole Bitcoin narrative is one of them. Bitcoin was the first. It was the marketing tool of the whole industry, and it still is to this day. And we can look at that also and say, where are we at now with Bitcoin as a marketing tool for the industry? Well, now it's owned by all of those entities that we've been railing against for all these years. And so there's that. But let's just go into the straight metrics of the differences between HEX and Bitcoin. So we all know that Bitcoin had 3 bugs in its lifespan, one of which could have really hurt it. But because of a Bitcoin Cash Dev that was honest and didn't exploit the inflation bug, they were able to correct the mistake and fix it. So there's that. And you just heard the fellas talking about spaghetti code. I'm not sure. I know that's a general term, and I'm not sure exactly what that means in the developer world, because I'll get criticized all the hell for saying stuff like that. But the bottom line is every time they go in and try and fix, add, do something to it, they release a bug. So much so that they don't want to even work on it anymore. And they're creating this Rube Goldberg machine to make it functional. So we have this cryptocurrency that was first, that kind of, founded the whole space, that gets its respect, that is now owned by big institutions that have lots of it, that was owned by maxis that had a lot of say in which direction it went, and how much it got marketed. But we don't take a step back and look at what was really going on. What was really going on is we're in a developing technology space, and developing fast, and even developing faster now. So we're looking at technology that was dilapidated and flawed at best from its inception, and we're calling that the gold standard. Bitcoin is the gold standard. And anybody who understands technology or wants to move technology forward or wants to see this space grow and thrive and do better, sitting there staring at Bitcoin and calling it the king of kings is, in my opinion, stupid. I think that we should have dropped that Bitcoin is any good narrative a long time ago and quit sending it praises, because that's what they want you to do now. That's what BlackRock wants you to do. Fidelity wants you to do. JP Morgan wants you to do. At the Bitcoin convention that I was just at, all those names were in marquee lights everywhere, and everybody was just cheering it on like it's all cool. These are those people are long gone now and very, very wealthy. The original cypherpunks and the people that invested in Bitcoin early, they got theirs, and they just sold it all to these big financial institutions. So now they own it and they're controlling it, and they're setting up legislation, doing all that. So that's where I see the difference of the two, is that we have a centralized cryptocurrency that is Bitcoin, owned by the centralized agencies, owned by the banks, owned by the governments. And then we have DeFi, and we have HEX. HEX was, in my opinion, the first worth a shit protocol in the DeFi space. Nothing else compared to it. Nothing else acted like it. Nothing else had the metrics that it had, and nothing else moved like it did when it launched. We watched that sucker go to 10,000x. We did that all while everybody was fudding us, and you name it, everybody was fudding us, from the Bitcoin maxis to the institutions out there to our families. And eventually even our own space in the HEX community. So everybody was up against it, but it did a 10,000x. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, because people understood its value and where it was going, what it could do, how it can change a space. And that's because it was an immutable contract that generated yield, that did all the things that Bitcoin did. It just did it better on the Ethereum network. The Ethereum network, allowed DeFi to actually be, created. You couldn't do it on Bitcoin. They've still have nothing but problems every time they try and make something over there. So because of the security protocols within the Ethereum network, HEX was created. And again, not to try and dev talk you, but I'm just going to give you the idiot's version of it. Because the data is packetized and plug and play, everything was taken off of the shelf and put into the HEX contract to build the HEX contract. And it was audited a few times. There was a whole bunch of audits done on, there were 3 audits done on HEX. And so it was secure from the beginning. Richard launched it that way. So here we have more secure network, a faster network. Obviously it runs a lot quicker than Bitcoin. And that's on the Ethereum network. And now HEX has it even one better. It's been duplicated on the PulseChain network that Richard Hart created. And because of that, it makes HEX even stronger, because now you have a proof of stake network that it runs on. Proof of stake. Now it's completely proof of stake. Not only was it a better Bitcoin, but now we've got a better Ethereum that the better Bitcoin runs on. And it's true DeFi. You don't have anybody holding your keys in order for you to generate yield. Now, the yield has fluctuated because there has been an event that has, dropped the yield down. But that's not saying that it's a bad thing. Financial tools need to be, especially ones like this that actually act as a currency, a certificate of deposit product-ish, an inflation tool. So it has all these parameters, and so it does need to be, or it does need some optimization, maybe not call it regulation, but I think that Richard knows what he's doing, and this recent move in the market that has brought the yield down. I know it's made a lot of people upset, but it's still generating yield, and it's still generating yield by your hand. Nobody else has their hands in it. And that yield can change. It's already been proven it can go one way, it can go the other also. So, don't look at that too harshly, because Bitcoin doesn't have that. In order for you to generate yield on your Bitcoin, you've got to give it to a centralized agency. And we know what happens when that goes down. Once you turn your coins over, you got problems. You've got issues. So, in my opinion, all the things that HEX was created with and for is better than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's dilapidated technology. It doesn't allow you to use true DeFi. And I don't think that its inflation model is as good as HEX's inflation model. Now, I think it's 2140 when the last Bitcoin is supposed to launch. So it doesn't matter really to any of us here unless Aubrey DeGrey gets really, really badass and we get to live that long. But 2140 is a long time from now for all the Bitcoin still coming. So there's always going to be inflation in our lifetime on Bitcoin. Now, it's going to be less than HEX. Period. End of story. But the inflation that comes out in Bitcoin gets dumped on the market right away. Why? To pay the electric bills for the miners. Massive amounts of electrical value needs to be extracted. I think it's like 146 terawatt hours on just Sweden's grid alone. So tons of energy being wasted on this dilapidated technology. In HEX, don't use that. You actually get to use validators that, I run one here. It doesn't take much power to run the validator. Even on the Ethereum network, the costs are minimal. So the mining protocol is I think one of the biggest problems with Bitcoin. Now, the inflation that comes out and goes to Bitcoin, gets dumped on the market by the miners. The inflation that comes out in HEX, now check this out. The inflation that comes out in HEX goes to the stakers. So anyone who's staked for 1 day all the way out to 15 years is going to receive that inflation, that 3.69% inflation, modest inflation. Think about this. People have 15-year stakes. You've got inflation coming out, landing on 15-year stakes. So that's 15 years of delayed inflation. Now, let's just say those stakes come due, and that person had other stakes, and they had staking ladders and whatnot. Let's say a 15-year stake comes due, and they don't need that, and they're going to, well, you know what? This one's going back out there, but now I'm back out for 15 years. It's possible that we're going to see inflation stuck in the system for 30 years plus. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. You're going to see that inflation is going to be restaking, coming back into the system, and it may not ever see the light of day. I don't know what that number is going to be, and that's an arbitrary number, but it'll be interesting to see if we can get that metric, to see how much of that inflation actually stays in the system and never sees the light of day. So that's part of it. And I don't think a lot of people try to do any math on it or look at it, but that inflation stays. So with that, because of the inflation model, because of the proof of stake model, both on the coin and on the network, and when it sits in PulseChain, I think that it blows the doors off of Bitcoin, and it gives us true DeFi. Can't do DeFi in Bitcoin anymore. It's a thing of the past. The institutions own your Bitcoin, folks, but they don't own your HEX, and you have complete control of that. And staking gives you complete control of all the yield that can be generated versus giving it to one of those entities that can play the three-card Monte game on you, or the shell games on you. That's what FTX did. That's what Celsius did. That's what they've all done in the past. And that's why I was so fired up about getting into HEX, because it was finally our token. It was finally true DeFi. It was something that nobody else could mess with my stakes. They were mine. I decided when they were coming out, when they were being staked, and I played as part of the system and got the end stake penalties and whatnot just for being in the system. So with that, I want to look at the chat room real quick and see if there's any questions out there to answer. Let's see. Oh, are you coming back? Are we done already?
But no, we got a couple minutes. I just if you want to talk a little bit, we got a couple minutes here. Looking at the chat as well.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions? Any thought this was a PulseX conference? Yeah, we talk about more than PulseX. Were you here for the longevity conversation earlier? Yeah, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, we had longevity. So Pulse,
HEX Panel. Yeah.
Yeah, we had the HEX Panel. I missed. So
okay, that's okay.
So we've been given all the tools here, and it's HEX is better than Bitcoin because of all the other tools that we have. PulseChain, PulseX, the ability to do true DeFi. It's the whole ecosystem that makes it better than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just that first coin that moves back and forth. That's it. And then everything else is a Rube Goldberg machine built on top of it to try and make it function better. Everything that's been built around HEX has been built to increase the whole DeFi system, to make the whole DeFi system better. And that's, with PulseX having a decentralized exchange where you get to participate versus centralized agencies that are participating out there in the Bitcoin world. And then, of course, Pulse, a true proof of stake model where we, get to build other cryptocurrencies in the DeFi space. And, of course, HEX functions better on it also than on Ethereum. And not that either one is any different. They're both the same product. And Ethereum its fees can sometimes go through the roof as it starts moving up in price. So I think it's the whole system itself that makes HEX better.
Yeah, if you're looking at Bitcoin, take a look at HEX. If you're looking at Ethereum, you see it pumping, take a look at PulseChain. We got faster, cheaper, early Ethereum. We got time locking with yield and price go up, tech in the price performance community. I mean, we're out here throwing conferences and events, and RG3 has traveled the world and doing all these stuff as well. So we got a community here. We're here to win, man. We're here to win, and that's what I'm here for. A lot of people in the community, that's what we want to do. That's what we've been preparing for. That's where we put our time, energy, capital, all that stuff, onboarding people to the greatest ecosystem on earth. And PulseX, HEX, PulseChain, huge parts of it, the core of these things.
So in my opinion, I think right now that everybody thinks we win when number goes up. Everybody thinks that, when we're all-time highs, we've won. And that's not what we've got to be looking at. We've got to look at what we have in our hand. The bird in hand, right? We've got HEX on 2 chains. We've got a chain that is price be damned better than anything else out there, or equal to anything else that's out there. And we've got PulseX, which is also a decentralized exchange that is truly decentralized. It's not going to drop coins off of it because they don't like the name of it or whatever. So we've already won. It's just about the number catching up to it.
Yeah, even Richard's mentioned recently, you got everything we need. All we need is people to know about it. And that's why everybody's excited about the marketing, mega marketing push, never before seen marketing, amazing marketing stuff that we're looking forward to this summer. It's gonna be a great summer. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and I mean, talk to that a little bit. We're in the middle of it right now. I've been helping, set up the marketing distribution of the devices that are going to be going out, the materials that are going to be going out, and it's going to be pretty exciting. It's going to be a mass campaign, and it's cool to be involved in it.
Love it. Yeah, looking forward to hearing more about that. I know SJ's keeping us informed and stuff as well, and you all putting in work, and that's what it takes. The community, you do the work. I think it's been the biggest lightning rod I've seen of RH's greatest hits is it's been the most to me, and I've taken it to heart the most, is you do the work. I want to do if I want to see it get done, I want to do the work. That means, doesn't mean I'm going to do everything. Doesn't mean I want to do everything. And there's plenty of people. We have 1, 5, 10 of every kind of talent in the community we could possibly ask for and want. Getting together, putting in the work. If you put the points in the right direction, there you go. But boy, I love it, man. I love it. I'm looking forward to having community go up, price go up, everything go up. I think we deserve it, and we've been putting in the work for a while to get it. So I'm excited.
And that's what everybody, versus everybody out there going, when's RH this, when's RH that, when's he going to do that? Well, when are you going to get up off of your butt and go do something? I mean, that's what it's always been about, is you have the ability to participate in this. There is no company that's going to stop you from promoting. There's no company that's going to pay you to promote. It's on you to go out and disseminate the information. And that's what we should be doing. Those of you who have talent in whatever area it is, go out and do that. Go out and onboard, go out and be, part of your community out there and be an advocate for this thing, and, put in the work.
RG, we appreciate you so much. I love all the events you've hosted before and all that too, and streaming and Discourse Syndicate and all the pieces. So yeah, really appreciate you and all the work you put in. It's hasn't gone unnoticed at all. It's a lot of great stuff.
Well, thank you for always supporting and for being of the best of us and doing this and picking this up. This is a task, man. I know it's a big task. So thank you for doing that and picking the ball on this thing.
Well, I hope to inspire many other people too. It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be anyone else doing conferences and events. Like, anyone, go out there, go to your local meetups, go start a conference. I did a couple of years ago. I did Founders Week. How to do Founders Week? Because I said I did Founders Week. I'm starting inviting founders. Do that. Next month I'm doing HEX Week. How to do that? I said I'm going to do HEX Week. I'm going to start inviting people to talk about HEX. Just go do it. Just go do it. If you know people and all that stuff, then you can get them together and talk about some amazing things and put on events. It's you go do the work. I love it. RG3, we'll catch you another time. Thank you for stopping by today. And always good to see you, man. Take it easy.
All right, my man. Take care. Thanks again.
Yeah. See ya. All right, that is the end of the day. Cutting it off there. Last talk, RG3, putting in the work, doing a lot of great stuff out there as well. Tomorrow, I put the link in the chat about 500 times at this point for either tomorrow's link, schedule, all that amazing stuff. We got a jam-packed schedule for tomorrow. Maybe I should just real briefly, I'm going to show it real briefly just to show you, give you a quick taste of day 2. So we got we got Richard Hart's master plan. We got PulseX versus Uniswap. We got Inc, a ton of Inc talks, bunch of Inc bull stuff, marketing panel, crypto security privacy, 15 minutes. That's gonna be jam-packed session by me. Got ecosystem stuff. We got builders. We got Scivive. We got Hex ladder staking, monster thread. We got PulseChain panel, all kinds of amazing stuff. So yeah, come by tomorrow, same time. We will see you then. And that is all I got for you today. I'm gonna play a couple videos before we leave, do the outro, and thank you so much for coming, and hope to see you all again tomorrow. It's been a
PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. That's PulseX, DEX we are. PulseChain. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange.